Monorails, lava trains, hot springs, logging camps, steam engines, and mega factories. This video has it all thanks to the Create mod. This video features my second 1000 days in this long-term modded Minecraft world, starting at the beginning of Phase 2, where I transformed this empty landscape into a fully functional snowy paradise. The mods I've got in this world are crazy, featuring huge world generation changes, new biomes, structures, new mobs, and a whole bunch of Create mod add-ons to get the most out of all of my crazy contraptions. And there's a whole bunch of other mods too, and you can find a full list of all of them as well as download links in my Discord, and the link to that is in the description below. Let's create. Welcome to Phase 2. This area here in front of the mountains is going to be home to Phase 2 of our Create mod Let's Play, where we're going to be doing a whole lot of building. There's going to be more trains, big factories, workshops, food stuff, you name it, this area is going to have it. But in order to do all of the things that I want to do, I've made a few changes to the mod pack. First of all, I've got rid of time control. We're going to have the normal length daylight cycle, which means I'm going to be sleeping a whole lot more, but the time has been adjusted to actually reflect the proper time in the game. I've also got rid of the better F3 screen, as well as the Make Bubbles Pop mod, and I've also got rid of better animations collection, which means pigs look normal again. But that's just the things we've got rid of. I've added a whole new type of backpacks. Let's be honest, the traveler's backpacks are pretty useless. They really don't have that much space. The fluid system's pretty pointless, and this crafting grid in the corner here is really annoying. So the sophisticated backpacks are going to allow us to carry a whole bunch more stuff and have a much better time carrying around all of our equipment. I've also added the Create Diesel Generators mod to allow us to build diesel generators and fuel them with biodiesel, and I've also added the Create Bells and Whistles add-on, which allows you to just add a few more little things to your train. So with all those changes to the game, we should probably get cracking. And we're going to start by turning around my DeLorean, hopping in, and going for a ride back to our old town. I do love this car. Oops. And the reason we're heading back here is because you guys have given us a whole bunch of names for all of these things. So thanks to my usual antics, decided this town should be called Hill Valley, in reference to the Back to the Future references from the last video. And it wasn't just them that thought that. In fact, Drago Coos decided this should be Hill Valley Station, which makes sense if it's in Hill Valley. And the train is not going to be called Hill Valley Train. It's actually going to be called the Flying Fox, thanks to Victor Smith and the Reverend Down, who both decided that was the best name for this train. So now when we get on and we control it, it says now controlling the Flying Fox. The other reasons we're in this area is because if we're going to start building things in our new area, well, we're really going to need some materials to start building with, but also I want to make a good backpack. So let's make a backpack. Let's take our rubbish one off and put this good one on. I don't know how to put it on. So I can put it in my chest slot, but then how do I put it like my jetpack on as well? Can I not have them both? I've had to add a new mod. I've added the Curios API mod to allow me to have a backpack and a head slot there as well, which is pretty cool, and I can turn the visibility on and off. Very nice. And if you want a copy of the updated version of this mod pack, then head to my Discord for a link to all of the mods, as well as downloads for Multi-NC and CurseForge as well. Right, this backpack needs some upgrades, so I'll make a stack upgrade tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Okay, we've got big old stack upgrades in there now. A crafting upgrade, a tool swapper upgrade, an advanced tool swapper upgrade. I upgrade the whole backpack like this. Iron backpack, gold backpack, diamond backpack. Does that give me way more room? Wow, it does. And a whole bunch of upgrade slots as well. Tell you what though, definitely going to need some netherite. Oh, everlasting upgrade is a bit expensive. And I think I'm going to go for this refill upgrade and then convert that to the advanced refill upgrade. And that's all of my upgrade slots done. This is incredible. So the question now is, how many stacks of items can I get per slot? With this stack upgrade tier 3, how much can I put in? I can get 512. That's not too bad, but in order to get the next level of upgrade, I need blocks of netherite. 8 blocks of netherite. Jeez, that's not going to happen anytime soon. Well, I've taken a little bit of time and I've managed to get in all of the bare essentials that I want in here. So it's got most of my Create stuff, all of my jewels and things like that, and a whole bunch of building blocks and stuff at the bottom here, but nothing really that's going to help me doing actual building. Now, this is all great for just being able to craft stuff and when you need it, but it's not going to actually help me carry a load of building materials like these backpacks do. And it also hasn't given me a bed. See, these backpacks have got beds built in, so what I might do is just take one of these backpacks with me and just pop that backpack inside of that one. Well, things might have just got a little bit silly. I've upgraded it again. I got rid of the auto tool switcher and added in another stack tier 3 upgrade, and now I can have 4,096 items per stack, but I've still got no room. What will give me a bit more room though is this brand new trailer that I've just added to the DeLorean DeLorean. This trailer has all of the fancy things I need. It's got a carpenter's workbench, a mason's workbench, it's got a stonecutter, a crafting table, and room for a whole bunch of storage. The only downside to it is I can't actually access any of these things while it's actually a machine. So what we'll need to do is park up somewhere, pop a station down wherever we're going, and disassemble the train so I can use them. Now there is one other annoying thing to this. So every time I disassemble the train, those 2 frame floorboards and my iron disappears, which means it costs me 2 blocks of iron to rebuild this thing every time I rebuild it. But once it's placed here, I can actually access all of these tables and use everything that I need. I better load it up. And with all those amazing items, we can then reassemble the machine. And I'm not even going to bother putting the floorboards back on the top because they keep disappearing. There we go. Assemble train, DeLorean done. And off we go. We can go over to our new area and start building that bridge. That's enough of that. Would you believe all of that took a whole day? 9 in the morning till 7 p.m. at night, I was building this bridge, creating crazy contraptions to dig out my tunnel a bit more, building crazy contraptions to actually fill the tunnel in with bricks, sort of, making a complete mess of my track system, which I've now re-diverted to make it a little bit more flat and less awkward, and it still doesn't even go anywhere. And it's used all of my tuff. These few bits I've got here are all I've got left, and if I quickly turn those back into normal tuff, it's not even 5 whole stacks worth. The good news is I am very happy with the bridge. It's got a lovely little ornate design. I like the smoothness of the top bits up there as well as all of the jaggedy bits of the diagonal blocks. I think the whole thing looks great. But this video is not about building bridges. It's about building hotels. Or more importantly, somewhere for us to live in this area while we start building everything. And we're going to be building that hotel roughly around about this little area here, where all of the hummingbirds live. Hello. But in order to build the hotel, I'm going to need a bunch more resources. And I could really do with my little mobile storage system actually over there where we're going to be building, but I've kind of run out of time to build any more track today. The resources I need is basically dark oak, which we'll find in the dark forest, which is 2,000 blocks away. And putting that onto our map, that's all the way over there across an ocean. So pretty much pointless trying to take trains or horses over there. We might as well just use our jetpacks. Speaking of jetpacks and backpacks though, I had an idea. You see, this new mod allows us to put our backpack on our actual back, whereas these backpacks you can just put on like that. So now I can basically wear my jetpack as well as 2 backpacks at the same time and access both of their inventories while they're on my back, which feels a little bit cheaty, but I'll take it. Right then, Dark Forest, here we come. Wait a minute, we have found things on the way there. There is a water village, apparently. What have you got, guys? Diamonds, rhinestones, lava, got a little tower over here. Anything worth nicking in here? Surely there's a chest in this building somewhere. No? You're all very stingy. Hey, guys. Oh, you got a barrel. What's in your barrel? Nothing? Nothing? Jeez. We got an anvil. I'll take the anvil. Oh, is this one of these magic arm stands with loads of armor on it? No, it's just one. But it's iron armor with the Vex and tied armor trims. Very fancy. And I'll take that banner as well, because that's quite fancy. Oh, and look, it's nighttime again. I have slept so many times. It's crazy the difference in how often I have to go to bed now that I've turned that time control mod off. And wow, is that all dark oak? It is dark oak and quite scary. There's a witch. Of course there's a witch. There's a Ravager. Okay. Yeah, mate, we might not want to mess with him. And an Enderman. Oh, jeez. The Forbidden Forest. Well, that probably explains it, really, doesn't it? So where's the actual Dark Forest, then? Because that Forbidden Forest is a little bit scary. Oh, what's this? Wow. Look at this church. It's huge. Wow. Look at this place. It's massive. Oh, I haven't got glowberries. I'll take those. Thank you very much. What do you got, guys? Bread. Great. Right, anyway, I'm getting distracted. Where's the Dark Oak Forest? Oh, it is the tiniest of dark forests. In fact, there's very little dark forest here at all. There's an owl. A Putu. Hello, Putu. Look at this guy. I always wanted one of these. I don't know what it is, but I always wanted one. Your eyes are on the side of your head. That's so weird. Oh, what's this? A moth. Why is a moth attacking me? Moths are supposed to be nice. Don't attack me. What did you give me? Moth scales. What's this place? Oh my goodness, what is that? Hey guys. Oh my god. Oh, purple fire. No. Oh my goodness. How do I always find myself in these situations? Well, I definitely need to take this guy out, whoever he is and whatever he is. Where did you go? Where'd the guy go? Where did he go? Where did you go? Oh, he's vanished. It just literally disappeared. Okay. Right. Anyway, Dark Oak. Oh, hang on a minute. What's this? More stuff. Illunite. Budding Illunite. Oh, it kind of makes amethyst noise, but not quite. 6 shard. What's this type of mushroom? Right, anyway. Dark Oak. Mechanical saw, hand crank, chop me down a tree. Now, how many saplings did we get? Oh, quite a lot. Good. Oh, loads. Zavex, look, it's bedtime again. How is it always bedtime? I'm poisoned. There's cave spiders. Help me, little lighthouse. Oh, it's a pillager one. Oh, jeez. Where can I put my bed? Nowhere's safe. Can I put it in a tree? I can. Well, that really didn't take too long. I've got a whole bunch of dark oak saplings, a whole bunch of dark oak wood, and we've had quite the experience in this place. Jeez. Although I do want to kind of sneak back to that Forbidden Forest and just see what's going on in there. Well, look, I think the mushroom's got shroom-like.
What did he say?
Oh, and apparently a seagull's just nicked off with one of my golden carrots. There's a lot of cave spiders. Oh my goodness me. I love the colours. I love the colours of the grass. I love the colours of the bushes and the leaves. It's gorgeous, this little biome. If only it wasn't so evil and trying to eat me. Oh, and the leaves are made of mangrove roots. That's really interesting. Just a shame there's nothing particularly interesting to get, but I guess this would make a good place to make a mob farm if you get all of these horrible mobs spawning here. What will they think of next? What a gorgeous biome. And now that I'm back home, the first thing I need to do is sort this machine out so that it grows dark oak instead of normal oak. Oh geez, all of the trees are growing. Okay, so I think with this layout, the contraption should be able to reach every single sapling in order to replant it and cut it down, and they should all have space to grow. Let's stick all of the dark oak saplings in there, turn this thing back on again. Oh, and it's... Oh, geez. Good job. Glue the saws back on. Turn it back on again. There we go. Oh, and one's grown already. That was quick. Nice. Is it going to be able to chop it down okay? It did. Oh, that's fantastic. And it's now depositing everything through there. Brilliant. Okay, now I've got a dark oak farm. The only problem is this area is not loaded when I'm over there. And there's 2 ways we could deal with that. We could set this as the spawn chunks and have this always loaded because it's spawn chunks, but I think there's quite a lot of things that would cause a lot of lag if we do that. The other option would be to make one of these chunk loaders. However, it requires a beacon, which requires a nether star. And because there's no recipe for nether stars, that means the only way to get one is to kill the wither, which means you need, yeah, you know it, you know the drill. There is another way I could do it, and that is to get my laptop plumbed in with all of the mobs I've got on here and just have an AFK account set up over here running that. Now, I could either open this world up to LAN, which would be a good idea, or I could set it up as a server, which would mean that, well, my PC's not having to process too much either. And there we go. We're now running on a server, and Chuck is here to do some AFK for me. Now, I can hear the sounds of a wandering trader kicking about around here. Oh, and it's bedtime. Of course it is. Oh, where he is. Down the back wall. What have you got? Nothing. Apps. Oh, jeez. Get out of it. I don't know why you even exist. Although I do need the leather. Anyway, it's time to grab a bunch of this dark oak wood. Oh, the map. The map has not got all of the things on it that it used to have, and all my waypoints have gone. But all the stuff I built is still here, so I'm sure it'll be all right. We can add more waypoints in. So design-wise, I want this place to look like a ski resort. It's going to look like a ski resort, but it's actually going to contain a whole bunch of industrial stuff and things going on, you know, the sort of things that I like to build. But as a result, the type of building is going to be different from what we did back in Hill Valley. For a start, there's going to be a whole bunch of snow, not just on these mountains, but all over this area, and all the builds that we're going to build, and I kind of want to build big old ski lodges and hotels like these. So lots and lots of wood, lots and lots of snow, lots of light coloured stone and white colours, really nicely glowing in the dark, multi-level. I think this is going to look pretty good. Okay, let's build a hotel. So the first order of business was to fill in a few holes around the area, dealing with creepers that popped out of the caves and then clearing out a bit of a flat space for us to build the foundation. And then I needed to sleep. After sleeping, I filled out the terrain a little bit and then went back to Hill Valley in order to make diorite. And I crafted the diorite using the quartz that we got from our gold farm and the cobblestone we got from our cobblestone generator. Why would I use diorite? Well, I wanted a foundation that would blend in with the snowy surroundings and wouldn't look too out of place. So I crafted a bunch of the less contrasting diorite blocks using the mason's workbench and filled in the foundation. And then I had to sleep. Once the foundation was down, I was able to create the layout of the hotel using stripped dark oak for the corners and tough blocks. Now I really wanted sort of a browny grey cobble-y effect block mix, but nothing like that exists in this mod pack, so I was kind of stuck with tough. Rather than using the reds and the pine coloured woods from the photo I was taking inspiration from, I decided to go with darker wood in order to contrast against the snow a little bit more, and because there's no really pine coloured woods available in this pack. You could argue acacia's closer, but I don't have any acacia and it's a bit too vibrant for what I was going for. Then I had to sleep. Once I'd finished sleeping, I added some texture using framed blocks and I used dark oak windows and doors to add in windows and doors. And then I had to sleep. Once that night had passed, I was able to add in a little area with a fireplace and finish the ground floor layout. Then using more frame blocks and some spruce fences, I was able to add the balconies and start on the first floor, which was going to be using a variation of vertical dark oak plants. I was using the dark oak windows as sliding doors, but they don't really open, so some of the rooms have closed doors and some of them have open ones. Then I had to sleep. I then added a whole bunch of beams on the inside using variations of dark oak blocks, and then I added in some spruce floors. For the second floor, I basically just repeated what I did on the first floor with a few different tweaks to it, and then I had to sleep. And once that sleep was finished, it was time to start tackling the roof, which I used slope frame blocks for in order to create massive large overhangs and that lovely slope that you get on these types of buildings. And to make all of the roof slopes fit together, I used a variation of angled and prism framed blocks in the corners to make everything meet up nicely. Then I had to sleep. And that brings us to now. Well, I'm about 4 hours in and it's nowhere near finished. I've got pretty much the outside structure completely done. The roof still needs texturing. I'm not just going to leave it blank. There's absolutely no interior at all other than a bunch of beams and some slabs where I was expecting there to be some rooms. We're also going to need staircases, furniture, all of the equipment we're going to be using in here. There's still so much to do, but I am really quickly running out of time to record this video. To record this video and get it out to you guys. So for the roof, I'm kind of thinking snow. So we can sort of make the roof look very nice and white and Christmassy like this. We can maybe add a few bits in that look like sort of roof felt with snow dotted around it. But my worry there is what's going to happen on the underneath, because we don't really want the underneath of this to look like it's got snow on. Ideally, the underside wants to look like wood, but then you get these really sharp angles, which probably look okay from a distance, but up close just kind of looks a bit weird. The other option would just be to have the outside of the roof with no snow on it at all, and then you can get that nice wood effect. Not that this is the right wood to use. And then we could have snow on the inside with the felt roof looking stuff sticking out in places. That might just work, but ideally I'd really like it if the snow would like just stick up a little bit through it, but without looking totally gross. Maybe I could use snow layers. Well, providing they've got something to support them underneath, that might not be a bad idea. But because snow melts, I'll probably end up using a variation of frame blocks with trapdoors and floorboards and that sort of thing, so that we can get different levels without having to worry about the snow melting when we've got lights on the inside of this building. Well, that's going to take a whole bunch of time, and speaking of time, I missed time control, so I'm adding it back on again. We're going to have 20 minutes a day again and 5 minutes of night, and that is going to affect our day count a little bit, but that's absolutely fine. I'd rather be able to enjoy this world than having to keep sleeping every 10 minutes. It does drive you crazy. Believe it or not, during that last build montage, I actually slept over 20 times, which is crazy. It's absolutely ridiculous. Right, anyway, snow. If I'm going to be texturing this roof, I'm going to need a whole bunch of snow, and I really don't want to decimate any more of this mountain in order to get it. So it's snow farm time. So I'm going to need a pumpkin, and to pick a room of this house to put in a snowman. I mean, I suppose it'd be helpful if I'd actually made the rooms, but I haven't yet. Well, I thought this used to generate snow, but it doesn't seem to. Oh, that still works. How can we do this with create? Now, the first question I've got is, can our snowman put snow onto a conveyor belt? And the answer seems to be no. Well, that's a shame. Okay, can our snowman friend put snow on a depot? And the answer is no. Well, you suck. Now, this might seem like a crazy idea. If we did that, is that going to work? No. What about that? No. What about that? No. Can I put a funnel on a minecart hopper? No. Can I put track on top of one of those funnels? I cannot. Oh man, this all just sucks. Now, I can hopper onto a belt. I'm hoping if I was to give this a shovel and put it into use mode, that's going to get the snow off there, turn it into snowballs. They're going to get picked up by the hopper minecart, go through the hopper, onto this conveyor, into this press, get turned into snow blocks and go into this chest. That's the plan. Oh no, it killed the snowman. Okay, snowman number 2, please don't die. It's just breaking the block. Don't break the block. You break my shovel. Maybe it's because I had it on use mode instead of poke mode. Let's try that. Okay, that doesn't work at that level there. What if we did it at that level there? Well, it's not killing the snowman this time, but it's also not getting the snow. I guess the only thing I can do then is just stand here the old-fashioned way and just let the press turn all of the snowballs into actual snow blocks. Well, I've pretty much burnt out my shovel. It's got 60 uses left, so I probably shouldn't use it anymore. As a result, we've now got a full barrel full of snowballs here, a whole bunch of hoppers full of snowballs there, and a bunch of snow blocks being produced here. Right, I need to go fix my shovel now, though. Hello, train. XP, please. Now, another thing that needs fixing is this jetpack. It is just about bust. I'm really hoping that I can put mending on that and get that fixed as well. The question is, though, can it have mending on it? It can. But I haven't got any levels. A bunch of levels, please. Mending and unbreaking as well. Nice, let's go fix it. That should just about do it. And there we go, fully fixed. Wonderful. Now, these tanks have been very good, although I have run out of a couple of them, so I'm going to go fill those up now. A bit of water and a little bit more lava. And we're all full. Very good. Can you hear the music? You shouldn't be able to do because my music is off, which means there's a singing creeper somewhere, but I've got to find it. And it seems to be coming from the house. Must be underneath the house. There's a skeleton apparently right here. Oh, there he is. It's a singing skeleton. Hey, what have you got that's making me... Oh, is it a jukebox backpack? Thank you. You didn't give me the backpack, though. Oh, you suck. What a stinge. Well, that's plenty of snow to get us started, so let's get working on this roof. When I say working on the roof, I mean procrastinating by bringing all of this stuff inside. Oh, not again. I may have caused a bit of a problem. I've got the bottom half of a door and I can't put it back down. I can't change my inventory slot and I can't throw it. Maybe I can reconnect. Nope. No, that didn't work. Oh, geez, how do I get rid of this door? Can I sleep? Help, Clara S. Dark Oak door. Please don't delete all my items. Oh, no. Oh, jeez. How do I fix this? I literally can't do anything. If I turn on drop carried when hit in the settings, I don't know if this will do anything because this is running on a server now, but hopefully, if I fly up in the air and take some damage, it did nothing. Oh, geez, I've got a door. I don't want a door. Okay, I've updated the settings on the server. Is it going to work now? Yes. Oh, thank goodness. Go away. Stupid door. Thank you. Jeez. So I'm hoping with these varieties of framed blocks, we can make this roof look like it's all covered in snow and snow that's not going to melt, which means I've pretty much got to destroy a whole bunch of it. I'm going to do a small area first to see how it gets on, and then we'll go from there. I don't really like that. That's not coming out too well. It looks like it's too far into the roof. That kind of feels like it's a bit more piled on top of the roof, which is basically stripping away these thinner ones, leaving the bigger ones, and then basically using the trapdoors, the slabs, the frame panels, some stairs, some full blocks, and other things like that in order to sort of just raise the level up off the actual roof a little bit. And I think that looks a whole lot better. Well, I have to say, so far, I'm pretty happy with how that side of the roof's gone. I think that works pretty well, but the other side of the roof is still completely blank. So at the top, I'm trying to keep the snow a little bit thinner. I am replacing some of them with thicker blocks, just to give the idea that it has thickened up a little bit, but in lots of places, I'm just actually putting the snow on the existing roof tiles. But then as you can see, as it gets down the roof, it tends to get a bit thicker to the point where it reaches the end of the roof and it's pretty thick. And I think that works well. Okay, so now that side of that part of the roof is done, but now that leaves me with this bit, and that's going to be really tricky trying to integrate that together at the sides. But I think I'll manage. Now, because this is a steeper slope than these ones, it's a much steeper gradient, it's a lot harder to then put in sort of flat bits and make them then marry up with the floor below without making the slope really shallow and without making the snow ridiculously thick. So what I think I'm going to have to do, realistically, is just thicken it up with a lot more blocks and stairs and things instead of the slabs on the other layers, which kind of works, but then if we use full blocks, it doesn't really work because the step's too big. So I think a lot of these elevated frame slabs are going to come in handy here. I might use the odd block just to give it some variation and some depth, but I don't think I'll use too many. Another type of frame block I can use in here are these little sort of steps, which will just help bring some of this together where it is a bit steep, such as on these big old blocks here. But I don't think it needs many. In fact, I'm pretty happy with how that whole side is without all of those. And there we go. The entire roof is now covered in snow, and I really like it. And I think from a distance, that's going to stand out absolutely fantastically. I've put big old piles of snow in the corner as it's dripping down off these things, and obviously clear underneath because it wouldn't get to that bit. And I've done the same sort of thing on the other side with the pile coming down there, and I've left all of the wood at the very edges ready to be trimmed with whatever color or texture I actually do the roofs with. So all in all, I think that looks fantastic. And I used almost all of that snow. So now all I've got to do is pick a roof texture, and I'm feeling spruce, although it probably wants to be planks. Any diagonal planks? Diagonal would be really useful. So the reason for spruce rather than more dark oak is I just think it will stand out a bit nicer against the dark oak and the snow. And I really like those diagonals going up there like that. I'm not so sure about the top of the roof, but they look good. Or do they? I don't know. Maybe it does want to be dark oak. Perhaps it needs to be something a little bit more ornate. That doesn't look too awful. But I don't know if I like the spruce. Maybe it does want to be dark oak. Yeah, I think it's going to have to be dark oak. Maybe we could have dark oak at the edges and then spruce on the inside a little bit like that. Maybe that wouldn't look too bad. And there we go. The edges of our roof are done. I really like the patterns on those. I think it looks great all together. And that means that this hotel is completely finished on the outside. Except for the paths, of course. They'll have to be dealt with in the future. But all in all, I'm really happy with how this turned out. And I think it looks great at the foot of that mountain. And I can't wait to see what the rest of the area around it's going to look like. Now I've just got to do the inside. As usual, I did some off-camera work, clearing out a little bit of space behind the hotel and flattening an area ready for a small shed. I built a foundation from variations of tub blocks and then didn't record me building a little cabin to put our snowman friend in. But I did record me demolishing the snow farm, building a snow farm inside the cabin, digging out a big area underneath the cabin's floor, killing the pillager who had a jukebox backpack who dropped his backpack when I killed him, building a room underneath the little cabin, adding water wheel speed controllers and connecting the systems together, and then gathering a bunch of snow. I even recorded myself placing a bunch of snow, but then I didn't record myself placing a bunch of snow layers, bringing the entire area together and making it look very nice. I then went around replacing a bunch of the path blocks around the hotel with other diorite variants to make it blend with the snow a bit better, and then back inside the hotel I decided to fix the interior floors and ceilings. I added ceilings in every single room as well as extending the floors, and then I removed the ground floor in order to add a new floor out of spruce floorboards. Floor. In terms of decorating the interior, I started with a rear entrance room, imagining that skiers coming down from the mountain would have very snowy boots and would need somewhere to take them off. I then added the fireplace into the little snug room, but then I realized I needed some tuff and I didn't have any, so I had to go mining for tuff. After I'd been mining for tuff, I placed in the fire surround, some cabinets and shelves, a sofa and a coffee table, and even a little bench. And then I went back home to plant some flax seeds and some onions and tomatoes and cabbages, but we'll get into that later. Back in the hotel, I added another wall to create another room on the ground floor, and then I decided to work on the workshop, removing the floor and replacing it completely, and then added a basement underneath. Back in the main room of the hotel, I added some tables and chairs, and then after all that hard work, I needed a drink, so I made a bar. And that brings us to now. Well, I could play with interiors all day, but unfortunately I haven't got time, so I'm going to have to finish this building off bit by bit over the course of the next few episodes. But what we have got is this lovely little lounge. We've got a nice little leather armchair there, we've got a nice little coffee table, a nice fire, and we've got in here a really big table with really big chairs, and then we've got a little bar area over here. We've got this room that I'm not really sure what it's going to be, sort of an entrance type room if you're coming in from the back door, and if you come in through the back door, you're greeted with these cabinets and a nice photo of a creeper. It's in the snow, so it sort of goes, you know. Coming back out of this little room and through these doors, we've got our workshop, which I've now put a decent floor in, and we've also got a little basement area as well for more contraptions and things like that, because don't forget, this is going to be our home base. We're going to have all sorts of create bits and bobs going on in order to, well, build all of the things we're going to need in this area. Upstairs is pretty bare. I've put some walls in and I've put some doors in where there are going to be bedrooms, but that's pretty much all I've done. But what I quite like is this little raised area here, which takes us into this cool little room, which I thought could have a nice little bar or lounge in it as well. And then this takes you up to the top floor, which has got absolutely nothing in it as well. It's got plenty of space. It's got a balcony over the floor below. But that's really about it. So there's still a whole bunch of work left to do in this building, but But what I've also done is outside. Well, a bit. I've put some snow round, different variations of snow, as you can see on the floor here, a whole bunch of snow layers, and I've sort of changed this pathwork up a bit so it's a little bit more snowy. And it comes round here, it comes up these little stairs here, and we've got this little cabiny shed thing here with our snowman in, and our snowman standing above a create contraption, which basically compacts all of the snowballs into snow blocks. And I think having all of this snow round here really does make it all blend in nicely together, and I'm really happy with it all so far. But today's not about hotels, it's about lava. And we need lava because we need power. And over in this area around here, we're going to have a nice hot springs and a big old lava farm that's pulling lava out of the nether. And I know what you're thinking. Why don't I just use this train to take lava from our lava farm over here that's got tons of lava in it already? And I could do that, and I am going to be using trains. Well, that all just seems a bit boring. Oh, hello, Chuck. He's watching the farm. Speaking of farm, we are now farming flax, as well as cabbages, tomatoes, and onions. And they're already starting to come through here in reasonable quantities. And the reason I want flax is to make doormats. Look at these incredible doormats. I love them. And the reason for the other ingredients are basically so we can get into the Farmer's Delight mod a little bit later on. Am I going blind? So this lava farm then, it's going to be in the form of a hot spring. So basically in this little nice flat area we've got here, which I'm going to have to seriously landscape, we're going to have some hot springs with a little cabin with a hole in it, and that's going to go down underground. And somewhere underground we're going to be having a portal that's going to be linking us into the nether with a little train running along it, fetching us lots of lava in order to generate lots of... Oh geez, it's going to be a big project, but I really need to get started with this terraforming, so I guess must be montage time. Wait. I've had an idea, peeps. I don't know if it's possible, but I've had an idea. Now, as you all know, the way I deforest areas is basically using the mechanical saw with a hand crank and then sit here and twiddle it until it all falls down. But I think I've got a better way. And for that, I'm going to need emeralds and a book. Hello, Mr. Vein Mining, sir. I would like to buy a book, thank you very much. And I'm really hoping that I can put this book on my axe, which I can. That's incredible, but having an axe that's got vein mining on can be a bit of a problem in certain situations, so I'm going to make another one with no anvil. Oh geez, my anvil. With mending, efficiency, and unbreaking. Nice. So back over here, I'm really hoping that this is going to enable me to just, yes, take down this structure very quickly. And chop down trees. Wow, even faster than normal, it's instant. And there we go. I think that's the fastest I've ever deforested an area. Amazing. Right, anyway, on with this time lapse. Oh, it's so nice and toasty in this hot springs. Somewhat inspired by the Blue Lagoon hot springs in Reykjavik, Iceland. The next port of call is to add some sort of cabin up here on this little platform, dig a big hole in the ground inside of it, and then develop some sort of lava system that uses the nether. So plenty of work to do still. Before we start building this new cabin though, there's something I need to correct myself on from the last video. I said that the bottom of this ski hotel was made out of tuff, but it's not, it's actually andesite. However, I have used the tuff blocks inside, which does contrast slightly against the andesite, but I do like the andesite because it's almost got that sort of cold, snowy feeling to it. But for this next one, we're going to be using tuff. Now, on this one, I want to leave myself a little bit of space down the back here because we're going to be having a little train, and whilst that train is mainly going to be living underground, going in and out of the nether, I thought it'd be cool to have it coming up and down here so that we can at least see it sometimes, which really doesn't give us all that much space, so I might have to dig out this hill a bit more. So this cabin's going to have a relatively basic shape. It's going to to be relatively square with this little porch bit, and then we're going to have a path that comes through these trees down here, around this corner here, and down towards our hotel at some point. And just like the one downstairs, it's going to have a bottom layer made of tough blocks, just like that. But before we start putting in the top floor, I actually want to put the roof in. And that's because I want to have this nice sort of gently sloped roof from the front to the back. And there we go, that's the basic roof shape in, nice and sloped. And that means under this little section here, we've got this nice little bit that's outside that's got a roof on it. And I'm sure that'll come in useful. And again, for the roof, we're going to go with this Versailles dark oak planks around the outside. Although that being said, this is a more industrial building. It should probably look more like roof felt. Now we've got these deep slate pillar blocks which we've used before, which kind of work quite nicely for roofs, although they do give a little bit overly contrasty slatted feeling, but I want to see how they look from the front. I think that looks about right actually for what we're going for, so yeah, we're just going to do these around the edge. It's so easy to get these underneath ones in. Thank goodness for this jetpack. And now it's time to use all of these frame blocks to cover this thing all in snow again. I guess it's time to smash it all to bits. And there we go, that is the roof done. All of the snow is in, starting thinner at the top and getting nice and thick towards the bottom, almost like it's hanging over the edge. And underneath looks a total mess, but we'll worry about that later. One thing I do need to worry about now though is light, otherwise we're going to get things in here that I don't want. And one there, that should help for now. Now I need to get rid of all this junk from the side, and I suppose get some walls in. Well, I've tried a whole bunch of different things. What I really wanted was some sort of oak slatted blocks, but I can't really get anything like that, so I'm left with these andesite bars and these dark oak stairs, and I think that looks pretty good, to be honest with you. It looks quite industrial. It doesn't look too out of place. I'm not sure about these little windows and this bit of grate in the middle here, because it kind of looks like a weird face, but apart from that, I quite like that. So I guess I just need to do the sides and this little porchway here. So in order to get this sort of half slab lip, what we need to do is put down half slabs. Not half slabs, just slabs. Yeah, half slabs. Put some of this stuff down onto that layer and then build it up the second layer with the frame blocks. Then put in your beam, but it all goes in the wrong way round. And then get your frame screwdriver and click it a couple of times until it goes the right way round. There we go. Lovely. I don't think we need that around the back because it's covered up by the frame blocks, so that's okay. I'm not sure whether to make this roof bit just tough blocks all the way up to the top. Possibly. Kind of makes more sense. And that all looks fine on the inside, apart from the snow and the frame blocks that haven't got any texture. And then we can just finish off these bits in here, and that looks absolutely fine from the outside there, although I am tempted to just bring this thing across the whole thing. I think that would look better. Yeah, I prefer that the whole way across, but I don't like that little beam there now. Oh, geez, and I still don't really... I hate this little face thing that's going on here. It's horrible. Do you know what? I think something like that's just good enough for this. Some fake pipes that don't do anything, some copycat panels, a little bit of this grill stuff, and some barrels kicking about, and that kind of works. Although I feel like this stone is way too smooth. There we go. It's a little bit more rough coming out of there now. It's starting to come together. Right, that's the inside tidied up and cleared up. We've got the roof all in, the beams are done, and the inside panels are done. We've got that big old water wheel at the front door, which gives us this nice sort of vent look on the outside, and all of the outside is pretty much tidied up as well. But it's not time for lava just yet. We've still got to put all of the things in here that we're going to need, and we're going to have to dig a massive hole from where it's going to get the lava from. Right, now it's time for some big old tanks that's going to contain all of this lava. Really, this should be over on this side, but everything else is on that side. Well, they don't need to be massive. They can be tall and skinny, and then we can fit plenty in. And now this room is really starting to come together. We've got this lovely little gantry over our hole that's in the floor. We've got these big old fluid tanks, 4 of them in total, and we've got all of these metal girders underneath holding it all up. Although I do kind of feel like we're going to need a safety rail around this thing, considering it's going to be full of lava. And I'm pretty sure these andesite bars can do that for us. There we go. Safe. Okay then, over the top of our hole, we're going to have this hose pulley, and it's attached to a pipe, which is attached to the wall, which goes into this first tank, and it's running along this girder here, so it looks like it's got support. Now all I'm going to do is wind that down right to the bottom of this hole, and that's as far down as it'll go for now. And this is where we need to play pretend, because this hose pulley's not going to be actually pulling any lava out of there at all. It's just going to be dangling into some fake lava. Well, it's going to be real lava, but there's only going to be one layer of it. The actual lava is going to be being pumped into these tanks from the back here from our train, which is going to be going underground and into the nether to actually fetch the lava. But before we build all that, let's just have some fun with this crazy portable drill. Not that you can see the fun I'm having because it's pitch black. Grab some pretty rough and dirty looking deep slate blocks and a little bit of this flint as well. And we can do a little bit of making gradients down here using all of these variations, kind of like that. So now when we put our lava in, although I'm going to need more than one bucket's worth, and we wind the hose down the rest of the way, it's going to look something a little bit like that. All burnt and charred, big pool of lava coming down from there. I like it. I need more lava. But there's no point in getting lava now because I'm pretty sure we'll find a ton of it in the nether. And speaking of nether, well, that's where we need to go next. And in order to get there, I'm going to be making a very cheeky little hole. I don't think we need to go down too far because don't forget our little train needs to be able to go off somewhere, get down there and come back again. It's probably going to go down here. Maybe we could just put a tunnel in here. Or maybe we could just put the nether portal in a cave. Oh, there's an idea. They kind of wanted it going underground. Well, in order to get all this sorted out, it must be time for a montage. One of them ones where I talk my way through it, probably. So I started by digging a hole in the hill behind the cabin using the power drill. I removed the floor and walls to make it extra wide so I could add decoration, and then added another portal at the back. I then decorated with frame blocks using variations of stone on the ceiling and walls and blending that into variations of diorite and snow nearer the entrance. I then shaped the front of the hole to make a snowy cave type entrance with more frame blocks, snow and snow layers. The next job was to widen the path next to the building, and I added a tough wall along the side to separate it, and then went back to Hill Valley to make some narrow gauge track, which I did using andesite slabs and iron nuggets. Back at the hot springs, I laid the track from the portal, but it needed a turning area, so I dug into the side of the hill and made a large room with space for the rail to turn around. I replaced the walls and ceiling with more variations of tough blocks, and then added a pillar in the middle, throwing some stone variations in the floor to make it look a little less clean. And I finished that area off by adding some snow that was coming in from the entrance, and then adding some snow along the wall, building up over the entrance. Then I watched the Vindicator freeze in the powdered snow. Once that was done, I went back into the cabin to add some smokestacks and campfires at the bottom of the lava hole to create steam. That just makes the whole thing look a little bit more interesting. Then back outside, I decided to work on the path, starting by adding some stairs leading up to the cabin with a few frame trapdoors and some dark oak around the edges, and then I laid the path down the hill with variations of diorite, using even more frame blocks for stairs and slabs, and then filling in with snow and snow layers to blend the whole thing in. I then went round adding dark oak fencing along each side with occasional lanterns to light the path. Back outside the cabin, I added in a train station and a small gantry with some pipes for removing lava from the train when it comes out of the nether. And then on the inside of the cabin, just underground, I built a small working area to link all of the lava tanks with more pumps, and then added some water wheels for power. And that brings us to now. Stop it! Well, that's the overworld side of things completely done, with a couple of exceptions. We need to make this fan spin, because at the moment it's very stationary. We obviously need a train to actually be going in. Oh, geez, my frame blocks are not loaded in again. That's better. As I was saying, we need a train to actually go into the nether to get our lava for us, and judging by the crazy amount of steam that's accumulating in the ceiling, we could probably do with a chimney, or at least a vent or something, but we'll worry about that later. Right now, I want to go to bed. Actually, before I want to go to bed, I want to see what this place looks like. Wow, look at that!
Hey, now don't start that again!
Sorry. Right, anyway, we need to go into the nether and make sure everything's actually going to connect, because I haven't actually been through this portal yet, and I've no idea what we're going to find on the other side. But we need a massive lava lake. Oh, jeez. Well, that was weird. Oh, well, there's plenty of lava around. It's going to hop back out again. You see, we're going to be pulling out the lava with this hose pulley. And a hose pulley considers any area that's over 10,000 blocks worth of fluid, i.e. lava, infinite, which means it'll never run out. Okay, first things first, we actually need to make this portal line up, well, in the correct position, which is not actually very far off, although it's not in an ideal position for a little train to be coming out. So let's get rid of this. Oh, geez, of course it's a basalt delta, but this is plenty of lava, I think. So let's get a few blocks in before we burn to death and get killed by everything. Try not to get attacked by those things. What are they firing at me? Stop it. Oh, there's another one. Jeez, they're everywhere. Stop it. Oh, I'm in the lava. This is not ideal. And I'm using cobblestone only because it's blast resistant and things in the nether like blasting you. Shoo, clear off. Oh, one magma cubes. No, go away. No. There's no room at the inn. Oh, ow. Stop it. Leave me alone. Oh, hello. Shoo. And there we go. We got a nether portal big enough for a train, although they don't actually need to be as big as the train coming through. Trains can actually come through a very small nether portal, but I wanted one big enough anyway. I didn't bring any track with me. That's good. Let's make sure it links up. It does. Excellent. Right, let's get some track. And we're actually using narrow gauge rail here because, well, it's a bit smaller and it just means that the train can turn a bit sharper, and I just thought it was more suitable for this build. Here we go. It's already got the track coming out of here, and that can just go all over the place. No, just into that wall there for now. We need to make some sort of pumping system somewhere. This is going to be interesting. Come on. What are you? Stop it. Stop it. Another one. Go away. Leave me alone. Stop it. Maybe I should go make a bow. String, sticks, bow. Lovely. You guys don't stand a chance now. Or maybe you do. Ah. Oh, dear. Ah. Stop it. Where do you keep coming from? Oh, my goodness. What is that? I don't like whatever it is. Whoa. Wow, you can jump a long way. Ah, stop it. Oh, I got him. Ah, there's another one. Stop it. Ow, another one? Where did he keep coming? Stop it. I'm trying to build here. This is very irritating. Clear off. There's another one of these now. Oh, this is a nightmare. Go away. Leave me alone. Shoo, 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 shoo. Shoo, 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 shoo. Get off me platform. Clear off. You're relentless. Why are there so many of you? Whoa. Stop it. Oh, yes. Go to the nether and put the detail in and make everything look nice. Why couldn't I just leave it being horrible and rubbish? Stop it. We need a way of spawn-proofing this area. Go away. It's not big enough. The room's not big enough. No, go away. Please tell me this is big enough now for a corner or just about. Ah, stop it. Leave me alone. Go away. Stop jumping over my arrows. I really enjoy building in the nether, guys. Favorite place to build. Every time I come in here, this entire place is filled with magma cubes, which means... Bear with me one moment, please. Your call is important to us. It means that I've totally wasted my time putting all of this basalting on the floor because I might as well have used cobblestone, because I'm now going to have to put these floorboards over the whole floor to stop anything spawning in here, and then go around and retexture those, which is going to cost me twice as much basalt. Oh, now a ghast? Really? I can't have just a minute's peace. Here we go. That's the entire floor covered in floorboards. Nothing. Nothing spawning here, I was going to say. Well, stop it. I'm trying to talk. There we go. We've now got a full floor's worth of floorboards all the way in here and all the way down there, which means we need walls and a ceiling. And as you can see, now that things have calmed down a little bit, although they're not completely calm, I have put in a roof shape. For the outside of the roof, I'm finally using a bunch of this flint that we've been gathering forever in order to texture these frame blocks, and I have put a few windows in. The thing is, I wasn't actually planning on building anything in the nether. I was planning on the track just coming down to a tiny little platform with a pump on it that was going to pump lava. But then I just decided while I was doing this video that I was going to build a big old building in here to prevent, well, you know, mob problems and things like that. And I didn't really have any plan for how it was going to go. And I think that kind of shows in the decoration, really. But there we go. Anyway, I think it's time to put all of this junk away and start figuring out how we're going to get lava from that lava lake out there next to that Leviathan into these tanks here and then into a train. So I guess the first thing we need to do is create our little filling station, which is basically just girders with a fluid tank on it like we've got in the overworld. Then I think in the middle here, we should have a big old lava tank. Then we need a pump coming out of that and then connect that to that pipe, and then we'll be able to suck the lava out of that tank into this fluid thing and the train will be able to pick it up. But this pump's going to need power. And we can't use steam and we can't use water wheels because we're in the nether. Although, just as a little experiment, I wonder if water wheels do. They do. Here we go. That kind of works. And if we put the pump there instead, then all we've got to do is bring that down there and stick a cog on it. There we go. I've changed my mind. We're actually going to have the lava on this water wheel here next to our nice friendly Leviathan, and it's going to come all the way up from up here. Oh, I can't reach. Pop our lava on. Oh, hello. Good morning. No, it's on my roof. Get rid of that block there, and there we go. Our lava wheel is turning lovely. All I've got to do is attach this end here. It's on full speed at the moment. I don't think that's going to last, so let's put that up to there. Wow, it's going at full speed. So we're pumping lava out, but we're not yet pumping lava in, and that should be pretty simple. We are going to need another pump, which is also going to need to be powered, which we can do by stealing a bit of power from there and then overstressing the system. I thought so. Let's just take it down a little bit. There we go. And that pump is just going to be attached to this hose pulley over a hole in the floor, and hopefully that's going to consider the lava below as infinite. There we go. FoxyNoTail has reached the goal, tapping the mantle, and there we go. We're filling up with lava. Amazing. All we're going to need now in here is another station, and I guess we should call this lava land. Names in the comments, please. And now all we need is a train. What is it? What? Ow. Mosquitoes? Jeez, just trying to build a train, guys. Guys, I've messed up. I've built a train. And you might be thinking, well, this is a weird looking train, FoxyNoTail. That looks nothing like a train. Doesn't look anything like a train at all. In fact, it just looks like some weird thing. And it does. This is my nether bullet. The idea here, it's a bulletproof, bomb-proof, blast-proof, gas-proof nether train that's lava-proof. On the underside of it's all charred from being in the lava. The top of it's all hardened and protective. And it's got room to store quite a decent amount of lava in there. But that's not where I've messed up. It actually works very well. It's a lot bigger than I wanted to be, but it turns out it's actually quite difficult making small little trains. But you can drive it, and it picks up the lava, and I can take it in and out of the nether as I need to. It actually works very well. It goes through the nether portal perfectly, and it pops out the other side. And if you actually park it at the station properly, it does actually empty all of the lava out quite quickly into our amazing lava tanks in here. So what's the problem? Well, the problem is it was never supposed to exist in the overworld. It was never supposed to be seen in the overworld, which is why I was able to make it look like something that was only ever supposed to be in the nether. Because don't forget, earlier in the video, I said that this train was going to be coming in underground and filling the lava into here from below the surface. That was always my plan. But somewhere along the lines of making this video, I totally forgot what this train track was actually supposed to be for and made it part of the nether system. This pump here was never supposed to take the lava out of the train and put it into there. It was supposed to take the lava out of there and put it into the train. A different train. A train that would go off somewhere else into a power station, which would use all of that lava to create power. But I've gone and messed it all up, made a big old boo-boo, and now we've got this train, and this pigment apparently, where I don't want it, which means I need to undo this nether portal, dig a big hole underneath the hot springs, relink the nether portal, and have the train going on a completely different track. And there we go. We have now got a portal in underground, just a few blocks below where the other one was. The train station set up, a lava removal system, which also pumps that lava up into our lava tanks. It's all good. Now we just need to see if it all works, and for that, we're going to need a driver. There we go, we've got a conductor. And with this lead, I should be able to put you on that seat just like that. Give him a schedule that takes him to the hot springs underground, which is here to empty out all of the lava, then go to lava land and fill up all of the lava. Off you go, bud. It's working. He's going and he's fast. Geez, straight into the nether. Now, I don't have a chunk loader in here, which means this isn't going to run very often unless I've got someone loading the nether, and I just happen to have Chuck over here, which is very convenient. What's not overly convenient is how slow this thing actually fills with lava. But we're on max speed, unless I add more lava wheels, and I don't fancy doing that right now. The last lava is going in, and it should set off. There we go, straight away, and straight down this tunnel, back through the nether portal, and into here to unload. And look how fast it unloads. It's a lot faster than how fast it loads. And that's filling up this tank here, which hopefully is then sending this lava through these pipes into that tank, but the pipe's slightly too long. Oh, geez, I need to move the pump. No problem. We shall just put the pump in there instead and just add a cog in there. There we go. That should be pumping the lava now all the way through there, all the way up to there. Just hop up my little ladder. And here it is, coming into the lava tanks nice and quickly. Oh, this is brilliant. Apart from all of that steam gathering up there, that's not brilliant. Oh, and he's back already. Jeez, he doesn't mess about, does he? Then he's going again already. Jeez, this is the speediest lava delivery system I've ever seen. The next job is to add the world's smallest windmill on the back of that fan so that it looks nice and spinny from the outside, which I think works well. How much can I disguise it? Oh, I can put blocks inside of the windmill. That's very useful. There we go. That's nicely hidden now. And the last job is just to add a chimney in here. How hard could it be? And the answer is quite difficult because this steam comes up at all sorts of funny angles, but most of it is now going out of that chimney. And it's an absolutely ginormous chimney, which doesn't really fit the build all that well, but it's doing its job. And we got a full tank of lava there, and we've got a full tank of lava there, but these ones don't have any in. For some reason, we're not getting pumped into these ones, and I'm not 100% sure why. Perhaps once this is full as well, those will start filling up. And now the train has been stopped a little while, which means this must be full, which means means it can't fully empty, which means it can't go anywhere. So hopefully that means that these tanks in here are all full. Oh, the middle ones have still got nothing in. I have 1 hour to get this video rendered, uploaded, and ready for you guys. I wasn't supposed to build anything in the nether. I wasn't supposed to make a fancy train. I wasn't supposed to do any of this. It just took so long. Smash holes in it all as usual. We'll just pump directly from that one into that one, and then directly from that one into that one, and then directly from that one into that one. And there we go. All connected. Now the train is gone, which means it is using this lava now. Good. And yes, in here, these tanks are filling up. I just need to fix the floor. Done. As usual, I started by doing a little bit of work off camera. My main goal was to get our train track from the bridge over the ravine all the way up around the side of the mountain and then out to roughly where I want to have a station. I started by landscaping the area where the track was at the top of the ravine, flattening down the grass and replacing the granite. But the further I got up the hill, the harder it became and the more time it was taking me to clear out the dirt, replace the granite and so on and so forth. So in the end, I ended up just making a very smooth incline using dirt blocks, laying track over the top of it in order to create the shape, and then laying that track through the mountain and out to where we're going to be having our station. I then decided to do a little bit of landscaping around the hotel area, again flattening out the grass, replacing a bunch of granite and stone, and this was taking forever as well. Eventually though, I managed to blend it in to be a nice little flat area ready for building on, and then I went back to the track, building a contraption that would fill in the dirt underneath the train track that I'd placed, add a layer of gravel at the top, and then dig through the mountain all the way through to where the train comes out. And then I went all the way back to Hill Valley to grab the Flying Fox and drove it all the way up to our new area. And that brings us to now. So today's video is all about generating power. Now that we've got our hot springs, which is bringing in plenty of lava, and I mean plenty, we've got tanks and tanks full up here, and if we go down underneath, we've got a big old tank full here, and if we go into the nether, we got a big old tank full in here. We got so much lava. So the plan is to build a big old power station, and I'm going to be building that down here. And this power station is going to be getting lava from there via a little train that's going to run around the mountain, and it's also going to be getting water from this lake, which to be honest is a little bit more of a pond because it's not very big, and it also doesn't have very much water in it just yet. And that leads me to a problem. I've got a ridiculous amount of terraforming to do. Now that we've got our train up here, I've been basically thinking about how it's all going to link together, and there's a couple of things I'm not happy with. The first thing is this horrible slope of the train track coming up here. Even though we've rolled it all so it sort of mounds up a little bit, and obviously we need to fill in some of these gaps, the track just doesn't look very good when it's going up at an angle. So what I'd really like to do is, instead of having it coming up on this slope here, is to demolish a big flat area around the side of this hill, have the train coming all the way down on a nice flat bit with a big sort of steep cliff on this side, go into the mountain there, climb up inside the mountain where you can't see it, and then pop out of the top up here. But then this point here where the train is not actually where I want the station. I want the station to run along the side of this little lake, and then I want the train to be able to go off to that village and have a little station there, and then I want it to go through this mountain to another area on the other side. But again, it's all sort of lumpy and disorganized, and I've done my best to sort of smooth out and level out this area here, but realistically I need this level that the train's on at the moment to wrap around this lake and then sort of continue in that direction. So I've got a whole bunch of dirt placing to do, but thankfully, due to the crazy amount of terraforming I did before this video, I got a whole bunch of dirt now. So let's get placing. And I think filling in that sort of shape around this little lake is probably going to be all that we need for now. So I guess I better fill it in. I'm all out of dirt. Oh, geez, I used over 3,000 blocks. But I'm nearly finished, and I think this terrain's coming together quite nicely. We've got a big old flat area. We've got room for the train and a station to come through. We've got room for a power station, and then we've got room for a train track to come along here and then potentially have a station at this village here. And I've done my best to blend it in with the terrain there. I think I've done an okay job. We'll be able to tell more once the grass is all filled in. So really, I only needed a few more blocks, which I can get from inside, I guess. Oh, gee. Oh, no. Oh, geez. Oh, my goodness, that's a lot of creepers. You broke me hole. Oh, anyway, gathering dirt. Not again. No. Oh, goodness sake. But I lit everything up. Stupid creepers. There you go. That's the holes fixed. All right, now just to finish off this little bit down here. And there we go. That's all blended in properly now. The only bits I haven't done are this bit because I kind of want a little cliff face along here, which is going to mean stone and roughing it up and that sort of thing. And I don't really know where the station's going to go yet. But I do know where the station for here is going to be going. And speaking of here, I don't know where here is. We haven't got a name for this area yet. So if anyone's got any good ideas for names, then let me know. And also, if you haven't subscribed already, then why don't you consider subscribing? Because, well, still around about 70% of you aren't even subscribed. Right then, it's time to sort this station out and sort these tracks out, and that means I need to move these trains because they're a bit in the way. There we go. Trains are out of the way, which means we can get rid of all of this track, destroy all of this gravel, destroy this bit of track, and fill it back in with dirt. And there we go. That's all filled in. Okay, so track then. We actually want to be lined up with the side of this pond lake thing around about here. So we've got to get the track over to this point somehow. So I guess we need to sort of bring it round to follow this cliff round to there. And keep coming this way. A little bit more just to there. Lovely. Keep coming. Now we need to get it over onto this bit over here. Lovely. So we've got a track going all the way down there now. And we're also going to have a secondary piece of track running alongside this one. And there we go. Lovely. And that means I can now extend this lake out substantially in this direction. Great. More landscaping. I think that sort of shape should work, hopefully. It's portable drill time. And more digging time. And portable drill time again. And digging time again. And now we've got a relatively decent shape to this lake going on, except for this very sharp back end, but this bit's for good reason. It's time to start filling it in, and I don't want to just fill it in with water with all this granite and stone and all that sort of stuff going on. We need to make it look semi-decent. So I'm going to need a whole bunch of mud and a whole bunch of moss. That means we're going to need a whole bunch of space to carry it all, and I just happen to have this big old backpack. Right, now I need to head back to Hill Valley so I can grab the nature's compass, and we need a mangrove swamp. Oh my goodness. 4,200 blocks away and putting it on the map. That's all the way over here. Right, okay, before we go there, there's one more thing I need, and that is to spend a couple more emeralds, buying a couple more books, and then put these all onto this shovel here. Have I ended up with stasis? It's not what I wanted. I wanted unbreaking. I bought the wrong book. Can I disenchant this book on there? I can. Oh, amazing. Well, that's handy. I would like Unbreaking 3 this time, not stasis. Thank you. And there we go. A lovely vein mining shovel. And I'd love to... Oh, you can put Silk Touch on it with vein mining. What? Yes, please. That means I can get grass and not just dirt. Before we go, I should probably fill up my lava tank and then just see what moss we've got available. Not actually that much. Oh, geez. I thought I had more than that. So we're going to need to go grab moss as well. Now, we know from recent expeditions that there's a big old pile of moss just behind Hill Valley, but I don't really want to steal that moss because it'll make a big old mess of the area. So now I need to try and find where there was moss that I got last time, which I can't really remember where that was. And because when I put this thing on a server, I lost everything from my mini-map, I've got absolutely no idea. You're not doing that another journey for moss thing again, are you? I really hope not. I don't want to spend all day looking for moss again. I found it! Vein mining hoe. Here, Crow, do you want some seeds? And there we go. That's a good amount of moss to be getting on with. Now we just need to go 4,000 blocks over to the mangrove swamp. But what adventures will we find on the way? Nothing. Worst adventure ever. I'm kidding, that was probably the best adventure I've ever had. Check this out. I spy a shipwreck. Oh, ow, ow, stop it, stop it, stop it. Oh, jeez. Oh, there's so many of them. Why are treasure ships so difficult to get to now? Oh, look, mossy cobblestone. It's like foreshadowing. Right then, horrible skeleton fish. Eat bow. Just die. There's your treasure map, and now I'm going in the opposite direction from where I need to go. Morning whale. Ooh. Right, excursions aside, we need to get to that mangrove swamp. It appears I'm running out of world. What is this? Is this the end portal? Oh, and it's got zombie guards. Wow, it's full of endermites. And it's tempting me to go lower. It's got bedrooms. Ooh, a lot of dead ends. More dead ends. More doors. More bedrooms. Wow, look at this place. This is incredible. Oh, and there's the end portal. Now, apart from the fact that this place is completely waterlogged, if we look on the map, look at this structure and look at the rooms that there are. This is incredible. Just the fact that there's rooms and things everywhere. And, excuse me. Are you doing a piece to camera right now? No? Well, don't interrupt. Oh, we've got an enchanted golden apple. And look, it's right next to a guardian farm. It's more distractions. We've found another little one of these water villages. If we've got anything, have you got nothing, little villager? What do you got, Harris? Nothing. The last one of these I went to, it had diamonds in it, so hopefully it will again. Oh, it does. You got anything worth having? Nothing. Nothing. Why do you even exist? Rubbish, stupid water villagers. There's another armada. Golden apple, smithing templates, emeralds. Ooh, a globe. More sponges, more diamonds, more emeralds. Thank you, rich villagers. Goodbye. Well, we're not far away now. Look at this. This looks proper swampy. What are these? Willow? I've never seen a willow tree. I need it. Some mangrove logs, some acacia logs. Get us on. Ah, there's a snake. It's on me. Hey, get off. What are you doing to me? Hey, get off. These places are dangerous. Flowers of the savannah. Acacia blossoms. What's this two-tall flower? A button bush? I need it. I don't even know what it is. Yep, but that doesn't stop me from needing it. Right. Oh, what are these? Marigolds. An ant. A leaf cutter ant. What are you doing, buddy? Oh, there's an ant hill. What was that? What is that? What is this? A light? Oh, it's a firefly. Apparently. Ah, mud. That's what we came here for. Thank you. I'll probably do with some of these mangrove roots as well. Oh, ah, what is this? A big one? Why is it attacking me? I didn't mean to break down your home, sir. I'm sorry. Oh, my goodness. They're quite strong as well, but it's also dead. It's a good job we brought this spare backpack. The only downside is it's got no upgrade slot, so I can't fit that much in it. So is there any way I can make these stack upgrades while I'm out here in the middle of nowhere? I need iron and leather and string, reeds and cattails, lily pads, water lilies, tiny lily pads, and an alligator. Oh, it's a crocodile. Ow. Oh, he's doing a barrel roll with me. Stop it. You're actually... Whoa. Ah. Wow. Okay. Jump in his mouth. Stop it. Let me go. Here we go, he's dead. Crocodile scoot, a crocodile egg, a dragonfly. No way. Right, anyway, we need to escape from this place for a little bit in order to get ourselves or find ourselves some leather. Oh, there's another one of those baobab trees over there. Where there's baobab trees, there's leather. Everyone knows that old legend. Baobab trees showed me the mystery of your leather interior. You're not made of leather. You suck. Oh, kangaroos. Do you drop leather? Kangaroo hide. And I bet elephants drop leather. I beg your pardon. No, I'm not killing an elephant. I'm not doing it. Elephants are beautiful creatures. So kangaroos. Yeah, but elephants nicer. Right? What's this? The villager statue. What have I encountered? It's like, oh wow, like a little like Incan or Mayan villagey thing. This is amazing. I'm expecting a big old dungeon underground. Is that suspicious gravel? I think I just broke tons of it. Oops. String. I need string. I want a gold block. Right, all I need now is some leather and a feather. Hello, raccoon. I should probably go to... Ah! Whoa! Sleep. Give me a leather. Oh, I wonder if I can get feathers from crows. Seemingly not. Maybe I have to kill more than one. Nope. I wonder if blue jays drop feathers. Oh, you did. What you got? Flint. An empty water bottle. Wonderful. A gold ingot. A bone. Book. Another book. Another iron ingot. Some blue dye. Another gold ingot. Some more cocoa beans. Oh, a name tag. That's useful. Another name tag. Oops. A brick. A bone. Bit of gold. More cocoa beans. And more iron. Another gold ingot. Another gold ingot. A stick. An iron nugget. An empty bottle. A saddle. And that means there's just one chest left to get, and that's... Well, it has got diamonds in it, so that's good. And a music disc. That means the loot backpack that I brought with me is getting kind of full. We've found all sorts of crazy things on here. My gathering backpack is absolutely rammed to the hilt with things, and so is most of my inventory. But at least now I've got enough string and leather to make a couple of these upgrade bases. Oh, that's nearly all my diamonds gone. That's made a big difference. I've actually got space. And that means I can go back to the mangrove swamp and grab even more stuff. Swamp cypress logs? Yes, please. Monkeys or gorillas or so. I think they're gorillas. The big question is, can I pick them up? I can. And can I stack them? Will you go on top of this one? No? Okay. Well, moving on. Giant leaf cutter ant. Would you like to ride on a gorilla? You would. Fantastic. Little tiny monkeys. Oh, you're just copying Mr. Beard's. I'm not. I just look. They're in my world. Hello. Oh, we could make a little tiny monkey stack. Take one home. No, I'm not doing it. We'll just have a big old stack of little monkeys. That's the best little stack of monkeys I think I've made all day. Well, I think I've had just about enough adventure for one day. It has been an absolutely amazing journey. Again, we've found loads of stuff I didn't expect to find, but I can't spend all day adventuring. Hummingbird Hotel, 5,171. We'll be there in no time. And here we are. It didn't take too long, just all of my life. And I think this globe will go nicely just there by our little fireplace. Oh, lovely. Right, now I just need a whole bunch of cobble to mix in with this big old bunch of moss to make a whole bunch of mossy cobble. And then we can make a whole bunch of mossy cobble variants. Cobbled mossy cobblestone. I like it. And we can get variations of mud as well on this botanist workbench, but they all look a little bit not very natural, so we won't bother with that. Okay, let's make this lake look like a lake. The first thing I need to do is dam off this water. Shape the rest of this that I was holding in. Then I'm going to fill the deepest parts with mud, just like that. How did you die, Rabbit? What? Then I'm going to throw in a few of these muddy mangrove roots round the edges. A little bit like that. Dig away a few of these bits around the outside. And throw a little bit more mud into those holes I've just made. And then throw in some mangrove roots into those holes that's got the mud in. And perhaps a couple here and there actually on the mud, just to sort of bring all of that together. Now we're going to get into the mossy cobblestone, and I'm just going to splat this around a little bit like that. Now I did get a comment saying there was a trowel in this mod pack enabling you to place variations of random blocks. I looked into it and it's a separate mod from the Feed the Beast mod pack, sadly, but that would have been really useful. There we go, but a bunch of the different variations in here, and you might notice that over that end I've got more lighter ones, and that's because I'm going to gradually build that end towards the snow. I don't think that looks too awful, but now I've got a little bit more blending to do, and that's going to be using just normal moss blocks. And now that I've got a bunch of lumpy, weird stuff going on, and bear in mind this looks very strange because it's not underwater yet, we're going to throw in some azalea leaves. Just get this underwater area looking all sort of lifelike and interesting. There we go, that's a whole bunch of leaves placed in there as well. I think this is time to start filling up with water. I'm going to start by waterlogging the hotel by mistake and ruining all of my area underneath it. Brilliant. Perfect. Thank you. Good job. All right, let's get waterlogging. You know what? I'm going about this all wrong. I've got an absolutely ginormous area to fill in here, and I've got a couple of buckets, and it's taking forever. But there's an easier way. All I need to do is add an infinite water source here, throw down a quick windmill, get some power, make a pump, throw in a hose pulley, have a sleep before more creepers come and blow up all of my hard work, wind this down a smidge, connect that to that, and hopefully, when I power that, that's going to start pouring water into there it is. Right, how fast can I get it? 256, we can go full speed. And there we go, look, it's filling in the water sources. Incredible. Well, that's disappointing. It seems to have just stopped at this point here, and I'm not exactly sure why. Got an idea. That was my idea. I just move the hose pulley into the middle of the lake a little bit, and wind it down a couple of blocks, then hopefully it'll manage to fill the rest in. I hope. No, it doesn't seem to be getting past this point here for some reason. Oh. It's filled up in here. Why is it filled up in here? Why has it done that? Oh, there's a hole. Oh, jeez. Look, there's a hole here. I can't believe that. I bet that was an Enderman. Hey, Enderman. I need to fix Enderman griefing. Oh, jeez. I guess I can put it all back together again now. Is it going to continue now? Or is there another hole somewhere? Doesn't appear to be doing anything. Jeez. Well, there's only one thing for it, and that's to fill the entire thing in underneath here, I think, and just plug up any holes that it thinks it's got. And with these last few bits of water here, that's that whole lot under there filled in. And how's our lake doing? Is it actually progressing at all? It doesn't appear to still. What's the problem now? I don't know why it's not filling in anymore. Only one thing for it, and that's to build the entire thing on the other side. There we go. We'll start filling in from this end instead. And while that's filling in, I might as well get on with decorating the rest of the area around it. Oh, jeez. Go away. Leave me alone. Shoo, shoo. Well, the water's all filled in now, so I can smash all of this to bits. And I've tidied up this little area here, adding in a few leaves, added in a bit more snow, putting some more mossy cobble underneath the water, and I think that all looks great. Round the edges of the pond, I've put a little bit of coarse dirt and some more of these mangrove roots, but now I need to do in the water. And for this, we're going to be using a large variety of lily pads, some of these cattails, reeds, big drip leaves, small drip leaves, seagrass, and some leaves. And hopefully we can get this thing looking quite nice. And there we go. go. I think that looks like a pretty fabulous lake to me. I really like it. I love all of this detail that you can get. These cattails and the reeds, the floaty bits of azalea leaves with loads of lily pads, the different variations of lily pads, the seagrass, the big drip leaves down at the bottom here. We got all the small drip leaves. So much foliage, so much greenery, just bringing the whole thing together.
Stop it. Get some help.
So it all looks great, except for that horrible flat bit at the back. Why haven't I done anything with that? Well, that's because this is going to be part of our power station. That's the basic structure in place. There's not really too much to it. We've got a few roofs, we've got this entranceway here, we've got this flat area outside where our train's going to be coming in. It's going to be depositing the items through here. Up here, upstairs, we're going to be having a control room, and they've got windows so they can see what's going on over the lake, and they can see what's going on with the train turning up as well. In this area here, which is very similar to our lava farm area, we're going to be having our boilers, and they're going to be pumping water from the lake underground. Got a couple of little doorways, one there facing in that direction, and one here facing in this direction to the steps, which then lead you to certain doom. And also they don't have any stairs on yet. So we're probably going to need to do something with this track and these stairs, and what I was thinking, although I don't think it'll work with this double track, is actually to extend this over a little bit and have the trains go through the building. Well, that seems like a lot of work right now, and this episode's already taken a very long time. What I've now got to do is link up our narrow gauge train track through this mountain to come out somewhere down here, come along to this station, park up, deliver the lava, and then go back off again and back up to there. Right, so starting from this level here, we obviously want the train to come from this direction and then go into the hill at some point so then it can travel upwards. And we could have it literally curve down and come in from this point here. That might work, although it's not going to give us a great deal of room to play with at this station, but I guess it doesn't need to be all that long. I think I'm just going to flatten this bit out here, try not to destroy my shovel in the process, and if I just dig through here, we should, hopefully, there we go, be perfectly in line with that one. Amazing. And there we go, let's link it up, we're so close, and there we go. It's all linked up. I don't like that. Nope. Try again. Great if I could get it to link all the way up to here, but I think this is too far away. Yeah, it is. Oh, that sucks. And there we go. We are all linked up. We have a track going all the way down to that little station and all the way up here. You have to excuse the fact that the floor's going through the blocks a bit. We'll fix that in a minute. Okay, right, let's build a train. But before I do that, I actually need one to actually build a tunnel for us. And I've already got this one, which already does exactly what I need to do. But unfortunately, it's on the wrong size track and it's way too big. We don't need anything this big. So let's just get this over here to this little station, disassemble it, and then smash it to bits. I only need a few bits. Put in some controls, stick on a seat, put some contraption controls on. Let's grab a bunch of diorite, set all of these to replace with diorite, stick on a barrel, fill it full of that diorite, and then make sure neither of those are active so it doesn't destroy our station, and that should be it. This should be all we need to dig a hole through the tunnel and then replace the floor in there and get all that track nice and smooth. Now all I've got to do is sit on the seat, drive it up to this wall, turn on the drills and that one as well, and off we go into this mountain. We've nearly made it to where the nether portal was, and there we go. We now have a lovely little tunnel. It does need some work at the front here. That's absolutely fine. We can do that later on. But first of all, I want to make this train look like a real train. I have made a train. Now, it's a little bit bigger than what I wanted, but tiny trains are very difficult to make on Create, even with narrow gauge rail, and that's because the bogies are so big. But I think I've done a decent job, despite the fact that the snow shovel on this is bigger than my house. So it's got a lantern at the front and a nice little funnel, and it's got controls that go both ways. So the driver of this will be able to drive it back up the hill once he's finished unloading here, and the unloading's going to be really interesting. We've got 3 lava tanks on each of these carriages, and they connect to these portable fluid interfaces here, and it works. If we hop in here and then hit the controls to go that way, you can drive it all the way up the hill backwards. But we've got a little bit of a problem when we get to this station up here, because even though we can park at it quite nicely, as you can see, our train stays in the tunnel and the fluid system doesn't link up with either one of these carriages. So it was time to get busy. I started by widening the station area at the hot springs, removing the wall and extending the track instead of turning it into the hill. I then added 2 new filling stations with girders and portable fluid interfaces, which I connected with copper pipes and pumps into the tanks behind the wall inside the hot springs. I connected power using cogwheels and shafts under the floor, and then gave the conductor of our lava train a schedule to fill up 64 buckets worth of lava at the hot springs and then deposit it all at the power station. Then he got right to work while I rebuilt the wall at the side of the station and added a bit of snow for decoration. And I continued that decoration down at the power stations, adding a floor into the control room upstairs, some interior walls made of limestone, a couple of basic dark oak external doors, and some fancy sliding doors on the inside. I also threw up a few lanterns around the outside of the building and some bridge supports to act as tables on the inside. But it wasn't time for decorating, it was time for power. So I planned out where our boilers would be, threw some pumps onto the back of them and linked them with copper pipe into the basement and out into the lake where they could collect water. But I was all out of copper sheet, so back at Hill Valley I pressed a few stacks of copper, iron and gold ingots before heading into the blaze farm to grab a whole bunch of blaze burners. Slightly singed, I headed back to the power station, added in the blaze burners and started working on the lava filling system using mechanical arms and spouts and connecting them with pipes running along girders with brackets for support. Now it was time to connect the lava coming in from the train to the spouts, which meant I needed a buffer lava tank at the station area. With another pump in place and the copper pipes connected via the rooms between, I added some stairs and a banister to the control room and prepped for power. My plan was to add 2 steam engines to each boiler with shafts connected them, but my spout system was in the way, so I moved it around a little, adding in a bunch more girders for decoration, instructed the mechanical arms where to deposit and collect, and then connected them both up with cogwheels and gearboxes for power. Behind the boilers, I added in more cogwheels to power the water pumps, connecting them all to our main power line at the front of the boiler room. Then I added in a manual hand crank to prime the boilers, trickling in a little bit of water, allowing the system to get started, and once it was running slowly, I connected the power line of shafts all the way through to the buffer lava tank to power the inlet pump, finally drawing in the hot springs lava into our system. With the mechanical arms now grabbing buckets of filled lava and activating the blaze burners, the system kicked up a gear, but needed more water, and rather than opting for more pumps, I opted for speed, adding in a speed controller to increase the speed of the water pumps, drawing in more water and bringing each boiler up to level 4, which means I could add twice as many steam engines, doubling up our power. So I threw in another 2 steam engines on top of each boiler, connected them all with another shaft, and then connected that shaft to the existing power shaft, giving us 250,000 units of available stress. And that brings us to now. Well, this has all just got a little bit ridiculous. We're creating 243,712 stress units worth of power, which is amazing. Our train has a driver. He's been coming backwards and forwards, depositing his lava from the hot springs up there into here, into this tank here. And as you can see, we're collecting a whole bunch of it. And that lava is getting fed through along these pipes here, through this little room here where there's a pump, and into our ridiculous boiler room. This has 4 level 4 boilers. Now, I could have made a couple of higher level ones, but I kind of like these. We've got 2 mechanical arms doing pretty much what they did in the previous places, taking a lava bucket, giving it to the blaze burners, and then giving the empty bucket back. We've got 2 spouts up here doing that, and each one of these boilers, because it's a level 4, can have 4 steam engines. So we've got 2 steam engines along the front of each boiler running down this shaft here. There's another 2 engines on the top of each one of these boilers running along this shaft, and that shaft joins together with the other one just down here, so that gives us all of the power that these boilers can produce, and they are producing very, very nicely, and we're getting lots and lots of power, and we're not using any of it, which is fantastic. There's still a whole bunch of decorating to do in here, and there's still a whole bunch of work to do up in this control room, because currently there's nothing. I want a big old display board up here with all of the how much power we're using, how much power we've got, how much lava's in this system, how much lava's at the hot springs, you name it. I want all of that information up there. And the last thing to show from this build at the moment, because it's not 100% finished in terms of decoration, is just these pipes where we're getting our water from down here, and I tried to make them different levels to make it look slightly more interesting, but I'm not 100% sure that I achieved that. But it's all working perfectly, and with a little bit of luck, our little train driver is going to disappear in a minute, and we can watch him go and get the lava and then come back down again. There we go. Off he goes. He's going back to the hot springs. Can we beat him there? And he should reverse up to these lines here. Here he comes. And now they're going to fill each of those tanks with 8 buckets of lava, and then he'll just go off again. This is wonderful. You might notice over here I've actually blocked off our little hole in the wall where we had the turning point. There's absolutely no need for it now because this train's just going backwards and forwards. And overall, I think the whole thing looks fantastic, so it must be time for one of them special moments that we do with the shaders, right? I don't know about that. Do you get in trouble? Nah, it'd be all right, mate.
Dear God, it's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
So beautiful.
It's beautiful.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Wood! I've got quite a lot of it, all thanks to this amazing tiny weeny little tree farm. But I don't have many different varieties, and there's a whole bunch of different varieties of wood in this mod pack, and some of them I've never even seen before. So I'd like a bigger wood farm. In fact, I would like a really big wood farm, and this area that we're building in just doesn't have the room for it. But if we hop ourselves over this little mountain here very quickly, over on the other side, you'll see we have a nice big area, and I thought this would be the perfect area for a big old logging camp that produces all of the different types of wood. What are they? What's this? Raccoon tails? Oh no, what happened to these raccoons? And then transports all of that wood back over the mountain. That's right, I said over the mountain. But instead of using trains to transport it, like the bunch of trains that we've got here now, I want to use monorails. Monorails are part of the Steam and Rails Create add-on, and they enable you to create some really interesting types of trains. Kind of like these ones, which I've stolen off the internet. These cable cars, otherwise known as gondolas, depending on where you go, come from these cable car stations. And they have just one track which loops round, and it has a little station where the passengers get on, and then they come out of the other end, go over the mountain, or up the mountain in these cases, and then they come back down again. And that's exactly what I want to build here. But that means building 2 cable car or gondola stations, a big old monorail across the mountain, and a ginormous wood farm as well, which is an absolutely ridiculous amount of work to do in one episode. So this episode's probably going to be a 2-parter. And as much as I'd like to get started immediately working on it all, I've got some work to do over at our power station. You see, in the rush to get it finished at the end of our last episode, well, I didn't really do a great deal in terms of decoration, and I haven't done anything with the control room, and as I mentioned in the last episode, I've got a whole bunch of plans for this area. So let's get cracking. Let's create. Yeah, let's create. That's what I was going to say. So if I'm going to be making a big display board, I'm going to need a whole bunch of electron tubes, and I'm going to need a whole bunch of display links as well. So I've got 15 electron tubes, which means I can make 30 display boards, and that's all of those gone now. Oh geez. And I can make 10 display links. I don't think I need 10. Let's just grab 6 apparently for now. I'd very much like a clipboard as well, but I need paper, which is all the way back at Hill Valley. And I'm going to need a bunch of threshold switches, which also requires electron tubes. Oh geez. I can make rose quartz, easy enough, but I'm going to have to drive all the way back to Hill Valley to get sandpaper and paper. It'd be so nice if I could get this to go faster. What? Run out of track? How has it run out? The track's just there. Oh, well that's interesting. Oh, it doesn't... What? It doesn't reach? How does it not reach? Oh, it reaches to this one. Right, okay. Oh, oops. Oh dear. There we go. Fixed. We're back on the road. Now, this DeLorean's pretty slow, but in Create, you can make powered trains. However, I've no idea how that works, so I'm going to guess. So I'm thinking if I get rid of that block there and throw in a barrel there instead and fill that full of coal, and then I find somewhere to squeeze in a furnace, which I could probably do at the front here, just like that. Disguise that with the display link so you can't really tell. Fix my little window problem by actually having tinted glass blocks in here instead of frame blocks, and then hopefully my floorboards won't disappear whenever I disassemble the thing. Now, I don't know if that's going to work or not, but if I put another floorboard on top of that barrel, well, that's going to make it very difficult to access. I can disguise that barrel as well. Oh, however, if I use a trapdoor instead of a floorboard, then I can access the barrel to refill it with coal. Now, like I said, I have absolutely no idea if this is what you're supposed to do, but I'm just assuming. So if I assemble the train now, it should hopefully be powered. I can still flip that up. I can still get into the barrel, but when I disassemble it, do I lose my floor? I still lose my floorboards. Why? I don't understand. You cost me so much money with iron every time I rebuild you. Okay, let's see if it's any faster now. I can't tell if it is. I think it might be. I think it might be faster, but I'm not 100% sure. But has it used any coal? It has. It's used a piece of coal. It worked. But now I'm back up here again, and I really need to be back down there. Right. Anyway. Sandpaper. Well, let's make a bunch of normal paper too. And then take some sand in case we need some more sandpaper. Just sanding my quartz while I'm driving. What could possibly go wrong? This is genius. Why doesn't anyone do this while they're driving? Oh. Sorry, little driver. I appear to be inside your train with my... Oh, jeez. Oh, no. Oh, this is a disaster. Don't sand rose quartz and drive, peeps. It's bad for your health. How far in did I get? Oh, jeez. Oops. Here we go. Well, the good news is everybody survived and my rose quartz is all polished now. Fantastic. Right, what was I building? Ah, yes, threshold switches, which I need comparators. I've only got 5 iron sheets left. Right, well, instead of going all the way back to Hill Valley again, I'm going to actually start using this basement. Because we're creating an incredible amount of power over there, I might as well actually use some. And I can very, very easily route the power from there underground and over to the hotel. But I don't want to do that. I want to have power lines. Now, there is a Create add-on that actually allows you to have electricity and power lines properly and things like that. And I have thought about adding it to this world, but I think I'm going to leave things as they are for at least this phase. So I'm going to have to use posts and shafts for now to create our power lines. So excusing the decoration for a minute, just so I can show you how this is going to look, this is my idea for a power line. Basically, some thin posts on top of a thick post with these bits at the top here. Then the idea was to put some brackets on like that, but that's going to look really weird if I do it this way. So I don't think that's going to work. I think just posts all the way down will work absolutely fine. At the top, we've got a couple of trapdoors, we've got a couple of these brackets, and then we can have shafts running through those like that, all the way to wherever we want it. The only problem with this is it's not going to work on diagonals, and it's definitely not going to work on bends very well. I have to be very careful with how we plan this out. Now, we could probably do with some sort of little transformer station at this point to actually bring the shafts across. But let's just assume we've got one of those here. Then this power line would actually have to have gearboxes on there, a little bit like that, to distribute the power properly until the next bit. And it doesn't look totally awful. It doesn't look all that great either. Now, the power's actually coming from that point there. So this is our power. And I think at this point here for now, we'll just have a couple of girders coming out of there, just making it look a little bit less like it's just floating there doing nothing. Although I do feel like that could be better. So after back and forth in and changing my mind a bunch of times, I've come up with this, which I kind of like. We've got now 2 outputs coming from our power station, and each one of these is going into the same sort of set of posts. And each post has 4 gearbox on it, so the power can go in any direction, any way we want. Now, I could have all of this with single lines. They don't need 2 lines, but I just think they look more like power lines. Well, in fact, they look more like telephone lines, but they look more interesting with 2. And I've tried my best to chunk align these things so that they stay in the corner of these chunks. So each 2 chunks, we've got another one. And down here, we've got another one in 2 chunks time. And then when we actually want to connect something to this, like a building or something like that, we can have a post like this, which then takes that power down into the ground. And then we can feed that underground into the house, like it kind of would be in real life. And I think it looks fine. I've no idea whether this is going to get in the way of any buildings and things we're going to build, but I kind of like it. It just adds a little bit more interest and a little bit more life and a little bit more realism to the world. If you've got any ideas for how we can make all of this look a little bit better, then please feel free to share your ideas in the comments. But for now, I'm happy with this, and that means that we can get power in here. I've just got to do a little bit of digging. And just like that, we've got power. Let's block up that hole, put a casing on there so you can't see it, and now we've got power to the house, all the way from the power station. Amazing. And with very little effort at all, I've set up a few basic machines that are all running at full speed thanks to our amazing power station, and we've got a little stress meter here showing us how much remaining capacity we've got. That means I can now make myself a little whisk, and with that whisk I can mix up a bunch of andesite alloy. Oh, and I don't even need the blaze burner for that, so that's good. So now I've got plenty of iron sheets and andesite alloy. I can craft up a bunch of these electron tubes and finally craft up a bunch of these threshold switches. So first things first, we're going to need a big old display board, and I'm hoping I've got enough things here. Let's start in this corner, build it across and see what we end up with. So we're going to take power in from down there into here. That's going to power our display board. Then I can do things like this. I can add a threshold switch onto that. So then I get one of these display links. I believe I link it to that. I'm not 100% sure. And then I think I just stick it on here and that should. Big data advancement. There we go. Shows us we've got 86% worth of lava in that tank. And now I can write in here. So I can put on buffer lava, and that should then show buffer lava 86%. Fantastic. Let's get another one of these. So this is what I've got so far. We've got lava, buffer lava, 89%. Then we've got power. Total power available, used power, and then the available power to us. I really wanted to see how much lava we'd actually got over at the hot springs as well. But the range is a bit too far, and whilst you can change that in the config menus, I don't want to cause too much lag on this thing. And the other problem with that is because all of these tanks are split up, it would mean I'd have to have loads and loads of lines on that display board in order to fit all of that information on, because I don't know if there's any way you could add them together. So we're not going to worry about that. While we've got lava down here, that's all we need to worry about. So now that we've got a whole bunch of things going onto our display board, which I've now wrapped in all of this casing just to make it look a little bit more interesting, and I've moved the stairs over by a block as well so they actually don't clash with it. I've got a whole bunch of redstone links and some clutches. And the reason for this is I want to be able to turn off the power to our power grid, and I also want to be able to turn off the power to the actual production. I just think it'd be fun to be able to do that in our little control room. So if I get rid of that and put a clutch in there and a clutch in there, put a couple of redstone links on those, set them to receive mode, redstone torch shaft, shaft redstone torch, power in, power out type thing. That makes sense. Throw a clutch on here with the redstone link on it, again in receive mode, and put a couple of lava buckets on that, and then that's our lava going in. Or should we use some more shaft and have lava going in that way? Kind of makes sense. And I don't really think it's going to be possible to turn these boilers off, and if I do, it's going to be a nightmare, so I'm not going to fiddle with those. Well, I've been a busy bee decorating this control room. I haven't done anything downstairs at all yet, but what I've got up here is quite interesting. I've used the immersive paintings mod to actually give us this little security camera section, so you can see we've got a view of the lake, the train coming in, we've got the hot springs, we've got me in the control room, we've got a view of the storage area downstairs, and even the boiler room. Now, these are paintings, they don't actually move, but I think it looks pretty cool. We've got these buttons here that do absolutely nothing at all, and we've got these wheels here that do nothing at all as well. But we've got now access to be able to turn off our power lines. So if we look out there, we can see that one spinning. If I turn that one off, there we go, it's stopped. So that's fantastic that we can turn our power off. And over here on this side, we've got the switches for our lava coming in, which is this one here. So I can turn that off if I want to. And I've got one for lava going out. Not that we've got any lava going out. On the little control room desk, we've got a couple of computers. These also have screens that are using the immersive paintings to make it look like they're looking outside. And this one's looking in the workshop. They've got a little analog lever each that you can use. A little mouse and keyboard and a little coffee pot as well. And over in the corner, there's a very little cabinet set up where they can make coffees and things like that. And downstairs, I'm just going to finish off doing these tables and then fill this place full of barrels probably, because that makes most sense. Well, I've tried not to go too crazy in here. I've added a bunch of stuff. So we've got some shelves over here with some barrels on, some switches that do absolutely nothing at all other than ruin the trapdoors above them. We've got these little tables, some cabinets, some red barrels. We've got a grate around our lava to protect ourselves from getting burnt on there, and a little bit of protection around this big lava tank on the inside as well. I've added a bunch of barrels under there in this little gantry mezzanine platform here with some more barrels on top, a ladder to get up there, a big sort of tank weird thing here, and in the little office here we've got carpeted floor, we've got a little reception area, and then outside I haven't really done a great deal. I've thrown down a couple more barrels here, and I've added this gantry around the side of the building, which basically gives us an access point to these redstone links here. And then around here where our train is, all I've done is thrown down a few more snow blocks and snow layers just to try and blend that in a little bit more, make it feel a little bit more snowy. I've done absolutely nothing with the tunnel yet. But with all of these changes and little tweaks and things here and there, I think it really does feel like a nice little sort of power station-y factory thing. Right, anyway, that's enough of decorating this place. This is not helping me build a gondola station, is it? Oh, jeez. So I've got to squeeze a gondola station in down here with a big chairlift thing going all the way over there. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? I think it's time for a montage. Wait! Before we do a montage, I've just realised I need to do a whole bunch of crafting, and I need a whole bunch of machines to set this up for us. The monorail I assumed would be as easy as track, but it's not. I need a whole bunch of metal girders, and then I need a whole bunch of metal brackets and a whole bunch of iron sheets in order to make just a few monorail tracks. So first things first, I built an andesite alloy processing plant, which is taking andesite from this barrel, and then it's taking iron nuggets from here, mixing them in there, and they're going into this barrel here. The next contraption is an iron sheet making machine, which takes iron ingots from this barrel, puts them onto this press, and then all I need is a bit of power in order to get those out of there. And to get that, I can put one of those there and one of those there. And now we're getting a barrel full of iron sheets. I could set up an auto crafting system to make these metal brackets, but to be perfectly honest with you, there's no need. I can just craft them by hand. It's going to be a much easier process. But I am going to semi-automate the production of our actual monorail. I need girders in here. They're going to come across onto this belt. Then in this first barrel, I'm going to need the metal brackets. Then in this one, I'm going to need the iron sheets. And then hopefully we should end up with monorail in this barrel here. So I need to grab a bunch of that andesite, and we've got an absolute ton of it now. Craft up a whole bunch of girders and chuck them in there. Grab a ton of these iron sheets and throw them in there. Grab a bunch of iron ingots, iron nuggets, and andesite alloy. Craft up a whole bunch of brackets and throw all of those into there. And assuming I've done everything right, we should now be producing monorail. We are. I've got a bit of iron sheet in there by mistake, but we are producing that very quickly. I think I might have overdone it a little bit. We've still got a whole bunch of sheet and a whole bunch of brackets to go through. We've already nearly got a barrel full. Apparently you get a lot more for this than I thought you would. Now the first question is, where am I actually going to build this thing? I want to build it here, but I don't want to block the view of our hot springs. I don't want to affect this little path, and I don't want the monorail to be too steep coming up here. Ideally, this building would be on a diagonal here, and the monorails would go out in that direction straight over there. But thanks to Minecraft being Minecraft, that's not really going to work out for us. So I need to either have it facing that way or that way. And I think if we had it here, we could face that way and go over and then curve round. I think that makes most sense. So I think this area here will be perfect. So I guess there's nothing for it but to chop down all of these trees. Montage, begin! I started by removing the trees around the area, flattening down the terrain, dealing with pillager patrols, and then pushing into the mountain's edge. I needed the area to be big due to the large turning circle of the monorails, and I wanted the entire loop to fit inside the building just like a real-life gondola station does. Once I was happy with the size, I started working on the turning circle, building up girders and placing monorail so I could get an idea of the height that everything would need to be at. With the starter rail in place, I built up a circular platform with girders that fit inside the monorail circle and proceeded to build the first cable car to make sure everything would fit. This meant placing the station on the monorail, adding a train casing to create the bogie, and then designing the cable car using a similar theme to the other trains in the area. Of course, it was built mainly out of framed blocks, and then textured with industrial iron, red concrete, and glass panels. Inside, I added a portable storage interface, a couple of barrels, train controls, and a seat so it would be able to carry plenty of items and work with the conductor as an automated train in the future. Finishing off with a couple of sliding doors, I glued it all together, assembled it via the station, and then drove it down and around the turning circle to make sure everything fit together okay. Now that I knew what height the floor inside the station needed to be, I started building it up with industrial iron blocks and iron platforms, creating an area that the passengers could safely walk around with the cable car running between the railings. Then I laid down a floor of andesite slabs directly under the cable car's path with some rail made with glass panes that would act as a guide for the cable car when it was turning around in the station. After a whole lot of tweaking and adjustments, I finally had a decent platform in place, which meant I could connect power to the circular girders running at the slowest speed to give the appearance that they were powering the cable cars. Next, it was time to add stairs down to the lower floor, which meant digging out a little bit more of the mountain. Similarly to the platform, I built up the ground floor with variations of andesite slabs and then began to build up the framework of the building with chipped dark oak logs. At this point, I realised this was going to be a massive build. I wanted the roof to look similar to the other roofs in the area, sloping gently with snow on top, but to fit the entire monorail mechanism inside meant it had to be pretty high up. I put all of the beams in place, threw in some frame block slopes around the edges, and then textured them with the same deep slate variant I'd used on the other builds. I also placed in the internal frame blocks that would be seen from the inside of the building, texturing them with the same texture. Then it was time to create the foundation, which is odd because I normally do that first. I grabbed my usual variety of tough blocks, placing them randomly up to 2 blocks away from each of the pillars of the main structure. I wanted the foundation of the main part of the building to be higher, mainly to reduce the massive vertical size of the building's walls, but also to add variation and make it feel more like it was built on the inclined terrain of the mountainside. And with all that foundation in place, I started adding the walled bottom layer, using variations of small andesite bricks before building up the second layer of upside down dark oak stairs, similarly to what I used on the Hot Springs lava farm and the power station. But there was way too much dark oak going on to use for the entire side of the taller parts of the station, so I crafted up a bunch of vertical glass panes and filled in the blanks with those, adding in more light to the inside of the station and some much needed texture on the outside. At the front of the station I used andesite bars and the glass panes to close the gap above the monorail, but I didn't really like it too much, and I realised the monorail section was missing an important part seen on most of the images I used for inspiration. So I grabbed my frame blocks and started to build the roof of the monorail track using a variant of tough blocks with grey stained glass to make it feel more complete. And with all that in place, I tweaked the girder framework at the front of the building, fixed up the guide track at the bottom, and then everything was pretty much in place. Which brings us to now. Well, the outer shell is pretty much done. It's absolutely massive, way bigger than I expected, and I haven't done any snow on the roof yet. And the reason it's so big is these monorails don't turn very sharply. It's a little bit like the narrow gauge track we've got underneath, but I like it. It's working, but we do have a couple of problems. The first is that my jetpack is just about out of fuel, and so are both of my fuel tanks, and so are my reserve fuel tanks, so I'm not going to be flying much longer. And the other issue is that while I was building that, we totally ran out of power. We completely depleted all of the lava from here and from there, so I had to get Chuck back online and get this thing restarted again so that we can actually get some power back running again. But I do like it. I do think it looks like a gondola station. It's taken a long time trying to get all the detail right. I like the little gondola car, although we're going to need a lot more than one of them. The other minor issue is this shouldn't have two doors. It should only have one on one side, because if you've got a door on this side, you're just going to fall out onto there. I don't really like the fact that it goes at an angle. It would be nice if it had sort of a swing on it, some gravity swing. But I like the fact that it sort of follows this track around the bottom here, very reminiscent of an actual cable car station, and I love the fact that this big wheel at the top is turning almost like it's moving it around. It's totally pointless. I mean, that does absolutely nothing, but it does look good. So the entrance is here, and my plan is we're going to have a little ticket station where you can buy a ticket to ride the gondola, and then you'll go up the stairs and you'll actually get on it. And then down in this section here, we're going to have all of the storage for all of the wood that we're bringing in from our tree farm, which doesn't exist yet. Now, I'm not going to be building another massive gondola station like this over the other side. It'll be a very simple one for two main reasons. The first is this took absolutely forever to build and used tons of resources, and the second is we really don't need it because it's not going to be an area we're really visiting all that often. So I suppose the next thing to do, rather than worrying about the interior here too much, would be to get a whole bunch more track in and get that over to the other side so we can finish the loop. So I need this track to swoop around from here and go over that bit where it's nice and low, but I do think it needs to probably go up a little bit more on the way. And it's not the easiest thing in the world to place this thing while you're trying to hover and figure out where it can actually reach to, because you need blocks to attach it to where you need it to go, which is a little bit of random chance. You build up a pillar like this, get some sticky outy bits on it, and then you just see if it will actually attach in any way, shape or form. Then we need to make the other one match up. And I think that looks about right. Yeah, they seem to be going together. That's good. Excellent. So all I need to do now is get this track to connect from here all the way over to here and see if I was in line, which I don't think I was. Let's find out. And it can go there. Okay. Great. And there we go. I now have that track coming all the way from the gondola station all the way down here until that point over there. Right, so now I've got to get it from here down to there, and I feel like this one's too high up, but I can't really tell until I've got one of the little gondola cars here. Let's go. Haven't hit any trees so far. That's good news. Probably going to hit one of those trees. Yep, I hit that tree, so that's going to have to go. We get, oh geez, oh, hitting that hill there. Oh geez, we're very low. We're a lot lower than I thought we were. Yeah, I might have to do a little bit of terraforming to get rid of that hill, but otherwise I think we're okay. So yeah, we just need to get this thing a little bit lower down now, and we're all there. One there and one there. Hop back in here, and there we go. Yeah, perfect height. By the time we got a little foundation in here and a building around this, that's going to be absolutely ideal. Brilliant. I just need to make another one of those loops so it can go all the way round. And now that loop has a few little beams in place to hold it in place. I will have another spinny thing in here because I think those look good. Let's see if we can actually drive it around without crashing into anything. Just about missed that post. Just about missed that post, just about missed that post, and just about missed that post. Fantastic. And here we are, safe and sound, back at the cable car station. Amazing. And speaking of stations, that's exactly what I'm going to do now. We need a station here on this bit of track, and that's going to be our drop-off. So let's just pop that down there. Gondola drop-off, and we'll have another one. Gondola departure. And the idea here is that when this is working as a logging farm, obviously we're going to need power over at the logging station, and we're going to have to get lava over there. So this thing's going to be collecting wood from over at the wood farm, bringing it back here, dropping it off at this point here, coming round here, and then collecting a bunch of lava and then going off there. But this is all make-believe, and I want to believe that people are coming in and riding on these cars and it's working as an actual station. But now we need to go to the other end and put the station there. Logging camp drop-off and logging camp departure. There's just one more thing we need for this little cable car, and there we go. We got a brand new conductor who's getting poked quite a lot. You in there. So when our little train driver gets here, and here he is, he should stop there, open his doors, he'll go round to there, pick up the passengers, and then he'll be on his merry way. And now we've got a little mini station over here. It will turn, but there's no power to it yet. And I've got a little track coming off here to enable us to build some more of the gondola cars. But gondola cars are not actually gondola cars. They are individual trains, and if I have more than one of them, they're going to crash. So we need signals. I've got a little workstation set up over here, and I need a bunch of these. And I can make quite a few of them, because you get 4 for every electron tube and train casing. So I'm going to make 16 of them altogether. So we basically, when this is here, we don't want another one flying down and crashing into it. So I want one of these signals basically at every single one of these pillars facing in every single direction. So I could end up needing quite a lot of these things. And what this should mean is that when a gondola car comes along, if there's another one in the section between these things, they shouldn't move into it and could then crash into each other. It highlights it on those tracks, but it doesn't highlight it on the monorail, which is never so useful, but I suppose it'll do. And I've already run out and I can't build any more because I've got no more electron tubes. Oh, jeez. Pretty sure there's a way I can speed this up. I'm going to put a deployer there. I'm going to give that some sandpaper, and then I'm just going to chuck all of those on there and see what happens. And there we go. That's loads faster than me doing it, but oh wow, it ran out of sandpaper fast. There we go. Got a stack of electron tubes now, so I can have a... Oh wow, I've made way too many train signals. Jeez. And now every single one of our sections of track has a couple of signals on it, which is great. And now all of our track should be separated, which means we can make a whole bunch more of these cable cars. But that's going to take me ages. So we need to learn how to make a schematic cannon. Well, that's an interesting recipe. A dispenser. Oh, really? Oh my goodness me. All right, gotta go home again. Oh, geez. Bow, logs, iron, and in about a week we'll have some smooth stone, cobble, redstone, a dispenser. And now I should be able to make a schematic cannon. I can. I'm also going to need a table, which is more smooth stone and some slabs. And from all the building I've been doing, I've got tons of slabs left over. And now I believe I need an actual schematic and quill, or maybe an empty schematic. I'm not... geez, which one do I need? And now I need a feather. And feathers are not in my box here. Oh, geez. Not this again. Chick, 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 chick. Chicken! Give me your feathers. There we go, another feather. Oh, another chicken! Oh, it's chicken land, this place. You've all managed to do it as well. You just like the villagers at the other village. You all just get yourself stuck in a pen. And with these feathers, I can make schematic and quills. So let's do this. Now, there's a couple of minor changes I need to make to these cars. So I guess I need to disassemble it first. Why are you looking at me like that? Jeez. So first things first, I'm going to remove one of the barrels from this and this portable storage interface. I'm going to put a fluid tank down instead. Then we're going to come over this end here, smash those to bits so I can get down there, and then decide that I actually want those over at the other end, so I never needed to smash those bits away in the first place. I'll put those back on again, put that barrel down there, and now I can smash these ones away. So now we want a liquid storage interface in there and a portable storage interface in there. Then we can put both of those back on there to cover those up, and then I only need one door on here. Now really, I want to move this seat. I want to put this seat over here, but I don't know if it's going to allow me to do that because I think it has to be in front of the controls. So before I actually finish this off, I'm just going to see if it'll let me assemble it. It will. Huh. Okay, good. Oh, well, that's good then. That gets that seat out of the way. And I think that should mean we're good to go and everything should connect. And to get this schematic to work, I need to select the furthest extents from each side so I've got the whole thing covered. And the easiest way to do that is throw down a couple of temporary blocks in each corner. And then when I grab the schematic, if I select that block there and this one over here, like that, there we go. We got a schematic. I click it, give it a name, and that's saved. And then I believe you're supposed to pop a schematic cannon next to the table. I think it's probably going to need power. You stick a chest down next to that with all the ingredients you needed, and then that you put in your schematic. Oh, you need gunpowder to fuel it. Right, oh my goodness me. Gunpowder? Oh goody, I have 3 gunpowder. I guess I'll go home. Take the DeLorean. Nah, it's faster going this way with my backpack. Oh, good. I've got 20 gunpowder here. And I'm really hoping it just uses one per build, but I've no idea. Okay, schematic cannon. Here is some gunpowder. I'm just going to put one in so it doesn't waste it. It's now giving me a material checklist. I don't even know what it did. So I need all of these things. Oh, geez, that's a lot of things. Well, I don't just need one. I need loads. Before I get those items, though, I think I've had an idea. I'm pretty sure if I use this schematic and tell it where I want the cable car to go, we'll see, I don't want it there at all. There we go. I think that's the right spot for it. So then when I put it in the schematic cannon, that's going to rotate and look where it needs to go. So that's ready. I just need to get the materials now. Amazing. Okay, everything should be ticked. It is. Right, let's fire up this cannon, see if it's actually going to work then. So I guess I just click play, do I? Oh, I thought it was just throwing them on the floor, but it's working. Oh, this is incredible. And there we go. We have our first train car. All I got to do is color it in. Amazing.
One eternity later.
So there we go. Now we've got 10 cable cars, all absolutely identical. However, only one of them's got a driver. Now, I could just give him his schedule and get him going. However, I've got a plan. And with that one in there, that answers the age-old question of how many conductors can you stack inside of a cable car? They seem fine. So now each of our cable cars now is its very own little conductor. They just need schedules. And of course, it's sturdy sheet, isn't it? Oh, geez. Oh, man. I haven't brought any of that with me. Sturdy sheet. Okay, I've created a whole bunch of schedules that are all exactly the same. All I've got to do is give them to these guys now. So there's one for you, sir. There you go. There's one for you, and he's off already. Oh, geez. One for you. Oh, no. We've had a collision. Now you're all out of order. I had you all in order now. Oh, geez. Oh, geez. You've got one job. Oh, dear. And I just... What did I... Oh, I just broke... Oh, geez. I didn't mean to do that. Oops. Here we go. And off he goes. Here we go. They're all going off. They're doing the thing. And hopefully we won't get any crashes. And look how... Oh, my goodness. It looks like a proper one with all of these cable cars going on. And this is so exciting. I can't believe it. This is wonderful. I know this sounds crazy, but I'd really like them to go slower. I'd like them to go so much slower, but look how they come in here. They stop. This one waits because it's on the same line. And then it goes again and that one comes in. Oh, this is wonderful. And just think, one day when I've actually got that logging camp set up, they're actually all going to be actually doing something. Fetching stuff and carrying it and bringing it back. Oh, this is great. Okay, a little bit of time has passed since my last edit and I have gone in... why am I missing glass here? And I'm missing iron, but has a creeper got... Okay, that's probably why. Then I guess we've had a creeper explosion up here. Not ideal. But anyway, yes, I've been round and tidied up the outside of this bit to the best of my ability. However, you might notice the roof is still completely blank. There's no snow on it, but I've got an idea for that. So my little plan is to make a schematic of these roofs. So if I grab that snow block there and come all the way down to here and grab... Whoa. I guess that one there. And then all I got to do is try and line it up with this somehow. So it was basically this corner here. Oh, of course, it's going to get all the inside as well. Oh, I don't want the inside. Oh, that's not going to work at all. I guess I just got to do it the old-fashioned way. Well, that's all the frame blocks in place. I guess it's just time for the snow. And done. Amazing. The roof is in. Must be time for some of those fancy shaders. Didn't it look wonderful? Right, next job, I need to go home and repair my tools because they're a little bit broken from all of that snow shoveling. You should take the DeLorean. No, my jetpack's better, mate. It's quicker, it's more efficient. Why do you bother having a DeLorean then? I don't know. And here we are back at Hill Valley in all of its beautiful glory. Oh, my jetpack's run out of fuel, no! Oh, jeez, no! And I'm back at the hotel! Oh, jeez. Fine. We will take the DeLorean then. The thing I should have done in the first place and go and get my stuff back. I suppose we did speed it up, so it should be a lot faster now, and it should be particularly fast going down that big hill. So this could be fun. Get out of me, DeLorean, fly. Jeez. Rude. Let's go! Ready for some crazy speed? This is gonna be incredible! What? Hey, wait a minute. That's not my train. This is not my bridge. It's not my world. As usual, I started by doing some work off camera. What about Mr. Beardstone? Oh geez, hang on, we'll get to that in a minute. My rail system sucks, and as I mentioned before, I wanted to fix it. Starting with getting that hideous slope part off the mountain and creating a flat route around the mountain using a giant block-destroying machine, which I aptly named the Destroyer. But let's rewind a little bit. I started by removing the existing track and then using the portable drill to cut a path around the side of the mountain, laying down a winding track through the gully that I created. But I needed this as a set of 2 tracks because, well, we'll get to that later. So I made everything twice as wide and tried my best to lay the 2 tracks side by side with matching curves. Then came the Destroyer, which used so many mechanical drills I needed to grab some more resources in order to craft so many. With the Destroyer built and ready to go, I drove along the new track, demolishing the landscape mess I'd left above and carving out the side of the cliff next to the rail. But then I had to smash it all to bits in order to make a similar machine with less height that would carve a tunnel shape through the mountain. At this point, I knew I wanted one of the tracks to divert around the ravine towards the village on the other side, so I added some more track in that direction and used a smaller Destroyer to make space for future trains running on that track. Next, it was time to bring back out the portable drill, continuing to dig through the mountain, going upwards to meet with our existing tunnel up at the ski resort. But then, again, I decided I wanted 2 tracks going up through the mountain, but as I said, we'll get to that later. With a small tunnel in place inside the mountain, I connected the track up before modifying the Destroyer, again, to create a tunnel large enough and wide enough for 2 tracks to run through. I then proceeded to drive along this track, carving out a massive tunnel all the way up to our existing track at the top. With the tunnel in place, it was time to modify the Destroyer again, this time adding a bunch of rollers that would replace the blocks underneath the track with gravel, mainly because it just looks better. I drove through again, placing the gravel all of the way through, then I fixed the track at our ski village station, doubling them up and connecting them all the way down inside the mountain to the ravine at the bottom. Now that I had a complete track circuit, I instructed the conductor of the Flying Fox to travel back and forth from Hill Valley to the ski resort, and I even had a little ride myself to check it out. But this was no time to take a break, there was more work to be done. The next task was to create tunnel entrances at each end of the mountain tunnel using variations of tough blocks and blending it into the slopes on either side. But wait, the wandering trader... Oh wait, no, never mind. With the tunnel entrances complete, the next job was to fix the landscaping around the flat part of the track going around the edge of the ravine, which meant tearing down trees, digging out some stone and granite, and then placing a bit of dirt. Now I didn't want to get too carried away here, eventually I'd like more detail in the cliff, but for now my focus was getting the track and the edge of the ravine looking a little better. I then decided to play with train signals. I placed them along the track, splitting it into sections that I thought were appropriate. The idea of signals is they prevent multiple trains being on the same section of track at once, which prevents accidents. However, as a large chunk of my track, particularly towards Hill Valley, was single track, I couldn't understand why the Flying Fox kept refusing to go. That's when it dawned on me that train signals also dictate the direction of the track, and a train can't travel in the opposite direction of the signal, which meant that entire single section of track towards Hill Valley couldn't have signals on. So I'd have to add another track next to it to double it up. See, I told you I'd get there eventually. Before I started adding in another track, however, I wanted to fix the wibbly-wobbly track section coming off the bridge, which meant rebuilding the end of the bridge to curve earlier and then relaying the track along the edge of the ravine. With a little jiggery-pokery and a helping hand from yet another modified version of the Destroyer, it was all coming together nicely. I reconnected all of the track, creating a much nicer curve, blending it into the side of the ravine, and then demolished the small hill next to the track, throwing on some trees to flesh it out a little. Now, finally, it was time to add in that second track. After connecting the track all of the way to the tunnel entrance at Hill Valley, I added signals that actually worked and then cleared it all up using the Destroyer to add gravel and slope the edges with dirt. Now the Flying Fox was much happier with the signals and it set off again and continued its schedule without issue, which brings us to now. Now can we see the Mr. Beardstone thing? Not yet. Oh man. So in the last video, we built this big old gondola station and we built a whole bunch of cable cars. And the idea is this is going to be the collection system for our wood farm, which is going all the way over here and doesn't exist yet. But before we get too far into wood farms and things like that, I had a few oh geez, I need one of these cars. Stop it. Stop moving. Give me your schedule, thank you. Yes, I've had some comments about these cable cars. Now, you might remember from my last video that one of the things I said I don't like about these cable cars is the fact that they don't pivot. They don't hang with gravity from their little connection. They just sort of sit at this funny angle, which I don't really like. But thanks to some amazing people in the comments, I think we might be able to solve this problem. And let's find out. We'll start by disassembling this train. And basically what I was told was that if I connect this instead with a mechanical bearing, so let's, I guess, put that gantry bit on there instead and remove that one and make this look a little bit better, perhaps, like that I could set this so that it would always just swing. But I don't think that's how these work. But what do I know? Let's find out. So if I assemble the train, there we go, cable car 4, you have been assembled, and I jump in here, it's all still attached. Will it just swing when we get to an angle? Whoa, let's try and go the right way, that would help. And the answer is no. It doesn't just swing when you get to an angle. Okay. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Huh. Disassemble it again. Figure out what I'm doing wrong here. So just quickly reading the comments back, it says, if the entire cable car contraption is connected to the bogie itself only by a mechanical bearing, you can change the behavior of the bearing to enable the contraption to ignore rotation and function like a real cable car. And that's what I thought I'd done. So clearly I've done something wrong. Perhaps I need to remove some of this glue. And then if I just glue this bit to that bit there, oh, my glue's run out. Maybe that'll work. Yeah. You see, the bogie has to be attached to the train in order for it to recognize that there are controls attached to it. So now I can't assemble the train because it's not attached to the bogie, and the only way I could get around that would be to add controls and a seat and the conductor up there next to the bogie, and that's just not going to work. So sadly, thank you very much for those comments, but those comments not going to help me, mate. And now, frustratingly, I can't actually put this back together because I've run out of glue. Can I craft any glue? I can! Oh, this is good news. Here we go. That should be stuck together now. Let's reassemble the train. Cable car 4, you can have your schedule back now, sir. Let me out, though. And off he goes. Straight into that. Oh, jeez. Good job, cable car 4. That's it, there we go. Right, no more crashing. Jeez. Right, anyway, if you weren't paying attention, or if you didn't see the end of the last video, or maybe you didn't see the last video at all, at the end of it, I ended up going to a whole new world, by accident, of course, using my DeLorean. And in that world, I meet Mr. Beardstone. What? What's going on? What's this train?
I haven't even got anything to crash into,
has it? Is that a DeLorean?
What in the...
Oh no. Hello.
Really?
You appear to have parked your train into my DeLorean, Mr. Beardstone.
Well, no. I've got so many questions. 1, why is there a DeLorean? 2, how is there a DeLorean? 3, how is there a Foxy?
Well, I can't answer many of those, but all I can assume is after I gave this a couple of upgrades, it went a little bit fast and now I'm here.
Well, it's okay. I can just, get it back on the track. You've killed my driver.
What? I'm sorry. Who knew building a DeLorean and going really fast would teleport you to someone else's world?
Yeah, strange that, isn't it?
It is. Very strange.
Well,
while I'm here,
yeah,
I've had a few people in my comments telling me that they think I'm copying you, Mr. Beardstone.
Really?
Yeah. Should we see if we can figure this out?
Yeah, I'm up for that. I mean, I'll tell you what, because, I created this world, my perfect world, but it is missing one thing, Foxy.
Yeah.
Friends.
Aww. Well, it's a shame you haven't got any, isn't it? Right.
Yeah.
Have you got a clipboard?
I do have a clipboard.
Yeah, we grab ourselves a couple of clipboards, and I think if we go over to your starter area, I've got an idea.
Oh, no.
Okay, Mr. Beardstone, I have this clipboard, and on this clipboard, there are a lot of things that I've built that I don't think you've built, and I suggest that you should get a clipboard and do the same. And what we'll do, I'm going to go through my clipboard, see if you've built the same things as me to work out if you're actually copying me, and then you can go through the list of things on yours, and we'll figure out if I'm copying you. Sound like a plan?
Sounds amazing. That sounds absolutely fantastic. Okay, let me make a list. Right, there we go.
Right, okay. I'm going to go through my list. Are you ready?
All right.
Right. Do you have an andesite farm?
No.
A dripstone lava farm?
Yeah, kinda.
A dripstone lava farm that uses dripstone?
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah, I do, yeah.
I'm just going to cross that one off. Wool farm.
No.
Factory that makes ridiculous amounts of cobble, gravel, sand, soul sand, iron, flint, gold, quartz, and clay.
No. I mean, just a cobble factory count?
No. A ski resort.
A what?
A ski resort.
No, I don't have. Do you see any snow?
A gondola station?
No.
A hot springs?
No. Your place sounds wonderful.
It doesn't sound like you've done very much at all. What, a kelp farm?
No, I haven't even got a kelp farm yet. No.
And a hotel?
And you've got a hotel.
Yes.
I certainly don't have a... Does that mean you can have guests?
Well, I haven't got any rooms yet, but apart from that, on the outside, it's a hotel. Well, look, all these things on this list, there's one sort of kind of maybe, so clearly you're definitely 100% not copying me. So,
Oh, no, of course not. No.
yeah, I feel pretty good about that.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, what about what's on your list?
Right, okay. So I haven't put everything I've built on here.
Right.
I've just made I've picked some random stuff.
Right.
So, well, I've made a starter house.
Yeah, I've got a starter house, yeah.
I've made a train station. In fact, I've made a few. This is like one of about 4.
Yeah, I've got a little train station.
I've got a horse. I don't think that counts as making a horse, but I do have a wonderful horse over there.
Yeah, I've got a horse, yeah. Get out of the wall! Get out! Oh no, I'm in the wall!
I built a tree farm.
Yeah, I've got a little tree farm. Yeah.
Let's go to the tree farm.
Okay.
The train's going to be here in. My board's gone a bit weird.
It says 1 minute and then 4 minutes for me.
Ah, well, let's wait for a train. That's something else I built. I built a wonderful train.
But my train's not too bad.
So yeah, this is my tree farm. So I built a little tree farm.
Yeah.
Does this thing?
What? It's right. Have you got anything else that you've built that I might not have built?
How about a portable workshop?
Yes, I've got. It's You've got a portable workshop, have you?
I do.
Right. A little bit bigger than mine. Anything else on your list there?
Yeah. I built a big bridge, but you've already seen that.
Yeah, I've seen the bridge. Anything else?
I built a mechanical lift.
Well, that one, Mr. Beardstone, I have to admit, I did see your video on that mechanical lift, and I decided I needed to have one, and no matter how much I tried to make it completely different from yours and put my own spin on it, it was exactly the same.
Oh, right, I see.
Yeah.
Like that, is it, Foxy? Wow.
But it was so good, and it was you inspired me to build an identical one, but slightly differently.
Oh, that's good to know.
Yes.
You know, I mean, inspiration's a good thing, right?
Yes, exactly, yes.
Cool. I mean, the important thing is, like, you haven't built a proper storage system yet, right? I've got one of them as well.
You've got a storage system? Yeah, I've got a storage system, yes, very nice storage system. Got lots of storage in it for things. You got a nice one, have you?
Yeah, it's all right. Do you want to go see it?
But it's so big.
Well, this is like main central storage, Foxy.
Did it?
So all the trains come in, they're all automated. They come in, they drop everything off, it goes over here, and then there's a little chicken train. He drives about, and he brings it all over here. No, don't kill my...
Pardon? What? It just doesn't work very well, this storage system, does it? Mine works very nice. Did lots of conveyors and things. There you go, I have a new driver.
No. Oh, so cute. But either way, I'm not happy about that, Foxy. Right, come on. Go on. I'm done. I think we've established that everything I've built, you have actually built.
Well, yeah, but different, right?
It's true. It's very different, Foxy.
Okay.
And I did basically tell you to play create as well.
You did. Let's be perfectly honest with the viewers right now, yes, a lot of the things that Mr. Beardstone's made, I've also made because Mr. Beardstone, for a long time, was kindly pestering me, telling me you should play the Create mod.
I was.
So I did. He told me what mods to play, which I should do, how I should set up my world, and I did. And I'm very glad I did. And I watched all of Mr. Beardstone's videos, and they're all fantastic. And of course, when you've got all of that information going in and that's your only source of information, you're going to be like, oh yes, that's a good idea. How can I put my own little spin on that? And apart from your mechanical lift, I think I've done a pretty good job of making sure mine's completely different from yours.
Yeah, no, I think it is. I mean, the only thing I'd say that's the same is the fact that we're both playing the same game.
Yes, with very, very similar mods.
So yeah, Foxy, I have actually been watching your series as well, and you've got that hotel, you've got the hot springs. It's all getting very, very fancy over there. So when are you taking bookings? Is that a thing? Are you taking
I don't want to
bookings?
give you some work to do because that would be rude of me, but you're good at interiors and I'm awful, and my hotel's pretty much bare on the inside. So if you would like to come see it anytime you'd like, you can come stay in there as long as you want. You can go on my chairlift, you can go on the hot springs, but I would really appreciate if you could just throw me a couple of interiors together.
Right,
Yeah.
I see.
Just have to do one room.
I hate doing it. Look, do you want to see my
Your
interiors?
interiors are always wonderful.
Yeah? Do you want to come see this interior?
Oh, geez, I am copying you. Mine's identical.
Right, get off my world, Foxy. Go on. Away with you. Take your DeLorean.
Thanks for having me in your world, Mr.
See you,
Beardstone.
Foxy.
Goodbye. Oh, hang on a minute.
Oh, he's coming back.
What?
Hey, Foxy, welcome back.
I've already been and come back again. You won't believe it. It's your kids, Beardy. It's your kids.
Oh, no, the trains are still here.
Look out. No, stop. Oh. Apparently I need new brakes. Oh, jeez. Mr. Beardstone? Well, before we leave Mr. Beardstone's rather perfect world, I want to come to his wood farm because, as you know, in today's video, I'm going to be building a wood farm. And due to today's conversation about copying each other, I want to make sure that I'm not going to get in trouble again. So let's look at the way this wood farm works. There is a gantry shaft here with a gantry platform, a little bit like what I did with my kelp and my crop farms. And this has a load of mechanical saws on either side. And inside, you can see there are some deployers. Now, these deployers are planting saplings in very specific locations. You can see they're marked out with these blocks here to make sure that the trees all grow in the right sort of places and everything works well. And it makes a lot of sense. The machine works in both directions, making the most of the whole situation, and it drops off all of the wood into this area here, and this wood goes into this vault through there and then goes into this section, which all makes a lot of sense. The wood then comes out of this vault, up these conveyors, down into here, and if Mr. Beardstone had saws on here, which was his original plan, some of them would then get stripped, they'd go up into this section here, into this vault, and then there's a little train running around here which basically takes everything off, puts them into those vaults to be collected by his main storage train, otherwise known as his locomotive, which also makes a lot of sense. In fact, this whole farm just makes a lot of sense. He's got all of the different types of trees, he's got an amazing efficient mechanism for chopping them down and replanting them, he's got a really good system for getting them away from there and then into a separate system to deal with them, and then they go off to the storage thing, so it all just makes a lot of sense. And if I'm not going to copy Mr. Beardstone with what I do, I guess I need to make something that doesn't make a lot of sense.
That does not make sense.
Well, let's start with this system here, the gantry system for planting lots of trees. Obviously, we're going to have to do something completely different from what Mr. Beardstone's doing here, and I think I've got an idea. Stop zooming in. Now, there is one part of Mr. Beardstone's wood farm that doesn't make a lot of sense, and that is he's only actually collecting half of the trees. And I don't mean half of the trees as in this farm only works for half of the things he's planted. Oh my goodness me, look how they grow. I mean half the trees as in he's getting the wood, but he's not getting any of the leaves. I wonder if we can solve that problem. But if you get the leaves, you won't get the saplings and they won't regrow. Yeah, but I don't need all the leaves, but I would like quite a lot of them. So I guess it's time to go back to my world and actually figure all of this out, which means finding my DeLorean, waiting for oh jeez, it's just waiting for trains constantly in this world, and one's just here. Oh, it's going again. Wait, I missed the train. Oh jeez, I'm gonna be here for a week. So back on my world and looking at this mod pack, there are actually 11 types of sapling in this world, and there's the mangrove propagule. Now, I've only managed to collect 9 of the saplings, and that's because I haven't found ancient oak and I haven't found blighted balsa. But we don't need to worry about those just yet. So I need to make this area capable of dealing with all 10 types of sapling that I currently have, with room for more in the future. And I'm not going to be making straight lines. In fact, he says, making the world's longest journey to prove a point, I'm going to be taking a leaf out of our existing book and making something a little bit more spinny. And now I've got to make that. Oh, I can take the train back, but that'll only take me halfway, but at least that's some of the journey. I'm ready for a lift. Not like Mr. Beardstone's world when they only come every 30 minutes. Mine come every couple of minutes. It's very good. Be nice if you had some carriages. I'll make carriages at some point. Now, before we can make spinny things, we're going to need power, and we're also going to need a nice big flat area to build this. So I guess it's time to do even more landscaping. Oh, geez. Get me shovel out. However, if I get this shovel out, this will be a good opportunity to get some grass. I never have any grass. Whoa! Wow, that's a lot of grass. Well, that's a lot of landscaping, and not just over there, but I've sort of tidied up that area as well next to the cable car, although I'm sure I'm going to need to do more over there at some point, and you might be able to figure out what my little plan is here, or at least some of it. Each one of these little logs is going to be one of these spinny roundy little things that chops down trees, so each one of these areas is going to have a unique type of tree. And there's way more than 12. And that's not really by design. I just wanted more than 12 so we can double up on some trees that give you less, and that was kind of what I could fit into this area. Now, these gravel parts are going to be how we're collecting the items. And there's a couple of ways we could do that. We could have these machines spitting out their items onto a conveyor and sending everything forward, or we could have a train going round and round and round picking it all up, which I think will be fun. Oh, it's definitely not like what Mr. Beardstone did. Although he did use a train. No, he didn't. Not in this bit. So I suppose the next thing I need to do is get these things actually plumbed in, and for that I'm going to need power. And as we mentioned in the last episode, these little gondola cars, these cable cars, whatever you want to call them, are going to be bringing us in some lava. And I can't get in to show you. Let me in. I just want to go in there. Oh, jeez. Because each one of these contains a lava tank as well as a barrel, so that they can carry both. But there's a couple of problems with that. The first being I don't have any way of unloading the lava at this end. Oh, here we go again, all the way over there. I'm winning. Snooze, you lose, mate. And the second being I don't have any way of getting any lava in at this point here because we don't have any lava over here. The lava is over here and down there. But we do have a lava train, and here it is, look, coming here to pick up the lava. Now, I had an idea, peeps. My idea is to take this lava train and give it 2 stops instead of just 1. So it's going to go through the mountain here, it's going to pop out down here at the power station, unload half of its lava, and then I want to extend this track around this area here, maybe even going under a waterfall, around all of this bit here, over the top of this bridge, down the side of the gondola building, and then load in some lava into the underneath part of this, and then pump it up into the cable cars that way, which is going to be quite a lot of work. Oh, geez, why do I do this? Why don't I just make things simple and have a windmill or a water wheel? Oh, my goodness me. And that's exactly what I'm going to do for now, because realistically, it's going to be a long time getting all of that lava stuff set up and that train relocated and all of that. So for now, just to get this farm up and running, I'm going to use a water wheel. But before we can put a water wheel in, I might as well get all of these structures in, figure out how we're going to plant the trees. So first things first, we're going to need a whole bunch of mechanical bearings, and I'm going to place each one of these in the middle of these squares. Now, I know I could do something ridiculous and just have one mechanical bearing in the middle of all this and just have a really long thing that spins round, but that's not going to be as exciting. It'd be really exciting, it'd be very dangerous. Very dangerous. Don't do dangerous things. And here we go, our last one is going in. There we go, we've got mechanical bearings in every single one of those now, and now I need to link up power underneath them all. So I've got some digging to do. And with this last couple of gearboxes, that should be every single one of these farms now connected with shafts. Just bear in mind this power is temporary, but now that should be plenty of power. If I put that on there like that and turn this back on, it should start spinning. There we go. And that's way too fast, but it's fine. So I've got one of our little mini farms in place now, and I could build this over and over and over again over all of these things, or I could use a schematic, and I think that's the smart thing to do. Now, I don't know if this exact design is going to work for all of our farms, but if I take away these saplings here, you will see just with 2 deployers, it will replant the whole lot, and certainly for this spruce, these 3 saws should be capable of cutting through everything. I'm a little bit concerned about the things with bigger roots like mangroves. How do I turn these guys off? You just get in my way while I'm building. You don't pose any sort of threat. You just give me bad omen and it's annoying. Go away. Oh, what was that I got? Oh, maybe you can stay. Cladded chest plate. Let's make a schematic and quill. Okay, so I'm going to need to remove a bit of gravel. That one there, all the way up to this one here, and that should get everything in that box there. So now when I click it, I can put wood farm. If I now create a brand new schematic, put a table down, put the schematic on there, select our wood farm, click the tick button. There we go. And now I've got a schematic of the wood farm, and I can just place that on any of these, get it lined up, stick it on there, drop it down, and then there we go. We're ready to place that. So I just need the schematic cannon. Stick the cannon down there, stick a table next to it, stick a barrel next to it for storage, click that in there, put in a bit of gunpowder, and now I need a clipboard again. Oh geez. Clipboard. Yeah, I meant clipboard. I didn't mean clickboard. And I need all of these things times a million. Oh, it actually wants the spruce saplings. Oh, I forgot it had spruce saplings in it, of course. Yeah, we don't want that. Let's start again. Now our material checklist. Yeah, that's much better. Okay, well, I've got all of those things. So how does that get us on with our checklist? What are we missing? Nothing! Go! And it can reach all the way from over there. This is fantastic. We're going to have these farms done in no time. Things are going well. I've been placing things in. The Wandering Trader has even turned up to see what's going on, which could be a problem. And this has now stopped building. What are you missing? Linear chassis. There you go. Have a bunch more of that. I've only got 21. And I've been going around basically sorting a few of these things out. You see, this one's going to be oak. And oak saplings can all place next to each other. So I've got rid of some of the bricks and joined all that together so that can just do a continuous row of oak. Spruce obviously can't do that. That needs to be separated. So I'm leaving that as it is, and I think birch works like oak and can go all next to each other as well, so I've done this one like that. Jungle, again, I'm going to have as the 4 spots, just like the other ones, and then acacia, I'm pretty sure can all grow next to each other as well, but I don't know if that will cause problems with getting enough saplings back, so we'll have to see. Over to this one, we've got dark oak. Again, we're going to have the 4 spots for that. And now this one's finished. This is going to be cherry blossoms. And now this next one is going to be swamp cypress saplings, and I have absolutely no idea how that grows. I've also no idea how willow saplings grow, and I'm not really sure how mangrove trees are going to work because they can grow all over the place. And now what have you run out of? Gunpowder. Oh, yeah, fair enough. There you go, have a bit more. No, I do realise I could get a whole bunch more saplings out of each one of these things, and this is definitely not the most efficient way to have a massive wood farm. But realistically, there's only me playing on this world, so I really don't need all of the wood in the world. In fact, our little spinny one of these back at home has got me more wood than I think I'll probably ever use in this Let's Play, so having way too much just means I've got more to store and then more to void into the voiding drawers. So I think what we've got going on here is going to be absolutely fine. And is that one finished? Have you done another one, sir? You have. Okay, have the next one. So mangrove propagules. How do these grow? These grow, as far as I'm aware, kind of a bit all over the place, and what I need to make sure that happens is that when the machine tries to chop it down, we've actually got enough saws in place to get through all of the roots for the machine to actually successfully chop it down. So I'm just going to plant these few propagules here, see how they grow, see what happens with that, and then, well, try and make one of these platforms fit it, I guess. But I got a feeling I'm going to end up with a longer chassis on here and a whole bunch more saws for the propagules. Oh dear, this could be a problem. My mangrove sapling has grown, and it's grown outside of my little square. That means it might not be able to get chopped down very well. But that now means everything is pretty much done, which is absolutely fantastic. So I can now turn on the machine and see what happens. Now, a bunch of these are going to be turning on, even though they've got nothing in them, but most of them should start planting. Oh, yes, we need to fix the directions. So everything on this line's going the right way, and everything on that line's going the right way, but everything on this line's going the wrong way. And with a little bit of luck, when I pop my head up, everything should be going in the right everything. What? Now, what have I? What? How are these? What? Oh, jeez. Oh, it looks like our spruce one's full already. I might have to stop this until we've got time to actually work on the rest of this area, because I've got a whole bunch more to do. Not only have I got to organize the item pickup and collection system for this thing, I also need to find a way of grabbing at least some of the leaves. See, my idea was pretty simple. I was just going to add a few blocks onto these at the height that you would roughly, generally on average, expect the leaves to be, and then just stick on a deployer with a pair of shears and put that into use mode, and then that will use that as it's spinning round, and it should collect us some leaves. Now, the shears will run out over time, of course, but we could add a system in here to actually put shears into it. I then started working on the collection system, and I made a total mess of it. I added loads of track, created 14 stations, and then put together a system that would would link up the farms, take out the items using a combination of vaults, item drains and conveyors to move everything to the front, which the train would then collect and deposit at a vault to the side. But this still didn't even include any mangrove wood, and it was getting messier and messier, and the trees were starting to stick to the chassis, and it was just becoming a big problem. And I spent absolutely hours tweaking it and changing it and testing it and trying to get it right, but I'm not really happy with it. So I decided to stay up till the early hours of the morning, completely ripping pretty much everything out and starting again. And as a result, we've got a completely different system going on here, even with these walls. I moved all of the shorter growing trees to the front section here, replaced the linear chassis with oak plants to stop all of the leaves and things from sticking to it, and then I created this train on a single track which harvests the leaves instead of the individual machines harvesting the leaves, and that means that on that side we've got some really tall ones to deal with the really tall trees. I also took 2 away from the end so that we've got 4 in each row, making the whole collection systems a lot easier, and because all of the mechanisms underneath are a lot simpler now, I've been able to add in speed controllers to speed up the belts, which means the whole chopping system can go slower, allowing the leaf harvesters to actually harvest leaves before the trees get chopped down. I've added in 2 lines of mangrove choppers and a whole new train for that, which saws it down, harvests the leaves, and then replaces the mangrove propagules. But you might notice there's one minor problem with all this, and that's it's missing a couple of sapling types. I say a couple, I mean one. It's missing the willow saplings, which I'm actually just going to use on this bit instead of these propagules here, which means I do need to stop this train, oh geez, too late, so that I can disassemble it in order to replace the propagules on there with those. All right, you can go off again. Excellent work. Good job, sir. So not only is this a whole bunch better, but the output system's a whole bunch better too. Everything's now going inside of this vault here, which is getting kind of full. So all I need now is a system to take all of the items from that vault over there, run it through some sort of incredible processing plant, and then take it over to our monorail so that it can be taken back home again, which is a lot more work than I was expecting to do this morning, considering I've had very little sleep. So if we're going to process all of these logs over here, I'm going to need a little bit more room, because this is going to take a lot of belts. So I need to demolish all of this. I'm sorry, little bee, but I'm going to have to pinch your beehive here. I don't know if this will cause problems. But you can have your beehive over there. But sadly, little bee, your tree has got to go. And so has a substantial amount of your hill. So it was time to get cracking. I flattened even more landscape, laid down a tough foundation, and connected the storage vault to another vault on the foundation I just made. I placed a bunch of conveyors coming out of the new vault with funnels and filters directing different items onto different belts. The idea here is that all of the saplings would be turned into bone meal using composters, and the logs would be split onto 4 lanes, with a bunch being sawn into strip logs while the rest go through untouched. And anything else coming through would be incinerated, which is basically just sticks. Once this was in and working, I got to build in a little train to take the items from the processing area to the gondola station. I created a lovely little engine using cherry wood for decoration, with 2 cars with logs on for decoration. I placed a large gold chest inside one of the cars with a storage interface, and then built a gantry at the processing area to put the items into the train, and another at the gondola platform to remove the items and put them into the cable cars. At the other end of the gondola line, I added a bunch of storage drawers in the area below the station and linked them up to an item extraction system that takes the items from the cable cars and puts them into the storage drawers. And after throwing in a floor and a few lights, everything was working and items were coming in fast, which brings us to now. And man, are we getting a lot of items. This is ridiculous. We are getting absolutely tons of wood, loads of jungle, tons and tons of spruce, and plenty of strip stuff, plenty of leaves, plenty of everything. It's all coming through rather nicely, and we've even got 415 bananas. So currently I'm very happy with how all of this is working. As you can see, we've got our little funnel system from there, and that just connects with these cable cars as they come in here, and these basically just offload their items downstairs straight into the drawers, which is fantastic. You can see them coming through now. And you can see them coming through because hard at work over at the other end, we have Chuck being AFK here loading the area because I haven't got any chunk loaders in this world. I do have a chunk loading mod, but I have to fight withers for that, and I don't really fancy it right now. Oh my goodness, not again. What? Oh, for goodness sake. I just want to show people what I've done. Anyway, in case you didn't catch it all in that little montagey thing that we just did, this is our tree farm. It's all working rather nicely. Our mangrove one's working nicely, getting us mangrove leaves and mangrove logs. This one's working nicely, getting us the short tree leaves and the tall tree leaves. Everything's working rather well. Our sawing system was working great, so we've got 3 saws that are stripping these logs, and the other load of the logs just go off straight down there into the system. We've got a composting system for all of the saplings and moss carpets that we don't want, and we've even got something for sticks. And that all comes into this big old vault here, and then it comes straight out of there, goes up here, and it goes into this massive gold chest we've got inside of this beautiful looking little train. I'm quite pleased with this little cherry train. And that just goes from there over past these pillagers here and into this little system, which takes it all out of there, routes it underground, and then pokes it up into the cable cars, which we'll hopefully see happening in a second if we can survive long enough while it's going on. With a bit of luck, there we go. It just connects like that through the floor, and now that's filled up. And off it goes. Oh, speaking of off it goes. Get out of it. So whilst we might have not actually done a building for this episode, we have done plenty of building this episode. More than I would normally do. It's taken hours, it's taken ages, but it's all worked out nicely in the end. So next episode, we can get a lovely little building around that, finish this area off, and then move on to our next task. Jeez. Shaders. Oh, yeah, shaders. Hang on then. Jeez. This wood farm is doing very well. In fact, in some circumstances, it's doing a bit too well. We've got way too much spruce compared to everything else, as well as way too much jungle and even too much cherry. But interestingly, as much as we've got stripped variants of all of the other woods coming through, for some reason we're not getting any stripped cherry. Sounds like there's a whole bunch of jobs to do still at the tree farm. And there is. In fact, I've made a clipboard full of jobs, not just for the tree farm, but for everything that I haven't finished off yet. And boy, there's a lot. For a start, we need a station. Over at here, we've got the tracks laid out for it, but I just haven't put one in yet. We also need an interior for this hotel because, well, most of the rooms still have absolutely nothing in. And we need to fix our rail system. You did that in the last episode. Well, I kinda did. We got some gravel down and we got some tunnel entrances, but the tunnels are still very bare and these edges still look incredibly horrible. Of course, we also need to stack a couple of monkeys on top of each other in order to... well, I don't know what for, just because. We need some actual stairs down at the power station and ideally not a death trap on this rail as you come off them. And the gondola station, where we started. There's practically nothing in here at all, and I want a nice little reception area, a place to buy tickets from, somewhere to maybe sit down while you're waiting for a gondola and all those sorts of things. And speaking of tree farms and gondola stations, we still need to get the lava that goes from the hot springs to the power station across to the gondola station so the gondolas can take it to the tree farm so we can add power there. And then we need to build a mini power station at the tree farm. And in terms of little jobs, I need to put snow on the roof of our little snow farm's cabin because that doesn't make any sense. I also really hate this roof. And speaking of snow, and perhaps this isn't quite such a little job, if this is supposed to be a ski resort, it's going to need a lot more snow in it. But before we get to all of those things, there's something else I really need to do, and that is to sort this backpack situation out. See, I've got this giant backpack with a couple of diamond upgrades in it, and it carries all of my essential create items as well as a lot of resources, which does make it very handy for crafting things when you're out and about. What it doesn't help with, though, is the fact that I've got all of these building resources in all of these chests because I've got nowhere to put them, which means every time I go off and do a little bit of a project, I end up having to craft up a bunch of stuff, take it out in these little backpacks that don't have a great deal of space, and then unload it all again when I get back. So I'd like another big backpack. I'd like an even bigger one with even more space and even more upgrades, so I can store everything I need for building. But these stack upgrades are incredibly expensive, and I need at least 2 of them, ideally 3, and I don't have that many diamonds, so I guess it's time to start using this incredible number of mechanical drills I now have and go mining. So if it isn't already obvious by the title and the thumbnail, this episode is all about ticking off as many of these jobs as possible, and I don't think I'm going to get them all done. We'll make a start. Oh, I forgot about this. I didn't actually put this in my last video because I was running out of time in the edit. But unfortunately, as I killed the pillager patrols that were over at the snowy area, I accidentally came back here and started a raid, which is not ideal because I've got villagers up here. Fortunately, though, none of them seem to have got in the storage system, and as I understand it, if I just ignore these guys, they'll eventually despawn and the raid will stop. So that's my plan. All right, first things first, I guess. Dig a big old space down here in the deep slate. Oh, this is fun. Can't do anything down these mines without you guys. Go away. For goodness sake, every block I dig, it's got you in it. Ooh, I got some already. And the machine is pretty much ready now. That is a lot of mechanical drills. All right then, let's give it a shove. I guess I'm going for a ride. How am I supposed to do a time lapse if I'm getting eaten by you every time I start the machine? Stop it. Right, I've got an idea. Put the seat up there and they won't be able to reach me there. Oh dear. Oh jeez. Run away. Oh dear. Okay, 37th time's the charm. This is just getting ridiculous. Stop it. Oh my goodness. Look how many silverfish there are now. You zombies have got me torches. Oh my, no, run away. Never a minute's peace. And speaking of a minute's peace, the raid has now finished, but the best news is there's a whole lot of diamonds. Oh my goodness. Oh geez, I'm glad that stopped when it did. Oh my god, stop it. Oh. Whoa! I've added 3 more deployers on the back of this thing, and I've filled this chest pretty much full of torches. So this time, as it goes, it should hopefully light up the area as well, which is going to stop me getting eaten by all of those nasty things on the way. I need to find a different place to go mining. And I think that's probably plenty of mining for today. Nope. Well, we got quite the haul. These are all of the diamonds that we got, and I've got a whole bunch to crush down in our crushing machines to get even more. Right, crushing wheels, it's your time to shine. Wow, we got a whole bunch more diamonds from that as well. But what's that in terms of diamond blocks? It's 44. So before I make this backpack, I've decided to empty this backpack out so that we can use this as the base, and then that's just occurred to me that there's one type of tree that we haven't been farming. A whole different type of tree is azalea. We don't have azalea anywhere. I can't believe I didn't do azalea. Oh geez. And I know azalea is just oak wood, but azalea leaves are the best leaves in the game. There we go. We've got 4 diamond stack upgrades. We can put 4 of those stack upgrades, an advanced refill upgrade, and now each slot can take so many items I can't even fill it. I think that's way too many. I can hold 32,000 with 3 of them. So now I've got 2 spare stack upgrades at diamond level. So I didn't need hardly any of those diamonds at all. But what I do need is more slots and more upgrade slots as well. And in order to get more slots, I'm going to need a netherite upgrade, which is only 1 netherite ingot, but it does require a smithing template. And I haven't had any of those yet, so I better get my clipboard out. Netherite. I wasn't planning on doing that today. So now this second backpack's a little bit better organized. I need to make myself a diamond sword, and now I need to enchant it. And the main thing I need is looting, which I don't have, and none of these villagers seem to sell. So I guess now would be the perfect time to decorate one of the rooms in this hotel.
A few moments later.
Well, I've been hard at work making an enchanted room, but it's a little bit unusual, and that's because it's full of leaves and moss and dirt and vines and things like that. I wanted it to sort of feel a little bit like an enchanted forest, and I realize that's a little bit of an odd thing to do for a hotel room, but I really like it. I think it's great. We've got some chests and some photos, armor stands, we've got our alchemy table here, some clipboards and stuff on the wall, and we've got a whole bunch of bookshelves, and hopefully that is enough level it is to get us level 30. Let's stick our sword in there. Are we going to get looting 3? We're not. But good news, I got a grindstone and a whole bunch of levels from Hill Valley. I'm going to be here for a while. No. Looting 3! There we go. Oh, and it's just looting 3 as well, but that's absolutely fine. That said, I would very much like another one with Smite 5 on it. Oh, Smite 4. That's close. Oh, in fact, that'll do. Oh, do you know what would be really useful in here as well? We'll throw the anvil down there. Perfect. Right, let's stick all of these things together. 27 levels. Oh, geez. Right, the other good thing about this room is all of these chisel bookshelves here actually have empty books on, which means you can always get an empty book if you need one. The only problem with this room is, well, basically don't look in the room downstairs. I said don't look in the room downstairs. Oh, geez. We can fix that when we come to decorate this room, I'm sure. And there we go, that's plenty. And there we go, a ridiculously good sword. Looting 3 and breaking 3, sweeping edge 3, mending and smite 4. It would be nice with smite 5, but that... Oh. The anvil broke already? I only just put it down. I guess we'll put another one down. Right, lovely room done. And I would check that off the list, but that's not the whole hotel interior. It's just one room, so I really can't do that. So there's a couple of things that I want to do in the nether. The first is to risk putting down my incredible machine. Fingers crossed it doesn't all get stuck in the walls. Oh, there it is. And then I need to make a slight modification to this. Instead of using redstone torches at the side to power the rail, I'm going to use redstone blocks. And the reason I'm going to use redstone blocks is because lava washes away redstone torches, stopping this from working, and redstone blocks shouldn't get washed away, so this thing shouldn't struggle with lava. There goes nothing. Oh geez. Oh geez, it's already gone through a lava lake. Wow, this thing's big. For some reason it does keep stopping, which is not ideal. Oh no, will it survive? It's surviving. Oh, we got more lava coming. Oh geez. Oh, I think we'll survive. It's fine. Oh, well, that could have gone worse. That's a pretty big old area that's just cleared out. What a drop bear? No thank you, drop bear. I've had enough today. Oh, what did it drop? The drop bear dropped drop bear claws. Okay, let's put the thing back together again and see what we got. A lot of netherrack, a lot of flint, a lot of gravel, a bit of quartz, some blackstone, and 19 pieces of ancient debris. Of course, the other reason I wanted to come to the nether is to beat up some wither skeletons. And the reason I want wither skeletons is I want wither skulls. And the reason I want wither skulls is to make a beacon. And the reason I want a beacon is so I can make chunk loaders, which is something else that I need to do that wasn't on my list. Might not be the best fortress for wither skeletons, but I know there's another one not too far away. And here we go, a much bigger nether fortress with hopefully not bigger withers skeletons, but the right size ones, ideally. And this is why I wanted Smite 5, because with Smite 5, wither skeletons are one-hit kills. With Smite 4, they do take a couple of hits. I got one. I've got two. I've got three. 4. I've got 5 now. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 12. There we go. And I got a couple of really nice backpacks as well. While I was there, I also got this feeding upgrade as well, but it doesn't really work. Oh, I didn't have any food in the backpack. Oh, that might have been why. Well, there we go. If you put food in your backpack, it works. But there we go. Job done. We can go home now. Oh, you can't. You need to go to a bastion and get another right template. Oh, yeah. Well, this is a bastion, but I have no idea if it's the right type or not. I know it's very specific which type of bastion it needs to be, so I'm going to fly around here as quickly as possible. Try not to get beaten by all the brutes because I'm carrying very important things. And see if I can find some chests. There's one and there's a brute. Ow. Oh, and I could do with sharpness now, not smite. Jeez, you took a lot of hits. Ah, this could be a big problem. Wither skeletons are easy. Brutes, on the other hand. Oh, a couple of chests here. No, and no. Pretty sure these are the wrong types of bastions. And here we are. Is this the right type? It's got one of these big rooms. I think this is the room I need. Is it gonna... Oh my god, jeez. Yeah, you guys all just fall off trying to get me. That's a good idea. And then I'll just shove you all in the lava. That's it. This way, sir. There we go. Come on, push each other in the lava. There we go. That's it. Push that brute in. Get in that lava. There we go. And you get in that lava as well. Brilliant. There we go. I got some. Oh, I'll take that gilded blackstone as well. Right. Time to go. In fact, I'm pretty sure this is the bastion we popped our heads through in one of the earlier episodes of this Let's Play. So if I just dig through here, I should find my old staircase. There. There it is. Perfect. Lovely. See you later, guys. Okay, first things first, let's duplicate this upgrade, which I'm pretty sure is like that. No? Like that. There we go. And we'll throw our ancient debris in there, and that'll get smelted very quickly, and that's going to end up back in the storeroom. Oh, and we can get rid of these levels now. We don't need them. Top up the XP tank. Oh, we're going to get a mighty 5 pieces. Big old backpack upgrade time. Get the one off my back. Stick it in here. Stick one of them on, and one of those in, and there we go. A netherite backpack. And I'm going to do it with the other one as well. You should do it on your tools. Nah, I don't need it on my tools, mate. So just one more line? Is that it? Well, I feel a little bit like I've been ripped off. At least you get more upgrade slots though. I'll keep my new one on my back. No, I won't. I'll throw it on the floor. My other one can stay in my inventory. Inventory. We are getting quite the assortment of backpacks now. But before we go off killing withers, we should probably tick off something else. And the thing I want to do most is... Oh my goodness me. We've had all of this rail in here for a while now, but absolutely nowhere for the train to park at. So I'm going to do that next. I started by removing the existing track and signals as they were too close to the edge of the lake and I wanted the station to have 2 platforms. Then I laid down some new track in a better position and started to build up the foundation of the platforms using variations of andesite due to its colder feel that I think fits in better with the snowy environment. As I was just about done with the platform foundations, a pillager patrol arrived, and I didn't want bad omen again, so I maneuvered myself so that they killed their own captain. And with those guys out of the way, it was time to make the tracks look snowy. In order to texture rail, you have to use blocks that have a slab variant, which snow sadly doesn't, so I needed the closest thing. That ended up being another variant of andesite, which I think looks like a really good gravel and snow mush. Piling that up at the edges of the platform with a few framed blocks really made it part top. And with the frame block edging on the side of the platforms in place, everything was starting to come together. Next, it was time for a bridge. Using McCaw's stairs and bridges, I threw up a way for passengers to get from one side to the next and dealt with another pillager patrol in the same way as I did before. And with the bridge done, it was time to decorate, so I put in some stairs for access, fences around the edges, some benches, and a couple of lampposts on either side. Then, to finish it off, I added some more snow around the platform and replaced a few of the platform blocks near the snow with diorite variants in order to make it look more like the snow had been trodden into the platform. If you're enjoying this video and you're not yet subscribed, then please do, because 81% of you are watching this and you haven't. What are you doing? Well, there's our little snowy station. And it's not 100% finished. There's a few things I need to do, but what I've mainly tried to do is make it look like these tracks are sort of mixed up with the gravel and looking a bit dirty and pushed up to the edges. And I've tried to add a little bit of detail in where the snow is, making the blocks a little bit lighter around the area. But obviously the whole thing's not covered in snow yet. The whole area is not covered in snow, and there's this nice area here that I thought would be perfect for a signal box. It just seems like the right thing to put in here. And I think this sort of thing is what I'm looking for. Bricky at the bottom, lots of white looking wood, and plenty of glass, and some stairs. Now I wonder, can I make dark oak look like bricks? No, but I can have planted dark oak logs which kind of look a little bit sort of like bricks. And these dark oak planks look a little bit bricky, but it's not really what I was looking for. Now the options we've got for darker blocks are of course deep slate, which look pretty good, blackstone, which looks a little bit too dark, and we've also got mud, which you can turn into bricks, which has a nicer sort of brown to it, which you would sort of expect to find in sort of the snowy sorts of areas, but I'm not sure if I like that either. And I do like the deep slate, but I don't think it really fits in with everything else we've done. And there's also basalt, which is quite contrasty, but that does sort of have that cold, snowy feel to it. But I still don't think it's quite the colour I was going for. And I think that sort of thing looks okay. It's a bit odd, but I think once we've got the rest of this building in, it'll make sense. Now, I really wanted to use limestone for like the slatted wood, but this is the only variant that's got horizontal lines on it, and it doesn't look ideal. And there really aren't that many other light blocks that I can make use of here other than diorite, but diorite I'm using for the snowy bit, so I think that'll look out of place. And wood-wise, again, we don't really have any light woods other than birch, and I really don't want to throw birch in there because that's too yellow. So do you know what? I think we should scrap this and just stick with our normal colours and make it fit in with the area. Go. I don't think that's too bad. It's come together okay. It's nice and small. It needs some snow around the edges, and of course it needs an interior. And inside I'd like to have a display board on here displaying when the trains are arriving and leaving the station, and just some controls on here that don't really do anything because we don't have any track switching on this track, although signals at this signal box might be a good idea. And definitely snow. Need more snow. Better add in some snow. Better add in some snow. Now, I don't want to go too crazy with the snow yet coming up to this mountain because, well, that's work to be done for a different time. But I'm happy with that, and I just need to do the internals now, which means we're going to need power to it, more display boards. However, by the looks of things, we've run out of lava again at the power plant, so I can't produce any more andesite alloy to make the display boards with, and I've only got one piece. Yeah, there's none at the power plant, and there's none at the hot springs. And the reason this keeps happening is because there's nobody loading the nether, so the nether train can't fill up. Even though trains in Create can run in unloaded chunks, they can't access devices in unloaded chunks, so we really need a chunk loader. So I guess it must be time I fight one of those withers. Oh jeez. And because Java Edition withers are for babies, and wardens are basically wimps, I have every confidence that I can defeat this wither in this ancient city. What could go wrong? No, I'm kidding, I'm not doing it in an ancient city. I'm not a more... Oh, what was that? What are these? Urns. Can I break it? They can. What did I get? Ash. Brilliant. Oh, and I got the urn. Anyway, I don't have the urge to get killed by a warden and a wither. So let's just go and kill the wither. In these caves directly under Hill Valley. What could go wrong? You're a moron. I know. Put the bed down in my little escape hatch and set my spawn. And let's build a wither. 2, 3. Get away from his initial explosion.
Events occur in real time.
Here we go. And let's kill this guy. Wow, my sword is doing well against him. Jetpacks for the win when it comes to withers. I think I'm going to die, though. I've got 1 heart. I'm about to die. Golden apple. Oh, that was close. That was very close. It only needs a couple more hits, though. 1, 2, 3. There we go. I told you withers were for babies. That was easy. Jeez. So let's do another one. Go. And there's another one down. If only the Bedrock Edition wither was so easy. Let's do another one. There we go. All right, last one then. Let's do this. And dead. Didn't even need a golden apple that time. I can't believe how easy that was. Okay, with the withers down and nether stars in my pocket, let's see if we can craft up some chunk loaders. Oh, I'd have to do it in automatic crafters? Can I not just do it on normal crafters? 4 beacons, please. Smash this one to bits first. Get it connected to our mechanism, just like... Oh, geez, overstressed. Unplug the grind wheels. There we go. Put one of those in there, one of those in there, and a beacon in the middle, and here we go. A chunk loader! Right, let's make 4 of them. 4 chunk loaders. Now, the thing is, I have absolutely no idea how these work, and I don't know if they need power. And it doesn't have a pondering thing on here, so I'm just going to place one down over at the factory and see what happens. Because realistically, it's this factory that I want loaded so that we can keep producing iron and things while I'm over at the other area. I also have no idea if this does even more than 1 chunk, so I guess let's just shove it there for now. It doesn't have a UI, and it doesn't seem like there's any way of putting power into it. Can I get it with the wrench? No. Is that it? How do I know if it's working? I've just read the wiki. It's not really what I want. What these do is they keep chunks loaded around a moving contraption. And none of these are moving contraptions. They're all incredibly stationary. What is a moving contraption, however, is our nether train. So I could potentially attach one to this so that it can use this when it's in here. But I don't know if this will... Oh, well, of course, this will run while it's loaded. So yeah, that will work. Excuse me, little driver. I'm going to just put that chunk loader in behind you. So hopefully this train will continue to run while I'm not here, and it's nearly full. So let's find out. If I go through here, is it going to come through and follow me? Oh, it's already going. Oh man, that means I've got to wait for the whole thing again. I will just wait patiently for you to go round and do it again, sir. Off he goes. And the question is, will he come back without me going in there? It's being patient time. So I waited and waited and then waited some more, but the train never came back. Oh, jeez. Well, there's only one way to find out if it's doing anything. If it's got lava in when I get there, as in a lot of lava, then we know it's working. If it hasn't, then it's not working. How much lava do you have? None. Great. So it doesn't work. What a waste of my time. I guess I'll just have to do what Mr. Beardstone advised me to do in the first place and install a different mod. And the mod I've installed is FTB chunks, and apparently I can just claim some chunks to use this for. So I guess that one, and that one would be useful. Okay, due to the fact that I've incredibly badly chunk aligned this, and we have 3 chunk borders in this area here, I've now got to have 3 chunks loaded in the nether just to get the nether train to work, and another 3 chunks loaded here because although this little tank, or at least most of it, is within this section here, the power is not, and neither are these 2 filling pumps. So that's a problem. In fact, I don't think I could have designed this entire thing worse in terms of chunk alignment if I tried, because half of these tanks are in 1 chunk, but the power for everything's in another. But that should at least be the nether train sorted out now. It's just popped back out of the nether, which is a good sign. And it's unloading, so we shouldn't run out of lava anymore for our power station. Now, I don't think I need to force load the power station because I only need the things to be running while I'm here, and all of the boilers have kicked in again, so that's good news. And we do have quite a bit of lava in the buffer tank now. So realistically, at this area here, there really isn't a massive amount that I need to force load apart from the wood farm system if I want the wood to keep coming in while I'm not in this area. But for the moment, I'm probably going to be in this area quite regularly. However, back at Hill Valley, I really wanted this entire factory load in, but this factory and goes over loads of chunks, and yet again, look at that, the power's in a different chunk to all of the contraptions. So I think for now, while I'm not desperate for all of the things in this area, we won't bother force loading it. We'll just come and AFK here when we need to, or we'll send Chuck to hang out here if we're desperate. Speaking of being desperate, I desperately need to tick more things off this clipboard. We can tick off station, we can tick off backpack, and we can tick off chunk loaders. But there's a whole section of this. Tree farm, tree farm, tree farm, tree farm. 6 items in total that all need to be done over at our wood farm. So I guess we should head over there next. Right, first things first, we're getting way too much spruce. And the simplest way to deal with this is to not grow as many trees. Got the same issue with jungle, so both of those are down to 1 tree per area now. We also were getting way too much cherry blossom, but no stripped cherry blossom for some reason. So that should solve that little problem. And of course, we wanted azalea over here. So in fact, I'm going to get rid of this one altogether, which is the cypress swamp stuff, which is actually a really nice wood, but it grows in such a crazy way. I'm just going to place those here. And it's occurred to me after stopping all the machines and letting everything grow for a little while that azalea's not going to actually grow on its own. I'm pretty sure you need to bone meal it. Yeah, and that could be a problem, because I could fill this with bone meal, but then it's going to export it all. I guess if I put a filter on there, it won't take the bone meal out, and then we could just have a barrel full of bone meal on there, potentially. But then how's he going to replant them at the same time? Oh, geez. We'll worry about that later. And with these little problems over here at this logging camp solved, I guess it's time to build the building over our little production area. And the main materials I'm going to be using for this, believe it or not, are wood. Mainly because I've got tons of it over here, and I'm going to be mainly using cypress logs because I really like it, and I'm going to try and squeeze some cherry in there as well. And maybe even some mangrove. See how we get on. That was a mission, but I think it's looking pretty good. I'm very happy with it. We've got a little lumber yard out here. I've put pods all absolutely everywhere and blended it in with the gravel round the track. We've got fences all round, lights all round, and the build itself, I've tried to use the woods. So it does look a little bit strange, but I kind of like it, and I think it kind of fits in here. I think it's nice. However, I did discover why we've not been getting any stripped cherry, and that is because, well, you can see them going through there. They don't strip. You put them through there, and even though it's set to strip, and if we look at the filter says stripped cherry logs, doesn't actually do anything. So that's why. In terms of decoration, we got the usual barrels all over the place. We've got some barrels over there. We've got some tables with saws on and more barrels. We've got some chairs, then we've got more barrels. Basically, lots of barrels. And because this is a sawmill, and sawmills would be quite horrible, dusty places, we've got plenty of ventilation in here. So we've got a big open area here. Down the back, I haven't textured any of these blocks because I like the fact that they are open. And then we've got this campfirey flat bit at the front here again, very open, nice and airy, so nobody should be getting any problems with their lungs over here. There's nobody there. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Oh well. So this is really the only thing letting this area down now. Anyway, let's look at this clipboard and see what we can tick off. Tree farm building, done. Tree farm decorate, done. Tree farm power, not done. Tree farm lava import, not done. Optimize tree farm, less spruce, jungle cypress, more mangrove and willow, done. So next on the list, I need to do tree farm power, which is going to be nice and easy. At the minute, to be honest with you, we've got this water wheel here. I was planning on bringing lava over and having a steam generator, but to be perfectly honest with you, with this lovely little natural area, I don't think it needs it, and I kind of like that wood. In fact, I like the fact that it fits in with all the other wood. So do you know what? Let's save myself a couple of jobs. Get rid of tree farm power, get rid of tree farm lava import, get rid of gondola lava export, get rid of lava train to the gondola station, and that massively cuts down our list. See, instead of ticking them off, just delete them. Perfect. But while I might be deleting some things from the list, there are some things I need to add to it because we still don't have an interior for our little signal box. Tell you what, I'm going to move all of the done ones onto this page. So let's start with a couple of very, very easy ones. The first being put some stairs on here, and done. That was easy. What about the death trap of the rail? Yeah, well, this rail needs to change anyway, so we'll worry about that bit later. Next ridiculously easy job is to put snow on the snow farm roof. Done. I'm kidding! Technically, I have done it. And there we go. Now that's done. And I still hate the roof. It's so thick at the front. It's very difficult to get that not thick because of the angles that I've done it with and the frame blocks. But it'll do. It's better than it was, and it's got snow on. Jeez, what more do you want? So there's just 7 things left. There's no way I'm going to get the rails, the interior of the hotel, and the tunnels all done today, or all of the snow and the paths, but I might be able to get the signal box interior and the gondola station interior at least started. Okay, I've crafted up a whole bunch of stuff, so we should be able to get this thing going. So 32 display boards. It's quite big. Maybe a little bit bigger than I wanted. Not going to be enough room to display it all on there. Okay, click that with that and stick it on there. See what that looks like. Oh, it's not going to look like anything because there's no power to this yet. I guess we need to get our power lines over here, but if we do that, well, they're going to be very close to the bridge and anyone walking across there might get electric shock. It's not real. I know it's not real, but you got to think about these things, guys. The other option, we could go across from here over to there and then across to there. All the way across here. New power line in. Fantastic. Now all I've got to do is route it down underground into there. Wonderful. We have power. And with one of those there and one of those there, and a bit of one of them, we should have power to the control board now. We do. There's nothing written on it. Maybe I need to link it again. Click train schedule status. What? Okay, fine. Let's change it to station summary. Ooh, dynamic timetables. Advancement. 1 minute the hill. That's really useful. 45 seconds the hill. Maybe we could make it a little bit bigger. The fly hill. Well, this isn't ideal. Okay, there we go. So, using a bit of dye and a clipboard, I've now got it to say arriving in 3 minutes to the snowy station westward. And it's just left, so it must be a 3-minute track. And it's going to be departing the Hill Valley station in 3 minutes. What? Oh, departing to Hill Valley in 3 minutes. Right, I get you. I understand. Good. Right, little control room then.
A few moments later.
Okay, this control room is now done. I've added in 2 signal boxes, which are attached to the track down there with some Nixie tubes on. So whoever's in here can see whether the trains are coming or not. We've got a couple of buttons and levers and things that do nothing. I've added a track switch in here that does absolutely nothing. I've also added in signals at this end of the station and at that end of the station because I forgot to add those back in again after I took them out to build the station. So with our display board and all of these fancy little things, I think this is a fabulous little working, semi-working signal box. Perfect. Another one to tick off the list, which leaves us with the gondola station interior and the other ones that I'm ignoring. How hard could it be? What could possibly go wrong? I'm gonna do it in the morning. Jeez. Well, the morning has been and gone, so all that's left to do is show you what I did at the gondola station, and all I did really was just add these trees outside. That's it. I didn't have time for... No, I've done it all. I've done it all, guys. We have an entranceway with some white text on there that doesn't show up, so I guess I need some glow squid. And we've got 3 options. We've got exit only, which obviously we're not going to go through because that'll be very naughty. We've got staff only, which we're not going to go through because that would also be very naughty. And we've got the sky-high gondola entrance, and if we go through here, we end up in a lovely little room with a little waiting area, and I've used Immersive Paintings mod to add a picture of the actual gondola station. We got a couple more photos up here, somewhere to sit, and we got a ticket office. Now, if you go through the staff only area, assuming you're actually staff, of course, then you can come through into this little ticket office, and there's a till, and it tells you how much the ticket prices are, although that one's wrong. And there's a couple of little bits and bobs in here just to make it not completely empty. Back out into the main reception, the ticket office front is slightly different. We've got some notices on here. The Sky High Gondola doesn't go anywhere fun, but if you're into logs and spinny things, then grab your ticket now, because of course it goes over to the log farm. It also says ticket prices one way $1 and return $10, because we like to rip people off. There's another sign that says you are reading this, because I couldn't think of anything else to put on there, and then this one for conductors. Conductor hats are too expensive. Fancy flying through the sky on our very fancy monorail, doing the exact same loop day after day after day forever? Sign up here. Of course they would. Why wouldn't they do that? Once you paid for your ticket, you come through into the little locker room. So with with this being a ski resort, you would have your skis and boots and stuff in these lockers safe, and you come and pick them up and put them on and put your clothes in there, and then you go up the stairs onto the gondola platform, and you would go and get in your gondola and go up the mountain. And when you finished doing all of that, you would come out and you would come down these stairs, down this little bit here, which is full of barrels just to take up the space really, because there wasn't anything else to put in here, and you come out that door which says exit only, and that's it. And I think it's great. I really like it. I think I've made a great use of the space that we had available in here. I like the fact that it's all segmented off, but it still feels nice and big and open. So we've achieved a whole lot today. We've made stations, we've made signal boxes, we've made interiors for there, we made the enchantment table interior in the hotel, and we made the logging camp just look all that much more fancy. And now all of the trees have fully grown in, you can kind of appreciate that a little bit more, and I think that's plenty of work to do for one day. I've got arrows in my head. Oh, geez. In the last video, I achieved a whole bunch, but my focus was split over so many different tasks that the video was, well, a little bit fast-paced. And for me, that was a bit of a one-off experience. It might happen again in the future, but I'm going to try focusing very hard on one job at a time from now on, or at least a couple of jobs at once. That being said, thanks to you lovely people in the comments, I was able to remember something that will solve our azalea wood problem, and I don't know why I'm going in there, because I need to go in here. If you remember from the last episode, we realized we weren't actually farming any azalea at our wood farm. I'm just going to head over there quickly now. And why don't I ride on one of the gondolas over there rather than just flying like I normally do? Oh, there's one just here. Oh, hello, sir. I'd like a ride, please. This is the life. Oh, and there's a queue. I'm going to hop out here. Thank you very much, driver. So, azalea trees. We planted a bunch of them. Oh, why have a bunch of my machines stopped? Yeah, these azalea trees aren't going to grow on their own because they need bone meal, but there just happens to be something in this pack that allows you to grow azalea trees without needing bone meal, and that is rich soil, which you get from organic compost, and you get organic compost from all of these things. And now I've got to go all the way back to Hill Valley. Oh, geez. Can I have a lift, mate? No, oh, gee, oh, fine, I'll walk. So if you would cast your mind back all the way back to episode 1, we raided a village, and I believe in that village we actually got a bunch of rich soil. There we go. Look, 10 pieces of it. And I've got organic compost as well. Fantastic. Now I can go all the way back again. Oh, geez. Is the train going to be here any time? Oh, I wish I had a display board over here so I could see when the train was coming. Stop getting distracted. Oh, fine. I'll fly. So it's my understanding that by putting some of this rich soil down instead of the normal dirt, these things won't require any bone meal. So let's give it a go. Put some of that down there, put those there. Now, I don't know if this needs replenishing after time or if it only lasts a certain amount of time, but I guess we're going to find out. Oh, yeah, one's already grown. Wow, that didn't take any time at all. But when azalea trees grow, they tend to replace the dirt underneath them with rooted dirt, so I'm a little bit concerned that when this goes, that's going to be rooted dirt there. Oh, it's not. It's still rich soil. Ow! Stop it. Yeah, but how long is it going to last? That's what I want to know. There's no, like, durability thing on there, so maybe it lasts forever. Oh, that'd be ideal. That'd be amazing. There was one more thing I wanted to do over here, and that was to plant a whole bunch of spruce saplings in that bit there to finish off our tree line. So I'll just do that quick and then we'll go. And that seems to be a reasonable number of saplings planted, and that should help just blend all of that into that bit there and fill out this area bit. And now most of that's all filled in. The azalea trees are still growing, and we've still got rich soil down here, which is absolutely brilliant. And we're getting a whole bunch of stuff coming through here as well, which is great as well. Oh, and there we go, look, there's some azalea leaves going through. Fantastic. So for today's video, you need to cast your mind back all the way to phase 1 when we built a big old factory, which I'm going to now. So I built this big old factory whose main purpose is a massive cobble generator that creates lots of iron and gold and things. And as a byproduct, it also creates gravel, as well as quartz, flint blocks, clay, and I squeezed in a bunch of other contraptions as well later on in order for us to build track and sort of create things as well. But I want to do it again. And you might be thinking, why do you want to do it all again, you moron? Well, this whole project, in fact the whole of Hill Valley, was basically me just learning Create, how it all works, how it all goes together, and seeing how power works, what resources I needed most, what things I could generate, and basically just developing an understanding of the mod pack. See, I knew nothing about Create when I started this series, and as a result, I thought it was a really good idea to have a slime farm just so I could make glue, because I assumed that glue was single use. I didn't realize it had durability, and I certainly didn't realize you could put mending and unbreaking on it as well. And whilst this design is incredible and I absolutely love this cobble generator, and it does produce a ridiculous amount of cobble, I want to try something different. But basically, what I want to achieve over the next sort of 3 or 4 episodes is a big old industrial area over here, where all of these monkeys are, that produces everything. And I don't mean every single item in the game. I mean something that generates cobble, gravel, sand, soul sand, clay, iron, gold, quartz, diorite, andesite, granite, terracotta, bricks, red sand, dead bushes, and scoria. And why do I want all those things? Well, they're all the building blocks to pretty much everything you could possibly want to make and create. And why don't I build them at the factory at Hill Valley? Well, this ski resort here is going to be our hub that leads us to everything else. So I want to be able to make food here. I want to be able to generate resources. I want to be able to stockpile things in big old factories. And I want this rail system to be able to take them from here to wherever else we're going to be building in this world. And if you're worried about me making a big mess of our ski resort area and making it all horrible and industrial, try not to worry too much, because I've got some big plans for this area that I've laid out in this lovely little JPEG I'm showing you now, which is the most ugly thing in the world. Back in the game, the idea is that around this area here from the station, we've got like a little ski village, which is going to be mainly focused on food production. Over here, we're going to have an animal farm with a stable and some pigs and some cows, which is going to be producing as meat. We're going to have some fields and things over here for some bison, some more cows, some sheep, and some just normal growing crops that aren't actually farmed. And then towards this way, we're going to be having our factory things, and eventually at the end of this phase, we're going to be generating blaze cakes and biodiesel over here. And there's going to be that train line, like I said, linking everything together with trams and paths and trains and basically all sorts. So that's my little plan. I think it'll look good once it's all done. But I can't just stand here talking about it. I need to get cracking. The thing is, though, before I get building, the one thing that's going to be a big problem for all of this is landscaping. This terrain doesn't really lend itself all that well to a little village, so I'm going to have a whole bunch of work to do to make this, well, work. Well, I've tried not to make a mess of this lovely area, but I thought the best thing I should do is probably plan out where all of these little builds are going to go, or at least roughly. So I've done that. These are going to be our little food areas in our little village, and over here are going to be our factories. Behind the factories is where the rail's going to be, and we're going to have the blaze cakes and the biodiesel stuff there. And roughly around this area is going to be the station for this little village. And while I was placing all these, I realised these monkeys are quite noisy little fellows, but I've got an idea for one of them, so come with me, sir. You just need to take a quick stop off at the hotel. Oh, I've got another idea. Speaking of hotel, perhaps we could have a monkey in our little enchanted forest. I don't know how I'd get him to just sit. Oh, I know exactly how I'm just getting to sit there. Just wait there a minute, sir. So you, sir, are going to be my enchanting monkey, so you can just sit there. Thank you very much. And you, sir, are going to have a real job over at the gondola station. No. I can't. Why can't I? Oh, jeez. Morons. Oh, no, I've done this. Oh. Stupid game. How? Stop it! You're nearly dead. You see, we've got no one in the ticking office to take the tickets. So I thought it'd be a good opportunity to put a little monkey in here, and if I go around the front, we got someone to buy the tickets from. Wonderful! Oh, look at that! He's sitting up. That's amazing. I'd like 2 tickets, please. Fantastic. Good. Now, if you're enjoying this video and you watched the last video, please let me know in the comments if you prefer this style of me talking through pretty much everything as I go through it, or if you preferred the style of the last video, which was high-paced, fast-cutting and lots of montages. Hello, sir. Good morning. And while you're fiddling about in the comments, then maybe hit that subscribe button as well. That'd be nice. Right, anyway, distractions aside, I better get building. Having said that, before I get building, I'm having a bit of a dilemma. See, I don't know whether to raise this platform up and have it at a higher level, in which case this track would be higher up, or to dig into the terrain and have it at a lower level and have a bit of cliff around it. So I guess realistically, the first thing I need to do, rather than building up this factory, is actually figure out exactly how the train line's going to work so that I know what level this all needs to be at. I've just thought of another job for another monkey. Come here, you. I thought of 2 more jobs. I keep thinking of jobs for monkeys. Of course, there's no one working at our signal office, and you can be the train signal operator. And of course, we've got no one operating the power station, and you can be in control of that one, and you can be in control of that one. Fantastic. We've now got a whole bunch of monkeys running this area. What could go wrong? Okay, so 2 things I could do here. I could either bring this terrain out and make more space up there, which is probably the sensible thing to do, or I could build a cool little bridge across there, but that doesn't really make a great deal of sense. I think we'll go with leveling out the terrain, but I'll worry about that later. Right now, I need to go back to Hill Valley, grab some more track, and then work on these connections. Do you have some more track for me? That's narrow gauge track. I'm sure I've got some more normal track somewhere. Oh, geez, don't tell me I've got to set all that up again. No, I was storing a bunch of it in here. I guess I've used all that. Okay, I've got to make some more track then. Oh, goody. And that should be plenty for now. So let's grab all of those, stick them all in my backpack, and let's once again head back to the snowy area. This time I'm going to wait for the train. Oh, no, I'm not. The train won't work because I've deleted the track at the other end. No, I'm going to fly. And here we are. Let's get this track organised. Oh, geez, this is going to be a nightmare. Wait. I've had an idea. Instead of having a T-junction here and another one over there and then having the trains go up and down this crazy steep hill, instead what I'm going to do is bring a secondary track all the way back from here, down the hill, down to around about here-ish. Oh gosh, that's steep. Okay, let's not do that for now yet. Let's make the corner first. So we're going to go from here, there, and there, all the way up to here with a nice slope like that. There we go. That's not too bad. So that's going to get the train down there, but how's it going to get back up again? Well, it's going to have to turn around that way and go back up that way. But we also need it to be able to join up with the other track to come back. So we're going to need some sort of loop over in this direction in order for it to turn around and come back again. But apart from the fact that the terrain's completely in the way, that's a decent curve on both sides, I think. Well, there's a lot of work still to do, but we've got these tracks in down here now, and I've tidied up a little bit around the slope just to make it blend in a little bit coming down towards that village. But now I've got a massive area to level out and bring all up to the same level. Oh, geez. If only we had replay mod on Forge. Well, that gives me an idea. Well, that's 2 hours worth of landscaping all done, and it's nowhere near finished. But at least we've got an idea of where things are going to be and how this is all going to look. And if you're concerned about the fact that this is all looking a little bit flat now rather than mountainous, then don't worry about it, because once we've got all the builds in here and everything around it, there's going to be so much more landscaping and things going on that it's not going to look flat at all. So what have we got going on? Well, we've got a little station area planned out here. We've got the space for our 3 factories, and in my head these are going to be massive factories, but realistically we don't really have all that much room for them, so I guess they're not going to be too massive. But before we get to building our first factory, the next thing I need to do is fill in this hole here. So I need to set up a little station here just so that we can modify this thing slightly, because that's going to need a whole bunch of dirt rollers at the front to drop down dirt below there so then it can lay gravel on top, because if it doesn't lay dirt all the way down to the bottom, the gravel's just going to fall through and then it's going to cost us loads in gravel. And I don't really have many gravel, but I have got lots and lots of dirt. So let's modify this thing. Smash. Okay, so at the front here we're going to have, I might as well do both tracks, hadn't we? I guess all of those as drop dropping down dirt. Might as well come this way as well a little bit. And all of these are going to be dropping down dirt, but they're going to be set on straight fill below, which is going to use a lot of dirt. Let's get a bunch of this out of my inventory. Throw it in here. There we go. That should be plenty of dirt to be getting on with. And this is probably going to be the slowest journey in the world. Turn the rollers on. There we go. Oh, geez, this is going to use so much dirt. Oh, there we go. That wasn't too bad. Oh, and it looks like our pillager friends are back again. Okay, disassemble the train again. Take away these ones and take away these ones. Make sure it's all glued together, which it is. Reassemble the train. I need to move it from this track over onto this one. Just about there. And now, what we're going to do is we're going to go off to this side here, turn those rollers back on again, and I'm going to be placing dirt all the way down this hill, and hopefully not killing those monkeys at the bottom. Oh, jeez, I'm sorry. Oh, well. And now all we need to do is go up the other side. And we're just about there. There we go. Fantastic. Right, okay. How much dirt have we got left? Well, one piece! One piece left! Oh my goodness, I can't believe that. Okay, fine. Well, that used a lot of dirt. And now I need a whole bunch more. Because what I need to do now is fill in these gaps down here. And I need to do this 2 blocks thick again, because it's going to be putting gravel at the top layer. Nice. And now just fill in these holes. That bit's all filled in. Lovely. Now, can I squeeze in a little turning circle in there to get our train going again, do you think? Yeah, there we go. Nice. So now our train can proceed on the weirdest track that you've ever seen. But apparently the signal's blocked. Oh. Oh, yeah, this whole area oh, geez. Oh, right, okay, I need some signals. That should solve that little problem. No? Oh, yeah, we need one on this side as well. Okay, one there. There we go. Now it can go. I'm sure it won't look weird at all going around that little circle. It's fine. Good. Right, in that case then I would start putting gravel down here, but as I said, I haven't got any left. We also need to make this cliff look a lot nicer, and I'm not doing that right now, so I guess it's time to actually start building this factory. And while I'm building that, I am going to process some of the cobble I've already got into gravel. Even though in this video I'm making a cobblestone generator that's going to be creating gravel, but I've got so much cobble I need to get rid of some, and I really need gravel. So I've set this up, and that should carry on running while I'm building. Hasn't come out too bad, but it is a little bit square. The sides are pretty flat and there's very little detail going on, but don't forget there's going to be 3 of these things and they're all going to be connected, and in the end it's going to look like one big factory, but we've got to start a step at a time. So the outside's all pretty much done, but the inside is very much lacking, but we've got a whole ton of space in here. It's very spacious, there's plenty of room, and the idea here is that outside the front we're going to have a yard and things piled up, as in that's the input for this thing, and then all of the processing is going to go on the inside here. We're going to have a little site office up here, which is why there's windows up there, and then at the back here all of the processing is going to come out, and there's a platform here for the train, so that's where it's going to get picked up. But the best news is, while I was building that, all of my cobblestone has now turned into gravel, which is fantastic. So we've got a whole bunch of this stuff now, but now I've got to get it all out of these storage drawers, and this takes forever. And there we go, big old pile of gravel. Get it all in my backpack. 12,000 gravel, that'll do. So before heading off to do the interior on that thing, it's time to get that scabby little train thing back and get the gravel placed on these tracks. So let's disassemble this thing and get some more rollers on it. And we want rollers on both sides covering the edges of the track. We'll replace all of this dirt with gravel, and we don't want it filled below. We want clear blocks and pave. Glue the new bits on, assemble the train, and here we go. Oh, the telephone poles. Oh, jeez. It's not telephone, it's electricity. Oh, yeah, that thing. Well, it's broken anyway. Right, now I need it on the other side of the track. Here we go, making a big old mess of all that lovely landscaping that I did. It's fine. That said though, at this point we could have a problem because this grass is 1 layer thick in places. Yep. Oh, geez. I can tidy that up. Monkeys, do not move onto the track. It would be bad news for you. Oh my goodness, I'm throwing it everywhere. Well, that's that little bit tidied up at least. I'll fix all of this bit. Well, that's that bit fixed. And now I just got to fill this one in here. And then we're just about done. I was going to say, let's just fix up these power lines. But the problem with these power lines is they go down into the rail. So I probably should move that anyway. But I'm not going to do that now. Right now, it's time to focus on the interior of this building and get our farm in place. So in here, I need a cobblestone generator, a crusher to turn that into gravel, another crusher to turn some of that gravel into sand, a washing machine to turn some of that gravel into the other things, and then somewhere to store all of those things. Now, how could it be? What could possibly go wrong? Before I start working on this cobble generator though, I need an absolute ton of this stripped wood, and I'm going to take this down into our little workshop down here. And as you can see, I've already got something running that's taking this stripped wood, putting andesite alloy on it, and turning it into the casing that we need, because I've never got enough of this, so I thought I'd just craft up a whole bunch. But because I've just about used all of my andesite alloy on this machine now, I need to generate some more over here. That should be plenty of andesite, and that should be plenty of iron nuggets to get that going. Fantastic. Right. Another thing I never have enough of is the shafts, so I'm going to make a whole bunch of those. And the final thing is cogwheels, which I'm going to make an absolute bunch of, because I've never got enough gearboxes. So now I can craft up a whole bunch of gearboxes and never be short on gearboxes. So for the inside of this factory, I am making it up as I go along, starting with the cobblestone generator, which again, I'm making up as I go along. And this is how I think it's going to work. I'm going to have a belt at the bottom, a whole bunch of chutes surrounding that, some mechanical drills here that are all going to be waterlogged. And when we've got lava pouring down the other side, we'll have cobblestone generating here. That's all going to get drilled and it's going to end up inside of these chutes. And the reason I'm having 3 chutes is some will pop off that way, some will pop off that way, and I'm hoping that will collect it all. It also looks very industrial like this. To contain the lava, all I'm going to do is add in these frame trapdoors. So next I need to waterlog these. Then I need to raise all of these trapdoors up 1 block. And if I delete this cobblestone here, siphon off a little bit of the lava from our power station into this basin, and grab 6 buckets of that. This could take a while. And the last bucket there. So a bucket of lava there, there, and there. That's the lava in. If I break this cobblestone, oh, it makes the lava in the wrong place. Oh, that's not ideal. And now it's made oh, geez. I think I needed the lava in the middle. Pick it back up again. Smash all this to bits. Let's try this again. And hopefully this is going to generate cobble and not stone, but I've got a feeling it's going to be a stone generator, which isn't necessarily a problem. It just means that our mechanical drills are going to be a little bit slower turning it into cobble. See what happens. I need power. Well, we've now got power coming over to this area. It looks a little bit strange because that's a massive log compared to the little skinny ones over there, but I need those for the support brackets coming down. And I guess that makes sense with this one being much taller than the rest. Get a speed controller in at this point here. Gearbox, gearbox, vertical gearbox. Now we're connected with power. And if I angle that correctly like that, we can get that plumb straight into there. Ah, it is working. When I've done this previously with stone generators in creative, it actually turned it into cobble first and then broke it again, but that's working absolutely fine, although it's not all going through the chutes. Well, probably because this conveyor stopped. There we go, we can spew it all over the floor for now, that's absolutely fine. Now, I think I'd like a second one of those in here, but I don't know if I'll squeeze it in. Well, imagine we're going to have another row of stone here like this. Throw in a whole bunch more drills, stick on some more safety trapdoors, add in a bunch more encased chain drives, let's waterlog these ones, add another row of trapdoors here, and then if I remove this row of trapdoors here and get power onto here, this might just work. Reconnect the power. Yes, we're getting twice as much. It is popping off the back though, so I think we need more than one set of belts. Wow, that looks like a machine. Let's color in a few of these, make it look a little bit more industrial again. If we just encase those a little bit, that looks a bit better. And we can add similar decoration over at this side, make a mess again. And now we should be good to go. If I extend these a couple each and then throw a storage vault here at the end, and that all looks pretty good, I like it. And now that just looks a little bit more stable, a little bit more supported. And it looks like an actual factory thing apart from this stupid chain drive thing here. We can cover that up. Industrial iron, more frame floorboards, more industrial iron. That looks pretty nifty. Okay, before we turn it on, I'm going to add in a threshold switch on this. I'm going to throw a clutch on there. I'm hoping that this threshold switch is going to stop that clutch without needing some sort of interface in between them both. If I switch that over, does it stop it? It does. It works. look at it go. One final bit of decoration on here. Increase the speed. We're going to have the fastest cobble generator anyone's ever seen. Look at the speed of that stuff coming through there. Let's see how fast it goes. Oh, look at that. Yes, lovely, perfect. For the next phase of this, we're going to be splitting this cobble up in lots of different ways, and I'm trying very hard to keep the layout like an actual factory, splitting this onto multiple lines. So first things first, some of the cobble's going to come out up this conveyor, along this conveyor, and then get dropped into these crushing wheels. That's going to turn it into gravel, which is then going to go up this belt and get split between these 3 funnels onto these 3 belts. Actually, I've got a new idea. I'm going to undo everything I've just done. Okay, I feel like I'm getting somewhere. I've decided to route the cobble coming out of there all the way across to the other side of the room to keep these crushing wheels out of the way. So it comes across here, doesn't go up there apparently. Oh, I've messed that up, haven't I? Huh. Apart from messing that up, which I'll fix in a minute, it comes across there, it will get sucked into those crushing wheels, turn into gravel. Some of it will come this way to go into bulk storage, and the other half of it's going to go up here and get split into these 2 lanes. One lane's going to go into this one and get crushed by those crushing wheels into sand and then gets taken into bulk storage, and the other one will eventually, when I link this up properly, get washed and turned into iron and flint and then go into bulk storage as those 2 items. Okay, the next part of my devious plan is a washing system, and I'm hoping that I can actually use 4 fans, 1 below and these 3 round here. And if I was to waterlog, although let's just throw a trapdoor down quick, waterlog that area there, I'm hoping that each one of these fans will connect to it, because with washing, it doesn't matter about how fast the fans are spinning, it just matters about how many fans are actually washing the items. So that's going to need water in there as well for that one to push. So let's stick in a vertical one of those there and one of those there. That's going to start blowing air through into that. Now, can it blow through the belt? That's the thing. Grab a little bit of gravel, throw it on there. And there we go. It is. It's being washed by that one from the bottom. So that's good news. So let's throw that back there, get these connected, and it's going to get washed 4 ways. Okay, with this setup that looks slightly less strange, it takes 10 seconds roughly to wash 1 stack of gravel. However, if I was to disconnect everything except for the bottom one so we can see what it's like with just 1 fan, it takes about 35 seconds. Now I could add yet another fan at the back as well and get this even quicker, but I think this is going to be enough. So I've moved a whole bunch of stuff around again and I've improved things. I've actually got 5 encased fans on this thing now, 1 from below, 3 on the sides and 1 at the back, and it's all connected into all of these lines. I haven't tried it yet, but I'm pretty confident this is going to work. Okay, now everything's connected and presumably working, it's probably time I spent a little bit of time decorating this, but I do still need to test this crushing wheel and those crushing wheels. So we're getting stacks of cobble coming through up here now. They're flowing through over here. They're going into the crushing wheels. They should be coming out as whole stacks out of this side, but getting split. Some going into the other end, and there we go, a stack of it coming there and getting split across these things. That's great. What about our sand one then? Is this working? Looks like it's working. Sand's going in there. We're getting sand in there. Good. Oh, we're getting clay balls and flint in there as well. Huh. I forgot about that. Oh, we'll have to deal with that later on. And then this gravel looks coming through to our washing machine, is all getting washed and going through in there. So we're getting a whole bunch of flint and iron and gravel in there apparently as well, but that's probably from my testing. So it's all working. These crushing machines do seem to be slowing down the entire process. I would like to process more gravel than this. How am I going to speed those up? Oh, I've got everything running slow, haven't I? Let's just, there we go. It's like it's in fast forward. Wow, it's like, jeez. Still not quite as fast as I'd like coming through to our sand one and our washing machine. So yeah, I'm going to need a whole bunch more crushing wheels, which means I'm going to have to redesign this entire thing again. Good news. I have jiggered about absolutely everything and I have a bunch more stuff going on in here now. So there are 3 crushing wheels just for gravel. They're sending the gravel up here, it's getting split 2 ways. Half of it's coming up here and that's getting split another 2 ways and going into 2 sets of crushing wheels for the sand. And the rest of it is coming along here and it's getting washed by the 5 different fans and going straight into there. Now it's interesting that out of all of this, the washing machine is the fastest line. Everything else is pretty much backing up, because apart from the fact that this area is not very tidy, we now have 3 fully functioning lines. Well, this thing's starting to come together now. I've done a whole bunch of tidying up, I've made things nice and safe, and I've slowed the whole thing down a bit as well, mainly because we don't need such massive quantities all at once. I'm going to be over here for a long time and these materials are going to pile up eventually. So let's start from the beginning. cobblestone coming through there into our 3 sets of crushing wheels here. They then drop down onto these 2 belts, and also from this side, this belt coming this way, so we're now storing gravel. As these 2 bits of gravel come up these belts, they go through these funnels and get split. Half of it goes into those 2 funnels and gets split again, and the other half goes to get washed. These bits that have been split here go through another couple of sets of grind wheels and get turned into sand, clay and flint, and then the flint goes from this storage vault into this one here. The items getting washed go through all of those fans, and they come out very quickly here as flint and iron, and that all gets stored in there as well. So we're now storing cobble, flint, iron, sand, clay, and gravel, all from one factory. But yeah, I still haven't even done the upstairs in here yet. I wanted an office up here, I wanted somewhere for them to work, I wanted a 2nd floor with storage, but it's just taken so long squeezing all that in. So if I was to put stairs in here then, in order to get up to some sort of site office, they're not actually going to fit inside. So I think what we'll have to do is probably have some sort of staircase up this side going in up the side. I think that makes most sense. But for now, I'm going to say that's a job well done for today. So, subscribe! In the last episode, we built the first part of our mega multi-material factory, and it produces a whole bunch of things, and since the last video, I've even done some upgrades. Starting with pressing our iron nuggets into iron ingots. I've also split the cobble so that we can save some cobble and it won't all just get processed by everything else. And every single one of these storage vaults has a threshold switch on it now, and everything is on and offable, and speed controllable too. We've got clutches on every single system with redstone links, and that means that everything in here is a lot more optimized. And everything is also now toggleable from here. I can turn off the individual lanes, or I can turn off the whole factory with that switch, saving myself a bunch of power and a bunch of lag too. But I want it on because I want to collect resources. The next part of this process is to build the next stage in our factory, and this one's going to have even more going on than the first one. So our first factory produces cobblestone, gravel, iron nuggets which get turned into iron ingots, flint, sand and clay balls. And the next stage of our factory is going to take a bunch of the sand and move that into 3 lanes, generating glass, soul sand and even more clay balls. These clay balls are going to come along here and get turned into clay blocks and also bricks. Some of the clay blocks are then going to be taken and turned into terracotta, and some of the terracotta is going to be taken and turned into red sand. So by the end of this part, we're going to be collecting red sand, terracotta, clay blocks, bricks, more clay, soul sand and glass. That's quite a lot of things to achieve, and that's quite a lot of things to fit into a very small space here. And speaking of small spaces, I'm thinking of changing this layout a little bit. So I'm thinking of moving this rail line up a little bit and having a yard behind all of these things with some other contraptions going around delivering things, because it's going to be quite tricky getting the sand and the clay out of here and into this factory without basically a spaghetti belt system. And I've been thinking, wouldn't it be nice if we had forklift trucks running about doing all of that? So I think that's where we should get started. So I'm going to place down an incredibly temporary track, throw down a station on it so we can actually get this thing built, and then figure out which bogies would be best for a forklift truck. Now we have all sorts of different bogies available, and only some of them are available for narrow gauge track. And we've got the standard ones and we've got these ones, and I don't think either of those will work. However, I do think this will work, the invisible one. For instance, we could have these little coal blocks as wheels. I also need to think about how we're going to disguise this track, because I don't really want track on here, but I've had another idea, and that idea is to dig down under here, put the track at this level where it's disguised, and then have the contraption coming up through it, because contraptions can go through blocks. And now I've got to think about how I'm going to build a forklift truck, and I've never done that before, so that could be interesting. So forklift trucks tend to have smaller wheels at the back, so we're going to throw down a couple of coal blocks there, and I guess I can do something with frame blocks to get the front ones potentially. So I guess just a few frame trap doors around those just make that look a little bit bigger. For the upright, I think we can use these half stairs with some of these going up like this, and then these bits will work for our forks. Now these top trapdoors are going to be causing all sorts of problems with our frame blocks around the cab. Along the side, I think I'm going to use these slabs so that I can double them up, because we're not going to see inside, so this will feel a little bit like trim. Then we just need the sort of yellowy cab bit at the top, and I don't know if I've got any yellow. Yep, I like it. I think it's a fine and dandy little forklift truck. It's going to do exactly what we need. Although that said, I think I might change the color of these tines so that they don't match the rest of the metal. And while the blackstone doors have the right darkness, it's very purple. but I think that works better. One thing it needs is a portable storage interface, which I'm going to hide in there. What I think I'm going to do at the front is have like a chest or a couple of barrels actually being held by the forks. There we go. That's better. It's now carrying a crate. I really like that. I think that's come out absolutely fantastic. So I think if I glue this up and see if it works, we may have ourselves a little fork truck. Forklift 1. That'll do for now. And let's see if it actually drives. Oh, I've left the top bits. Apart from the top bits, though, that is driving. Right, now what I'm going to do is take a little bit of time getting some track underneath here. Although it's probably going to be relatively temporary because I don't really know where it's going to go until we got this next factory in. Speaking of things that have got to go. Oh, geez. They're back. Throw your axe, sir. That's it. And again. Stop moving. There we go. Thank you. So a system kind of like this with a funnel on here that spits out the items onto these belts and goes into this funnel, connects with that, and that connects with the forklift truck at this level. And that just means that I need the track just down here. Well, I'm by no means finished, but I've dug out a big old area underneath all of this thing where all the track's going to be going, but then I had a crash. The server didn't crash, but my PC did, and when I logged back in, everything over here's overstressed, which normally means our power stations run out of power, but it shouldn't have done because it's all chunk loaded now, so I'm a little bit concerned. This train's not empty in lava, that's full, these are all going, and power's coming out across here, but it's not going across there, or there. I think this might be a bug. I guess if I smash that and smash that, smash that and smash that, I can plug them back on again. There we go. Fixed. Weird. Yep. Everything's running as normal. Right. Time for track. So that's not too bad. Good. Oh, and I haven't actually dug out far enough this way. Oh, geez, more digging. Oh, no. Oh, geez. Oh, geez, I've done it again. And there we go. The whole thing is now connected in every possible which way. What I don't want it to do is, yeah, bang into the corners. We can reverse around this corner here, hopefully without crashing into it. We did. Oh, that's good news. And then we can come around this way. Yeah. Oh, this is wonderful. Oh, look at this. Look at our forklift truck going around the factory. Oh, I could do this all day. Oh, this is wonderful. But I can't do this all day. I've got jobs to do, don't you know? Right, I've had it in a whole bunch of signals on all of these intersections. We've got a whole bunch of crazy stuff going on, and I've added in a couple of stations as well, and I'm ready to give this thing a test, which means we need a driver. And I'm going to pick this fly for now. Oh, there's already one. Sorry, I don't need you. And the schedule says go to the filling station, then reverse, then go to deposit 1, and then reverse. It's going somewhere. It's going to the filling station. Now it's going to reverse up. Excellent. That's doing the right thing, and it's going round there. Good. Now he's coming forward. This is good news. Well done. Good job, sir. We'll wait there for 5 seconds, and then with a bit of luck, he's going to go all the way back to reverse. He is. Oh, this is brilliant. And now we should go back to fill 1. He's doing it. Oh, my goodness. Right, let's build another forklift. Cannon, barrel, table, clipboard, gunpowder. The cannon is running, but I have a little bit of a problem. It wants a block that doesn't technically exist. It's calling it framed double slabs. And what a framed double slab is 2 slabs together that make a double slab. But you can't actually just make those. You have to place them in the world. So that means this thing's built what it needs to build, but it's missing a bunch of stuff. So I'm going to have to add a few things in manually, which really isn't a problem. I think that's all the main blocks. So now I can go around and texture it all. But this forklift's not going to be the same as the other one. It's going to be slightly different because this one's going to be orange. Oh, yes. Very orangey forklifty colory. And when I'm missing 1 frame block and I haven't got any more of that, so I'll have to do a different one, but no one will notice. We'll notice. No, you won't. So our yellow forklift. This is going to be picking items up from these vaults and taking them to our new factory, which we haven't built yet. The orange forklift is going to be going to all of the item vaults along the whole thing and then coming down to where our station yard's going to be and depositing them down here. Obviously, none of that exists yet, so I really need to get cracking on building this new factory. Oh, geez. Well, there's clearly still a bunch left to do, but I'm pretty happy with how it's come out. Obviously, this time I've gone for a completely different shape and style. We've got a different roof on there. We've got bits that stick out of the back. And I've added in a connection that's going to connect us to our next factory as well. Now, I did want to add a connection between these two, but I don't think the levels are going to meet up too well. And there's one thing that's concerning me slightly, and that's the fact that this extension doesn't really fit over the platform bit, and that's kind of where our fork trucks are going to go. So that could end up being a bit of a problem. But we can worry about that later. For now, we need to concentrate on the internals of this place, and as you can see, it seems to be a lot bigger on the inside than our other one, and that's basically just because it's a lot more square, it's a lot more tall, and we've got this extra bit over here, and I thought we'd need a whole bunch of extra space for all of the things that we're going to have to squeeze in here. And I'm thinking we're probably going to be splitting this over multiple floors. So first things first, we're going to need to get our sand and potentially some of this clay as well round to the front of this building and dump it on here somewhere. But going back for a quick recap on what we're actually going to be doing, we need 3 separate lines just to process sand, 2 separate lines to process clay, and then we need 2 more lines to process the terracotta and the red sand. There's a whole bunch of stuff to squeeze in there. And it took me my entire life almost to get all of this squeezed in here, and there's hardly anything going on in here compared to there. And look, we've got no power again. Everything's stopped, but there's some strange things going on here. These ones are spinning here, although they're not spinning there. That's a bit weird. And if we go over here, the strangest thing is that these ones are spinning here, but those ones aren't spinning there. There's something really weird going on with our power situation here, and I don't know what it is. But fortunately, it's not too difficult to fix. All I gotta do is break a couple of these things and stick them back on again. And there we go, we're all connected again. Good. That means this factory should start running, unless the reason this has stopped is because everything's full. Yes, it is. Everything's absolutely full to the brim. Oh, good. In that case, we'll have plenty to get on with when we get it over here. And in order to get it over here, I really need to fix all of this situation up, and I'm still umming and ahhing what to do about this gravel. See, I'd really like this entire section to be covered in variations of gravel, but then if I do that, this is going to happen. And if I have a block underneath to support it, I'm not going to be able to get in to see all of these tracks. So the other option is to fill this entire area with these framed slabs, or even just framed blocks, and then colour in the gravel with that. And that's probably not a bad idea, but framed blocks tend to be quite laggy in high quantities, and I'm already using an absolute ton of them over here. Alternatively, don't say it. Alternatively, I could drop the entire thing down and make the bogies for those longer so I could actually get underneath. But it's already taken me ages to get all this sorted out. I really don't want to have to lay it all down again. That said, there's not that much track, but that's a whole bunch more digging, a whole bunch more signal. Oh, jeez. No, I don't want to do that. We'll go for the frame blocks. It's fine. What could go wrong? Okay, we've now got a whole bunch of gravel around here, and you might be thinking, what about snow? All of these roofs have got snow on, and there's no snow down there. Well, there's a couple of things about that. First of all, Jeez, it just whizzed past my head. No, stop it. First of all, I'm thinking that this is a heavy traffic area. Forklift trucks whizzing about, probably getting rid of a lot of the snow. Probably people here cleaning up the snow as well so the forklifts can drive around. Second of all, I've got to consider where the snow's actually going to come down to. Obviously, our ski village is all going to be very snowy, but if we're going to be having farms and crops and things down here, we're going to have a snow line at some point. And I'm thinking this third building here, when we finally build it, it's probably only going to have maybe half of of the roof covered in snow. I will dot around a few bits of snow here and there later on in this build, but right now I think it's time to get all of these things connected and get our new farm sorted out. So I brought my forklift truck over to here and I've added another interface in there so it can interface at this section here. Let's bring the container on the inside there. We'll need a funnel going into it with a belt. So if we do that like that and stick a funnel on there, that'll be able to take the items on there, take them onto this conveyor, and then I guess we probably just need to remove this post. Then if I extend that out one block, pop the funnel on there, that should be our little system there set up, although it is going to need power. In terms of power, we're going to take off that bit there and we're going to stick a clutch on here so we can turn this entire factory off. Bit of chain drive, a little bit more chain drive, and there we go, we're connected to power. So if we hop up here, we should see sand coming in off there and going in there. Fantastic. And some andesite casing scaffolding. Oh geez, oh well, that's fine. Next, I need to add a little station in here, and I think it probably wants to go about that point there. They're always, I think, one block in front of the bogey. So let's drop that there, and we'll call that sand drop off. Oh, we just need a driver now to automate this. And this time, instead of using a conductor, I'm going to use one of them monkeys. Seems though they seem to have a lot of jobs in this area. You can come and be my forklift driver, buddy. You, in there, have a schedule. There we go. He's off already. It's going to go drop off the sand. This is wonderful. What a good job you're doing, sir. And he's going back again, driving that forklift truck like a pro. Where are you going? Where are you going? I couldn't have made it easier for... Now you're going to be facing the wrong way. It's not going to meet up now. You've gone the wrong way, you moron. How did you do that? Oh, at least he's going to go again. But now you're going to be facing the wrong way again. You absolute nincompoop. Never get a monkey as a driver. I would put this down to my signaling more than the monkey's inability to drive the forklift truck. He's not crashed into anything. He's just clearly going the wrong way. You useless monkey. Now, there is a pretty easy way to deal with this, and that would be to take out the second set of controls, so he has to go forward. But that means every time he did it, it'd be going around the whole block, which isn't a problem. I just kind of like the idea that he was reversing down there. But I think, sensibly, that's the thing to do. And then he's not going to get confused. Oh, now where's he going? Where you go? And you're going the wrong way again. You're going to end up facing the wrong way again, you useless... Oh, where are you going now? Are you going back there again? But you've already dropped off the sand, sir. Go. There we go. And now he's going the right way. This is good news. He's stopping in the right place. Yes, he's collecting items. Oh, what a good job you are doing, monkey. He has now collected all of his sand and he is off again. He's going to deposit his sand. Oh, what a good job you're doing. Oh, I've trained him so well. Okay, now that the monkey is successfully delivering us plenty of sand, we now need to turn all of this sand into plenty of things. Starting with glass, soul sand, and clay. So we're going to need lava, soul fire, and water. Easy. So we need to bring it upstairs, split this belt into 3, take one that way, and one that way. That said, I want everything coming out the bottom out that way. So maybe we should bring it up here, go across to the back of the room, and then the split the belts going that way. That kind of makes more sense. I think a floor up here would be good, but I don't dare put one in case I need the space when I'm doing the downstairs stuff, but I think it'll be fine. So yeah, I'm going to put a floor in. And I'm putting spruce in, but factories normally have concrete floors upstairs. Away with the spruce. A little bit more. We're going to use eroded tuff instead, because it looks more like an actual sort of factory-y concrete floor type thing. Right, now that we've got a second floor in, we need to be considerate of how this is all going to fit and go in. Obviously, we've got room for a third floor here again, which I think could be more offices. I kind of like the idea that this is offices and the people working here are keeping their eye on the train yard and stuff like that. We also need a way up to get in here, and we need a way to get those items back down. So I think what I should do at this point is spend a little bit of time just figuring out where all these lines are going to go, and then bringing you back once I've got an idea of how it's all going to go out. Well, I've been fiddling with this for way longer than I would like to admit, and so far I've got quite an incredible looking system going on. That being said, I think I'm going to change it all. But let me talk you through what's going on anyway. I've designed these incredible new washing, haunting and blasting machines. These will work with any type of washing, blasting, haunting, basically fan-based production, and they work incredibly fast. In fact, let me just hop into creative to show you. This system here will either wash, smelt or haunt a whole stack every 2 seconds. At the moment it's set up for glass. If I throw a bunch of sand in there, you'll see as it comes along the conveyor and gets to this fan point here, we get pretty much a constant stream of it coming out of this other funnel. You get 2 stacks, then you wait a couple of seconds, then another couple of stacks come through, and then you wait a couple of seconds, and then another couple of stacks come through. And on average, this works out at about a stack every 2.5 seconds, which is crazy. Anyway, back in the survival world, so what I've done is I've basically got our vault here, and I've also started pumping in clay from our clay system over here, because I think we're going to need a lot of clay for this build. But the thing that I've been thinking is, rather than having all of these different machines for every different end product, considering how fast these blasters, washers, and haunters are, why don't I have one floor dedicated to blasting, one floor dedicated to washing, and then one floor dedicated to haunting and crushing? So the way I'm thinking of doing it is bringing all of the items that need smelting to the top floor, having our smelters up there, dropping everything down onto this level, having the washing system on this level, and then dropping everything back down to here to finish off in this room. And I think that would be a whole lot better, but it's already taken me literally hours to get to this point thinking it all through, so I guess it's going to be another few hours before I got that sorted. Okay, the upstairs is done, and I've decided to add 2 blasting machines in here just to take up the space, really, so it didn't just feel like there was nothing going on. And I think this looks really interesting. The items will come out into the item vaults, go along these conveyors, and then into these chutes. And those chutes are going to bring all of the items down onto the next level through into here. And then this room is going to be our washing room. So I guess I need to set up a washer. However, before I set up a washer, I need to really decide which items are actually needing to be washed and what items we're going to be getting coming from the blasting machine. So we're going to need to be getting clay balls, clay blocks, and sand up this conveyor. And that means we're going to be having bricks, terracotta, and glass coming down there. And we don't need to wash any of those things. In fact, all we need to wash is sand into clay balls and then feed them back into the system. So thinking about all this is probably not the best setup to get the items down, and this is definitely not the best setup to get the items up, because in order to get the clay balls up there, we actually need to wash a bunch of sand as well to double up our clay balls. So what I think I'm going to do is bring the sand around this room here into 2 machines, one haunting machine and one washing machine. The washing machine will send the clay balls back into there so they can go back upstairs, and the soul sand can go straight out into one of the storage vaults. We'll have more sand going all the way up into there in order to get blasted, and that's our sand sorted out. And we'll bring some of the clay balls up into this room to be pressed, turned into clay blocks, which will then send back upstairs to get blasted into terracotta. We'll bring that terracotta back down into here to get crushed into red sand, and then those can all go downstairs and out. I think that's the way I'm going to do it. Oh, this is getting complicated. I knew it would. And now downstairs is sort of sorted out. But that means we've got all of the clay balls we need now going into these chutes, which can then come up here. Now, we want some of them going all the way to the top floor to get blasted, but we also want some on this floor to get pressed into clay blocks. So I think, if I remember correctly with these things, we can actually divert those off and have that split. So we'll get half going up there and half going up there, I think. Let's throw a belt in to take the items off there. We'll bring the items around this corner towards the back wall so we've got plenty of space. Then all we need on here is a basin with a press going into it, with a brass funnel going in there, and that will take the clay balls, press them into clay blocks, and they're going to come out of there. And then we need the clay blocks going into there. But also in this room, we need to crush the terracotta that's coming from down here, and we also need the rest of that that's coming from down there to go down that way. Right, I feel like I'm making some progress in this room now. We've got half of the clay balls coming off, going down there into the press to turn into clay blocks. That's then getting split 3 ways. 2 of them are going to go back up into this chute here and get smelted. That's going to give us 2/3 of all of the clay blocks being smelted into terracotta. The final third's going to come along this line and basically go down to the storage vaults to go outside. Now, this is where this bit gets complicated, because we need the terracotta that's been blasted to then split into 2 lines so we can store half of it and turn the other half into red sand. So out of this funnel line coming from our blasting chamber, we've got 2 brass funnels in order to split the line into 2. Half of it's going to go straight back down into the storage system, and the other half, which is only going to allow terracotta blocks through, hopefully not all of them, then needs to be crushed into red sand. So I've got to fit some crushing wheels in here as well. Then we can take that back downstairs. Not that I ain't got a way to go downstairs anymore, that's useful. And then at that point, everything that we were planning for this build should be processed and just needs to be hooked up to these item vaults. And just like that, we now have a crushing wheel system in, and I've gone for a horizontal one, and I'm making some big old spaghetti mess in here, but I'm trying to keep it as relatively compact as possible. So all I got to do at this point is grab that there, stick that on there and put a belt into there, and that should, although I don't think I can get a funnel on there. Okay, we'll bring it one block further out then. Smash that one to bits. Bring that out a block further. Then if we extend that funnel down there, bring that up there, they will all go into that funnel, and that should all go downstairs. And I think that's everything done. So we've got crushing, pressing. Up these stairs we've got blasting. Downstairs we've got pillagers again. Oh my goodness, what are you doing, you morons? Oh, well, that's quite useful. You're taking a while to die, sir. There he goes. He's dead. Right, you go away. And apart from pillagers, also we've got downstairs washing and haunting. All I gotta do is get these items from here into their storage vaults. Well, I think it might be time for a test run. I still think there's a bunch more decorating to do in here, but everything seems to be in place now. We've got a big sort of carousel thing, almost like at the airport here, taking your items around, and they're all going to get sucked into the item vaults. The soul sand line is connected to that, and all of the other stuff from upstairs is connected to that as well, and I'm really hoping this is going to work, because if it doesn't, well, I've got some major changes to make. I know I'm going to have made a mistake somewhere along the line, but we'll soon discover that, won't we? Oh, geez. Let's concentrate on the clay balls for now. Okay, clay balls are going up the chute. They should be going... Oh, some of them should be coming out here. They are. They're turning into clay blocks. Good. Wait. Stop. Let's move on. I've actually skipped ahead now about a whole day in terms of making this video, and that's because even though everything's working pretty nicely, I've actually had to reconfigure this factory several times, and that one as well, and we'll get to that one in a minute. One of the biggest problems was we weren't getting enough sand in here, and now we're getting a decent amount of sand through, which means we're now producing enough clay balls to actually produce most of the other things we're getting. But because of the way that I've arranged all this, it's very difficult to turn certain things off and on when I need to, because it's all being powered from the same place. For instance, our little soul sand farm here, I've had to really reduce how much sand can go in it because it's very difficult to turn the whole thing off, and because of how I've changed this carousel, because everything was backing up so that it now comes through these smart chutes into these voided storage drawers and then into the bulk storage, it means that we're literally just throwing soul sand away, which means we're throwing sand away, and we really can't afford to do that at this moment because we just don't have enough sand. So all of this soul sand that's coming off here is going around there, and it's literally just getting voided. So I need to find a way to actually stop some of these machines when they're full. Now, going upstairs, our clay system is a whole bunch better now. We're making way more clay blocks than we were before, which is enabling us to produce a lot more terracotta and red sand than we did before. And this system over here is completely changed because the old system just wasn't working, and now it's a big old mess, but it does work. And as you can see, we're getting all of the items coming through from the furnace, as well as red sand coming through there, and a bunch of the terracotta we're producing is going into there to make red sand, although not very much red sand, but it's plenty for now. Going to the very top level, I haven't made many changes up here at all. In fact, this was all working rather nicely. The only thing I've had to do was add in another chute system down here because we were forcing everything into one chute, and this produces so much so quickly that it just kept backing up. So basically, with all of the problems solved, everything running nicely, everything being a lot more optimized, apart from the fact that, you know, we're throwing items into the void rather than shifting them somewhere else, the biggest problem is how much sand and clay we're actually getting here. I'm sending a whole lot of sand over to this washing machine in order to produce clay balls, so we're getting enough clay to produce all the other things, but it's just not enough. Which brings me to the changes I've made to this factory. Now, I was really happy with the other factory at the end of the last episode, but I've had to tear out the entire thing and start from scratch, which took absolutely ages. As you might be able to tell now, we've got a whole bunch more storage vaults out the front, and that's because each one of these has individual items rather than sharing items. And if we go through the front door, the first thing you'll notice is our cobblestone generator's completely gone. That was occupying this space, and instead of having that there now, we've now got a much bigger sand grinding machine to grind gravel into sand. We've got a washing machine to get our iron and flint over on this side. And then if we go upstairs, although there aren't any stairs, so it's very difficult to get up there. In fact, I have to go on this roof and crouch through this back window. We've got a much bigger cobblestone generator in here. In fact, it's 16 blocks long by 2 blocks wide, so we're getting 32 cobble at a time. And I would show you what's happening on the other side, but it's difficult to see and I can't get to it. But there's a whole bunch of crushing wheels in there, turning all of that into gravel, bringing it into this buffer tank here, and that's all getting split into the individual areas downstairs. And did you know you can put redstone links on these funnels to stop them? So rather than having to stop the entire machine downstairs, we can actually just stop these funnels sending out items to certain bits when the storage vaults are full. which is really useful. But even with all of those changes and all of that going on, we're still not producing anywhere enough sand and clay, which is really the bottleneck for this entire system. That said though, this system works a whole lot better now. We've got the same sort of carousel thing going on we've got in the other factory with the same sort of voided storage drawers, and none of these are filling up because the majority of it's all getting taken away. So the last few jobs on my list are to find a way to make these off and onable so we're not wasting sand in areas where it's not needed, and then to come back to this factory yet again, fix this cobblestone generator because at the moment there's nowhere to get around in this room and it's really awkward doing anything, and also it spits out loads of cobble all over the floor because the belts underneath are just not fast enough to take it. So I better get cracking. Good news! After a couple more hours, I have managed to completely reorganize all of this upstairs section with the cobblestone generator and get everything massively optimized. And I can even move around it a little bit. So let's have a look at what I've done. Instead of all of the gravel going along the cobblestone generator and going to the end, it now all comes out through these brass funnels onto this conveyor here. And that conveyor goes all the way down, and as you can see, not every single brass funnel is allowed to let cobble out in order to improve the flow. If I take off these andesite casings here, it just goes absolutely nuts and it all backs up over here. And down at the other end, at the end of all of those lanes, there is this storage vault here which collects cobblestone. Now this cobblestone generator will generate a stack of cobble every 2 seconds, so half a stack every second, and these crushing wheels will crush a stack of cobblestone every 5 seconds. So I need 2.5 pairs of crushing wheels in order to keep up with the cobble that we're generating, and obviously you can't have 2.5, so we've got 3. So that's keeping up with the cobble that's being generated, which means we've hardly ever got any cobblestone in there, but it is coming through. That's then all getting stored into this temporary storage vault here, which is then letting out not quite so much sand and gravel out of here, which means this thing is actually slowly filling up. It's just about keeping up with everything. I've got it as optimized as I can, and as usual, we've got pillagers. Stop it. So this factory, I would say, is pretty much done. It's all 100% optimized. It can't go any faster, and that should mean that we're getting a reasonable amount of sand and clay over in this one now. And I've made absolutely no changes to this one at all because, to be honest with you, I'm pretty happy with it. We're getting a nice even spread of items. We've got 1,500 red sand, about 1,800 terracotta, 1.15 thousand clay, which is good because we don't need as much of that compared to the other things. The bricks haven't gone up a great deal because I've turned that right down because I really don't need all that many bricks. And of course the soul sand's full and our glass is getting pretty full as well, but again, I've turned that right down because we don't need a lot of that. And looking at the rest of the systems, you can see these clay blocks coming through here at full pelt. The red stand still getting processed here, and right at the top of the building up here, we've got all of the things coming through our smeltery. So aside from a bit of decoration, I've done nothing in here. I've done nothing in the offices over here, and a lot of this stuff could do with some guardrails and girders and all that sort of thing. But aside from that, I'm really happy with it. It's all come together quite nicely in the end. In the last episode, I built this amazing factory that's now working very efficiently because I've added a bunch of threshold switches connected to redstone links in various places in order to limit the items that we've got plenty of, including added in an AND gate that determines if 3 of the vaults are full to stop any more clay balls being processed. So everything's working great, which is amazing as it took me such a long time rebuilding everything to get it just right. That said, things need to change in this episode as we're going to be using a bunch of the new materials as well as some of the old to produce even more items. So let's look at what we're going to do. We're going to take the soul sand we've got and we're going to wash it to create quartz and gold. We're also going to blast it to create scoria. We're going to take our red sand and we're going to wash it to get dead bushes and even more gold. Then we're going to bring in even more cobble, combine that with the quartz to make diorite, take some of that diorite, combine it with more cobble to turn it into andesite, and we're going to take some more of that diorite and combine it with quartz to make granite. And that's a problem because the cobble generator is already maxed out producing for what we've currently got. So I've got a plan. Underneath the factory is in a new basement area that I dug out with my massive tunnel bore. I'm going to build an even bigger cobble generator, but getting down there isn't easy, and it's still very awkward getting upstairs in the first factory I built because I have to sneak through the window. So the first thing to do is to build a lift. An elevator! Yes, that's what I said, a lift. A little bit like this mechanical lift we've got at Hill Valley, and the nicest thing is the doors open automatically when you get there. And I think I'm going to have it just about here. That'll end up coming up slap bang underneath our cobblestone generator. So I guess I've got to delete that again. Oh, jeez. After I dismantled the cobblestone generator, I dug a 3x3 hole in each floor the elevator would stop on and proceeded to build using variations of frame blocks and textured them with industrial iron, creating as much space inside the lift as possible and leaving some of the frame blocks untextured so it had a more authentic feel. I left a small gap for the door, threw up a lantern inside for light, and added in a redstone contact to connect to the first floor of the factory where I was building it. Then I added in controls, more redstone contacts for the other levels, and added in an elevator pulley at the top connecting it to the existing power line in the room. With the mechanism connected, I started with some basic decoration for the lift shaft, comprising of an industrial iron frame with more untextured framed glass panes around each side. Then I added a redstone link on each floor with a button underneath to correspond with the redstone contact so I could call the elevator to whichever floor I needed it on. With that done and the floors named in the controls, the final thing I needed was a door. And that brings us to now. So there we go. We now have a fancy lift that takes us down between all of the different floors, and there's 4 floors altogether. There's the first floor here. We can obviously go to the ground floor, which is now completely broken because we've got no way of getting the gravel to the iron and flint machine. We can go down to the power level where all of our power's coming in, and this is a big old spaghetti mess as well. And of course we can go all the way down to the basement where we're going to be building our cobble generator. It's got a nice sliding door. I've done the framework all the way up. Anyway, now that the lift is in, it is time we went down to the basement and get this cobblestone generator in. That being said, I think I'm going to go to the power level first and sort out all of these power lines. Basically, we've got our main power coming from our power lines in here, and then it sort of goes all over the place, all higgledy-piggledy to all of the different things in here that need it. So first things first, for our second factory, instead of diverting off the main line over there, I'm going to actually break this line where it comes in here, stick on a gearbox, and then just bring that along to our next factory. And probably get run over while I'm at it, geez. And if I bring that roughly to where the middle of this factory is, then I can bring that shaft along here, and then I can link it up with all of those things. Next, I'm adding in a gear shift here, and this is for the main factory power. And I'm signifying factory with the industrial block of iron with some gravel on it, because this is going to be a gravel factory rather than cobblestone factory now. And then that'll split off into different areas for all of the different things. And the first thing I need is the elevator. And all I'm doing at this point is putting a clutch on with a speed controller, and I'm going to use gantry shaft to signify my elevator. So that's the gravel elevator, and then I just need to connect that to this. If I've done it over a couple of blocks, that'd have been really easy. Stop it. And then on this side of the elevator here, I can actually have all of the power being turned on and off like a little control panel. So turn the entire factory off, I just flick that one. If I just want to turn the elevator off, I flick that one, and then I can connect these to all of the other things that I'm now going to do. Well, this room's completely bare now. No more gravel and cobble gens in here. Power though. If I go down to our power level, you'll see everything's nice and neat, all in lines. It's much easier to deal with now, and we've got all of these clutches with all of these switches, and that means that our actual factory's had to change yet again. I've done some more work on it. I've moved this washing machine slightly over, and then over this side we've got the sand and clay crushing machines, which have got chutes going up to the top floor as well. And then I've had to do this to try and get everything to the middle because, well, basically there wasn't enough room to get underneath it, and I wanted access to everything from here, and I think that's okay. Ignore that, that's just a glitch. If I relog, that'll disappear. So I'm happy that we've got power, and I'm happy with this again. Right. Now it's time to go down to the basement and build an incredibly big cobble generator. Now that's a lot of cobble generators. It's actually only twice the amount we had upstairs before. This thing has 64 cobble generators in it. The last one had 32, which means it should give us a stack every second of cobblestone. And we need a big old vault down here to take it all to the surface so that we can get it into the top of the factory. So let's throw another one into there, throw that in there. We'll have a whole bunch of chutes coming out the top of that. And I guess we should probably have some sort of storage vault here, but I want it to be hidden in this mound of cobble. And it doesn't need to be massive because it's only going to be a temporary buffer storage. So then we can get our power from there down through here and into here, and that's pretty much the ideal position, to be honest with you. Big old cog, speed controller, and a clutch in there to make it on and offable. Couple of shafts in there, that's those connected. All right, let's create mini speed. All of the belts are now going in exactly the right direction, which means all of this is going to feed our cobble through into this area over here. And now we just need some power to this encased fan. A horizontal gearbox there and a vertical gearbox there, and hopefully that'll go the right way. Let's find out. No, it's going the wrong way. Of course it is. We'll switch the direction of that. Put one of those there and one of those there. There we go. Now it's blowing in the right direction. So if I set this to exactly a stack, and when we've got a stack at a time, these will come through and they should, there we go, get pushed into the chutes a stack at a time. You can just about see that cobblestone 64. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Miss. Exactly one every second. The good thing about this system here is that if it turns out that all of these aren't enough cobble for what we need, I can double this up on the other side really easily. Oh, and while I'm here, when I was digging this out, check this room out. All of this was underground, almost like we got a terrain generation mod conflict somewhere. And the next part of this project is to get the cobble out of here and into there. I also, while I'm here, want to stick a threshold switch on there with a redstone link. And this is going to be for our cobble generator to turn it off if this thing ever gets full, which means I just need another redstone link on that clutch that we put down here in receive mode with those on as well. Now, to get items out of here and up to there, I'm going to be using a belt. And with a bit of support, that looks more like it's supposed to be there. That said, I've no idea if that's enough room for our fork trucks to get under, so let's find out. It just fits. I think it needs to come out a little bit further and go up another block. And there we go. That looks a lot better than it did. And now I just need a big old mound of cobble on here. Oh, how could that be? I don't think that looks too bad for now. We've got our nice little conveyor coming out of it, although that kind of looks a bit weird like that. But if I break that block, you can almost see what's going on in there. Perhaps what I need to do is just come and fill in some of the cobble down here a little bit just to disguise that. But I want it to look like it's feeding the cobble out from this big mound, going up there and going into the system. And I kind of have achieved that. So now it's time to go back into the top of our building and build a brand new gravel generator. Let's extend that a block and get this coming into yet another item vault, just so that we're collecting plenty of cobble up here. It's going to cause a little bit of a problem with the elevator though. Oh man, there's never enough room in this place. Okay, if we were to do it this way, we would have the brass funnels at that point, pushing a stack into these at once, and then we would need to get the items onto this conveyor here. Get a conveyor there, all the way up to this point here, going across the ceiling so it's nice and out the way. If I put an item vault in there, that's going to divert all of the items onto that bit there to get picked up by those. And we could probably do something similar over here. That said, we need to figure out how we're actually going to get the items up to there before we do that. So perhaps I need to do a bit of jiggery pokery with this item vault. Now that it's full, I'm just going to casually kill off 20,000 cobblestone. This is fine. Plan B for the vault is to bring it over to this side of the room. We've got cobble coming back into there, although I'm not going to actually bring it in yet until I'm ready this time, because I don't want to have to burn it all away again. So now we're just going to get it from this vault into these two machines here. All right, we're going to have a shaft there going into that one there. That's going to take it up for that side. We're going to have a shaft there going up to there to take it into that side. Then we can break this belt, and now we've got two completely separate lines coming out going into our systems. That should work pretty well, I think. I'm throwing a few gearboxes around this place here, and I'm hoping, yes, they go in opposite directions. So if I connect that to that grind wheel, is that going to go the right way? No, it's going the wrong way. Okay, I'm going to throw in two gearboxes, and now they're going the right way. Brilliant. And that should be the same on this side as well. Yes, they are. All right, we need the output systems now. Okay, with a bit of jiggery-pokery, things should be much better up here. This set of crushing wheels on the left-hand side of the lift are now coming down this conveyor, all the way under that conveyor, behind this storage vault and going into that storage vault. These crushing wheels are going above and into that storage vault too. Back over to this side of the crushing wheels, we are splitting off 16 at a time to go down into the iron and flint washing machine. Then on the front of this vault, we've got 4 more brass funnels, which have these funnels which are set to 64 each, which go into those chutes, which then go into these crushing wheels. The only thing I need to do now here is stop anything flying off the end. So let's fill the floor in now that you've all seen what's below it, and put this casing in there, and that'll stop anything going off. All right, cobble is coming in. It's coming out onto these conveyors. Hopefully that one will back up so this one can start as well in a minute. These machines are starting to produce gravel, and there we go. We're starting to get it coming down onto these machines here, and they are going through. So that means once this line backs up enough, we should start moving on to the next line, hopefully. And now we are starting to get things onto the 4th line occasionally. And there we go. So that means that this is producing just enough for those sand and gravel machines below to keep up. So we should be getting a whole bunch more sand and gravel out of this now. There's only one way to find out. Let's go downstairs. We should see immense amounts of sand sand and gravel being pumped through this thing now. There we go. Oh yeah, that's loads more than we had before. Believe it or not, the thing slowing us down is actually cobblestone. Again, these things are still going like Billy-O, but we're really just not producing enough. I think I'm going to have to double this up. Well, that hasn't come out too badly, although there's a bunch of texture issues with these vaults because everything's been rotated, but I can fix that. There's obviously no lava in it, and all of these belts are going to be going in the wrong direction, particularly this one, which I didn't mean to include, but somehow managed to anyway. So let's get rid of that, and let's fix this little hole in the wall that it made. Right, that's all the vaults fixed. Right, now we need to get all of these facing in the right direction because they're all wrong. And I think all we need now is a bit of lava and to connect this to our output line. That should be easy. And there we go, that's better. They're both producing at full whack, which means we're getting twice as much coming out there now. So now, with a bit of luck, if we go up to our first floor, we should be seeing a whole bunch more cobble coming in here, a whole bunch more regularly, which should mean this can back up all the way to the end. There we go. We're starting to see a backup on this side now. It just took a minute to kick in. And this side as well. And on here too. Yes! Everything's working finally! Jeez. What a mission. The sand machine, are you producing millions and millions of sand? You are. This is incredible. Iron machine, you're still producing a lot of iron. That's good. The sand vault's actually full. What? The clay one's not, but we're now voiding sand? We're going to be voiding sand in a minute, so we're actually oh, geez, that means our fork truck's not going fast enough. Okay, if the sand is backing up in there and that fork truck can't carry it through quick enough, that means that we can actually start producing more at this end. However, looking at this end, this is all backed up as well. I think we definitely need to make more clay. 100% we need to make more clay. We need more washers on here. And the way I've tried to achieve that is relatively simple. All I've done is extended this belt, added on another 6 encased fans, of which 2 of them still need linking up with power, and I've slowed down the belt significantly to make sure that the clay balls are getting washed by as many fans as possible. And by doing that, we've now got a constant stream of clay balls pretty much coming out of here, which is a lot more than we had before. The downside now is that this item vault's almost full, and our clay ball system is also full. And we're getting a backlog here at our clay press, but as you can see, we are producing a ridiculous amount of clay blocks now, so that'll work rather well. So with all of the problems now solved in this factory, and fingers crossed all of the problems solved in this factory, it's time to build a new contraption. See, I absolutely love this little forklift truck that comes and gets all of the sand and deposits it. I think it's brilliant, but realistically, if it's carrying sand, it shouldn't be a fork truck at all. It should be a dumper truck. So I want to make a dumper truck. But before I get started, I want to address some comments. And a bunch of them told me that rather than having these fork trucks running on rails that are underneath the platforms and then having the platforms on top of them, I can use something called phantom rails, or basically invisible rails. And whilst there is such a thing as phantom train tracks, and phantom train tracks just mean invisible ones, I ain't going to be getting any of those anytime soon. Because in order to make those, you need phantom membranes. And I haven't got any phantoms. In fact, I don't think I've seen a phantom on this entire Let's Play. So thank you very much for those comments, but I don't have the time in my life for mucking about with phantom membranes. Jeez. Right, dumper truck. Now, I could start the dumper truck the same way as I started the fork truck, with one of these invisible bogies. However, dumper trucks are a little bit interesting because they tend to bend in the middle. So actually, what we are going to have here, instead of one bogie, we're going to have 2. And here it is. We've got a big old thing at the front. We've got the attachment point there, and then this section, which is the engine. It's got a storage vault in there, a seat, and a control. And in here, it's got a portable storage interface. But I'm a little bit concerned. But this might not work because the portable storage interface is in a different bogie to the vault. So they might not connect, but I'm going to try it anyway. Right, that should be one side done. That should be the other side done. And I don't think they're attached to each other. Then all I need to do is make sure that this section is attached to that block there, and that this section is attached to that block there, and hopefully, fingers crossed, this is going to work. No structure attached to bogey 1. All right, we'll glue that to that and glue that to that. Does that help? Attach at least one forward-facing train controls. But I have. They're just at the back, not at the front. Oh, come on, game. Don't tell me I've got to do this. Okay, if I was to attach that to that, how's it going to cope with that then? Yeah, it doesn't mind that, but I don't think that's going to work in the way that I expect it to. Let's just give it a drive and see what happens. Yeah, it's not going to bend in the middle like I wanted it to. Oh man, that sucks. Okay, let me try something else. I've got it working kind of how I wanted it to. Unfortunately though, in order to make it work, I've had to put a second set of controls in the front carriage. So I'm going to disassemble it again, remove those from there, dig a hole in there, remove that storage interface there, put that in there instead, cover that back up so they're hidden in there, and now this should work as a train, but it still needs a portable storage interface on this bit to connect to the vault that's inside there. Alternatively, what I could do, let's remove that vault. I hide the portable storage interface in there and put that back. If I break that one there and put the vault in under those controls, that doesn't look too out of place then, because you can only really see it from a couple of different angles. So that should hopefully work. So let's go and reassemble this. We'll call it dumper truck, and fingers crossed this is going to work. Come on, little dumper truck. Please bend in the middle as we go around corners. It is doing. It's doing exactly what I wanted. Can we drive it around the rest of the thing? Yes. Oh, look at this thing go. It's amazing. Woohoo! I made a dumper truck. I made one that actually works. It's incredible. Oh, I love it. Now, all I've got to do is get this to do what this forklift truck is doing instead of the forklift truck, which does mean I'm going to have to relocate a few of the item interfaces because they're in different places on this one. We are not connected. Now we're just going to need a driver. Monkey, you need to change to do the other one, mate. The monkey is driving the dumper truck. This is absolutely wonderful. What a good job you did, monkey. I've got a dumper truck. And if you're worried about the fork trucks, don't worry, I'm not abandoning them. They're just going to get repurposed for something else. And that something else is coming up very soon. Now, be honest, how many of you are halfway through writing a comment telling me I should have put sand in the front of the dumper truck? You're absolutely right, I should have done. So I'm going to. Inside, we can get something like that going on, and I think that looks all right. And the edges don't look too bad. That's still got a nice shape to it, to be honest with you. So now that's all glued in. Let's reassemble it. Find out wherever our monkey's gone off to. He went into the factory somewhere and I've no idea where he went. Oh, he's gone upstairs. You don't work in here. You work outside, mate. Let's get you back in your chair. There we go. And give you your schedule back, and hopefully everything's going to be fine. It is. Does it still bend as it goes around? It does, and it's now full of sand. That's loads better. Oh, I love it. So with everything now working very nicely and all of our factories optimized and our little dumper truck running around, it must be time to build the third factory in this spot here. And I have absolutely, genuinely no idea how this is going to go. I haven't even thought of a design or a plan yet. Oh, geez. And there we go. I don't think that's come out too badly. I've tried to add in a bit of detail and make this look a little bit more officey than industrial, even though it is going to have a bunch of production inside. On the roof, I've tried to add in a snow line like I said I would in the last episode, because we need the snow to stop at some point in this area. And overall, I think there's plenty of space in there to get done what we need to get done. However, the rest of the area around it still needs a whole lot of work. The yard needs finishing off, behind it all needs finishing off, and the station needs sorting as well. But overall, I'm very happy with it. Apart from inside, because, well, there's nothing in here at all. But there is plenty of room. One of the first things I need to do is add a floor in at this level to meet up with this catwalk coming across here, and I think I can probably squeeze a top level up here. So there we go, we got a floor in now. That little bit of roof there has been tidied up, and now that makes me wonder, how am I going to get downstairs? Now, I could put in another lift. There's plenty of room for a lift system in here, but if I were to dig through this floor, we end up right in the middle of this area, and I don't think that's ideal for a lift. The question is, do we actually need to be able to get upstairs from in this building, because we actually have access through this building and we've got stairs down here, and whilst that's probably not ideal for the people working in there, it still kind of works. That said though, it's actually quite easy to squeeze in a little staircase just down there, and that still gives us plenty of room here for storage, so I think that's what we're going to end up doing. You've already done it. Oh yeah, I've already done it. I don't need to end up doing it, I've done it already. So this time I'm starting the whole thing backwards in the hopes that that's going to help me not have to rebuild this factory several times. I've started with adding the chutes, the belts and our storage drawers into the storage vaults. I've put threshold switches on all of them and redstone links, and all of these have got smart chutes on with voided storage drawers. Over this side I haven't got the smart chutes with the storage drawers. That's because these are going to be creating andesite, diorite and granite, and they're going to be coming through a lot more slowly, so I don't need to worry about backing up. And on top of this, I basically just need the same sort of carousel system that we've had set up everywhere else, which should end up looking a little bit like this. And it would probably be a good idea at this point to get some power in here to make sure all of this is going to work. And with this line attached to this speed controller, that should be power going up there. I just need to make sure all this is going the right way, which it's not. They're going backwards, and so are they. That's fine. Now, this doesn't need to go crazy quick because this is just conveyor, so let's put it on 64 facing the other way. Now, if I pop up here, that line's going that way, and that one's going that way, which means we can link everything else up successfully. Then with a couple of gearboxes and some shaft, that's everything facing in the right direction now. Our little rotary conveyor is complete. So if we've got our andesite, diorite and granite all going out of there, we're going to need this to be our little area where we're crafting it all together. Okay, so here's my little plan. I'm not 100% sure if this is going to work, but my idea here is that we're going to have both quartz and cobblestone coming along this conveyor around here. That goes around the whole top section of this room, loops around and goes back on itself. So this funnel will take diorite off the belt, this one will take cobblestone, and behind them we've got some smart chutes with the opposite going down to these bottom ones. So that should create diorite, which should hopefully then come out into this middle tunnel here and get split onto these three belts. So we'll have diorite going to our storage system from there, going into this system here, and then going into that system. This one will take the diorite from there. It's going to take cobblestone from that belt there and put it in there, and that's going to create andesite, which will go along on that belt. And then this one is going to take diorite in there. It's going to take more quartz off this funnel from up here, and that's going to create granite, which is going to go out there, and they should all then just go straight out of there into the storage system. Okay, everything over here now has power. All of the belts are going in the right direction, so I guess it's a good idea to test this by throwing some items on manually. Now, is it going to get picked up by these funnels? It is. I didn't put stoppers in place. Let's try that again, shall we? Now, they should only pick up one at a time, which shouldn't make the system back up. They are doing, that's good. They're going round there, excellent, and they're going the whole way round. So now this autocrafter should be making, yes it is, diorite, that's coming through there. This one should be making andesite, it is, that's going through there, and this one should be making granite, it is, it's going through there. This is wonderful. And now I've moved this entire thing onto its own little speed controller, so now it's running at full speed. So now let's see what happens. Quartz and cobble are going round. The machines are picking it up much faster this time, and these crafters are going like Billy-O, and now we're producing a whole bunch of this stuff pretty quickly. Oh yes, that'll do. So now that we've got that in place and our output in place, all we need to do now is wash and blast soul sand and then wash red sand as well and get all of that coming out over here. Okay, here's where I'm up to. As you can see in this room, we now have two sets of chutes standing on two encased fans. They're going up to two different machines. Up these stairs, we've got a big old washing machines with a lot of encased fans in it. Most of it, except quartz, is going to be going down those chutes onto the carousel there, and then all of the quartz is going to come out this way, down here, and down this chute onto this belt system that feeds round into those machines. Back up the stairs, the other machine is the blasting machine, which is going to take some more of the soul sand and turn that into scoria, which is also going to go down those chutes and also onto our carousel. And apart from power, all of those things seem to be set up okay. So all I need to do now is get cobble in here and up to that belt, get soul sand in here and into this chute system and that chute system, and get red sand in here and into that one as well. Okay, everything now has power. Downstairs, I've added in a whole bunch of speed controllers to control all of the fans and the belts at separate speeds. And that's because we want the fans blowing really fast to get the items up there all the way, but we don't want the belts going too quick because we don't want the items going too crazy. So all of those are connected, and then we've got these poles also going all the way upstairs, which are giving power to our washing and blasting machines. And that should be, fingers crossed, everything 100% done. All I've got to do is get cobblestone, soul sand, and red sand in here. How hard could it be? Off you go, monkey. What are you going to do first? The soul sand is filled. Oh, there's no power again. It's full of lava. They all have full. Why? But now he's reversing up there. Other monkey, cobble monkey. Off you go. Where are you going now? You've got totally the wrong. Oh, excellent. Yes. Now he's coming up that way. Problem is now he can't go forward, and neither can he. Oh, what you do? You can't do it. No. Oh, geez. There's been an accident. Right. Anyway, what's happening in here? Oh, that's a problem. Oh, no. How have we got normal sand in there? Okay, I think I may have fixed it. Oh, no. I've gone completely the wrong way. We've had another collision. I've been so how have you... You're so useless. I may have overcomplicated all of this a bit. Let's create a one-way system. This is the best idea I've ever had. I'm going to craft my very first toolbox. That slot is for soul sand, and that slot is for red sand, and then even when it's empty, it's going to remember that. That's my little plan. Let's get rid of that barrel. Oh, geez. It goes. And he can't go anywhere because these ones have had yet another collision. How? How can you collide on a one-way system? I don't understand. That way. You. That way. Oh, no. Again? How? How? You now the yellow one's crashing. Oh, this is ridiculous. Stop crashing. Right, I got my eyes on you this time, useless dumper truck monkey. Whoa. As soon as he's... Oh, now we've got a problem. No, don't crash. Oh, no. This one can't go anywhere. Oh, no. What have I done? This was a nightmare. Right. Okay. Right. First things first, I need to clean up all the mess in this factory from what they... Oh, it was hours ago. Jeez. And then we'll worry about that. Okay, with the factory all tidied up, things are in full swing. We're getting a whole bunch of red sand and soul sand going up there, which is all getting washed, which is fantastic. And we're getting a whole bunch of soul sand going up there, which is getting blasted into scoria. But the good news is we're getting an absolute ton of gold and dead bushes and scoria coming through here, which means we're starting to get up a bunch of things into these item vaults. The only problem is, as I predicted earlier on, this thing's not moving around because it's pretty much just full of cobble. And I haven't even got the cobble turned on yet, and that's just from the backlog earlier. So what I need to do is have a filter system to take items back off this belt at this point and then put them back on again if there's space. So I think I'm going to have another storage vault here that's not too big, put a chute into that at that point there to take those items off there to allow things to move round, and then I just need a way of getting the cobble back up onto here at that point over there, and it would be nice to actually filter off whatever quartz we've got onto this belt, because at the moment we're not collecting any of the quartz. So collecting the quartz should be easy enough. Just put in a funnel there with an item filter. To feed the cobble back out of there, all I've done is added in a couple more conveyors there. That's taking it back in there, and then that sorts that little problem out. That said, we're never going to get any cobble in there if I can't get these monkeys under control. So that's my next job. I'm AFK, or at least I was. I'm not anymore. And that's because I wanted to make sure everything was running all right for a reasonable amount of time without everything crashing and getting lost and doing the wrong thing again. And coming in here, we are getting quartz and cobble going around this thing, which means we are producing all of the things that we need to produce. We got a whole bunch of dead bushes, we got loads of gold nuggets, we've got quite a lot of quartz in here as well, and a whole bunch of scoria. In fact, we're voiding it off. We should definitely stop that processing. All I've got to do is stick a redstone link on there in receive mode with a one of them and a one of them. There we go. We're not going to produce any more scoria now. Good. In terms of andesite, granite, and diorite, these have all been doing well as well, so that's all going really well. And the best news is that all of our fork truck systems are now working perfectly with all without crashing into each other, although it's close. It's very close. But yeah, we haven't had a crash in about an hour and a half, which says to me that things are working as they should. And the way I've achieved that is by basically making all of the track down here a little bit more simple. We've got some overlap points, we've got a bunch of signals over here, but realistically there's not many places the trains can go now, so they can't get confused. The only only thing I don't like, and we've just missed it, so we'll have to wait a couple of seconds, is that now the dumper truck, when it's finished here, has to do a crazy loop around here in order to turn around and go back again. And once it's finished dropping the items off, it actually does a big circle around here, crashes into this building, and then goes back again. So I'm going to have to do something with this yard here. So all in all, everything's going really well, and I actually think this time I'm not going to have to come back in the next video, smash it all to pieces and start again. Even this bit, I was really concerned about all of these items getting stuck on here and not looping around properly, but even this is working. It's all working perfectly, which clearly means something's gone wrong. But anyway, that's enough for now. We've still got a whole bunch of tidying up to do around here. We've still got a whole bunch of yard to make. We've still got a whole bunch of station to do, but that is enough for today. You thought that dumper truck was going to get me then, didn't you? In the last video, I finished our multi-material mega factory, and it's all working great. So outside of the video, I even finished the yard, and I did that by clearing the area, placing hundreds of frame blocks, texturing them with variations of gravel and coarse dirt, building a few walls, added a little detail with more frame blocks, as well as barrels, item vaults, and a few piles of resources. I also finally added in the factory doors, as well as these lovely little stairs and railings for access to the other two factories. So there we go. My little factory area is 99% complete. And I say 99% because obviously there's still no snow around it, and this is going to be a very snowy area. But the snow's not going to be coming down anytime soon. That's going to be something I do towards the end of this phase, so for now it can just be a non-snowy factory area. What doesn't look good though is our station area, which is going to be the main focus of this episode today. And the first thing I need to do is get all of the items down to this station area that we're producing over here. And my plan was to add yet another little forklift truck or some sort of contraption to take all of the items from these vaults down to this area here, where they would be sorted out and put into a train that would take them to somewhere else. However, due to the absolute nightmare I had in the last episode of these things all banging into each other and crashing and causing problems, I really don't want to add another one into the mix. So instead of using a contraption to take the items over to this area here, I'm just going to feed the items down through some chutes into some conveyors and into some storage drawers over here, because I've got a really nice idea of how I'm going to get the items actually into the train. And for now, these are just going to go underneath this wall here on the outside of our little yard area. So now that they've all got void upgrades and emerald upgrades in there as well, it's time to give them the old quantify key and the lock key, and then figure out what's going to go in where. Cobble, iron nuggets, flint, clay, sand, gravel, red sand, terracotta, clay, bricks, soul sand and glass, dead brushes, gold nuggets, quartz, scoria, diorite, andesite and granite. So yes, it was exactly 19. So I just need to now get all of the items from up there into there without interfering with any of these train tracks, without breaking any of my signals, and without causing even more havoc. What could go wrong? I think that's just a case of digging down underneath them and putting chutes in. Stick a chute there. Oh no, it's gonna... Don't start doing it yet. Jeez, now we've got a mess. So underneath here we should now see a whole bunch of holes all directly under these vaults. But there is a problem, and it's quite a big problem really, because if I just stick chutes underneath all of these vaults and lead them into there and they've got void upgrades on, it's just going to literally take every single item out of those vaults, move them down into the storage drawers, and then there's going to be no items left for these fork trucks and dumper trucks to take to the other factories to produce the other items. So I need to get clever. I need to use a whole bunch more of these threshold switches to determine exactly how many items are in each vault and only allow them through if it's over a certain amount. And I think the simplest thing to do would be to put a threshold switch on underneath with a smart chute next to it, and that's not going to allow anything through unless this is below the threshold, but we actually want to invert it. If it's got anything between 90% and 100%, just dump it all out below. So I believe if I click invert signal here, yeah, that's going to open that up. That's going to dump out the cobblestone, and that should stop once it gets to this level here. With a bit of luck, if I've done this correctly, and there we go, it stopped, and it's not going to start again until it's back up to 100%. So we know how that works, and we can add that into every single one of these things. Great. And now I've got a big old pile of cobble on the floor. Burn it all! Okay, so they've all got threshold switches now. Before I start fiddling around with the settings on those though, what I want to do is actually get the rest of the systems in place linking down to our actual storage drawers, because once I actually stick chutes underneath things, they're all going to start chucking out items, and I need somewhere for them to go. I think I've got a whole bunch more digging to do. So it's time to pull out the portable drill and get busy. Oh, and I've fallen into the basement. Oh man, I don't want to be in the basement. And if I don't want to be in the basement, I guess I need to put in a floor at this level here so that I can actually dig down underneath this stuff. In fact, it needs to go a block lower and have plenty of space in here. And now I'm just thinking, how am I going to make it so that I don't just get tons of one item through here and all of the other ones get backed up? And that leads me to another problem. See, a lot of these things, like clay balls, are never going to be full because we're using those to be processed elsewhere, but I still want some of them to go down into storage. So I really need a decent way to split these things off without taking everything and not relying on all of these being full. So this could end up being quite a problem unless it's one of the end products like these ones here. All of these can go because they're not going to be used for processing anything else. So I think what I'm going to do now is I'm going to stick a piece of netherrack on each one of the ones that I don't care if it takes all of them, and that realistically is most of them apart from cobble, clay balls, sand, red sand, and soul sand. So everything else can go down to the train area. Soul sand, red sand, and clay balls are the only ones that don't fill fully up, whereas sand and cobblestone still do seem to fill all the way to the top of the vault. So that's only 3 items that I really need to worry about only taking a little bit of. I think I'm just going to get everything in for the rest of the items for now and worry about that later. And after a whole bunch of backwards and forwards in over this design, I've finally come up with something that's working very well, and I've solved all of my little problems. Each of the sets of chutes from each factory comes onto a conveyor and gets stored in an item vault, and then they come out through brass funnels over to this big item vault over here, and all of these items get distributed into 3 drawer controller slaves. And this is what it's like on the other side. We've got all of these chutes coming into this item vault, all of those chutes going into that one, and all of those ones going into that one. So everything gets collected in here and then gets sent out this way into the slaves. And the reason we're doing that was because when I started this, there were just way too many items coming through all at once that one drawer controller couldn't handle it. And now, as you can see, in each one of these drawers, we've got a whole bunch of items. Some of them with the redstone lamps on are actually full because I've come up with a clever system that solved another problem. The other problem was that by taking every single item out of every single vault apart from the ones that we were using to send to other factories, it just meant that the entire system was just massively overproducing. And I've solved that problem with smart chutes and redstone links. On the back of every single one of the storage drawers is another threshold switch with a redstone link on it, and those redstone links are attached to smart chutes underneath each one of these storage vaults that basically say don't take any items out of here if we've got too many already in the storage drawers. And that means that basically if we're getting way too many of one item, it will void off any excess, but it'll also tell the system just don't send any more of that down, and that means that the storage vault at the top can then start accumulating it as well. So for instance, cobblestone, we've got 131,000 in here, that's full. And if we hop back over to the cobblestone vault, you can also see that there's a whole bunch in here as well, and it's still collecting in here. And then the vaults have still got their threshold switches with the redstone links on to stop the factories from sending items to those if they get too full. So we've basically got a double buffer, and that's working really well because we don't want to overproduce items, because if we're overproducing, we're using too many of the raw resources in order to create all of the items that we really don't need. Speaking of overproducing, I've put way too many of the emerald upgrades in here. Realistically, I didn't need any upgrades in here because we only want a small amount for each one, because this is just what's getting sent to the train and the train can't hold that many. So what I need to do now is light a whole bunch of fires and empty out as many items as I can into the fire so that I can remove the storage upgrades and just leave in the void upgrades. And this could take a while because some of these have got ridiculous numbers of items in. This is fine. And finally, all of these things have had all of their storage upgrades removed, which means that now I can start this machine going again, and you can already see we've got a backlog of items waiting to come through. Funnel, 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 here we go. Many items coming back through. This is good news. It's time to build the station. See, I had big plans to have a couple of big buildings in this area as well as a bunch of production, but I think this is mostly just going to be station now, and it's going to be an industrial station, which means it's going to need a lot of gravel, I imagine, which means I'm going to have to place even more frame blocks. Oh, geez. If you're enjoying this video, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. It only takes a couple of seconds and it really helps me out. And there we go. We've got a platform area ready for our station to be built on top of, and I've added in a couple of tracks. This one for the actual trains to be traveling through, and this one to actually build a train. And that's exactly what I'm going to do now. And the train I'm going to be building is this one, the Sir Nigel Gresley. And isn't it a magnificent beast? And there it is in all of its glory. What a wonderful job I've done building this incredible train. It looks just like it's a joke. Jeez. You get your knickers in a twist, you lot, don't you? The Sir Nigel Gresley is an LENR Class A4 462 steam locomotive built in 1937 at Doncaster Works. It ran on the London and Northern Eastern Railway for 29 years and holds the post-war speed record for steam locomotives on British railways with a top speed of 112 miles per hour. Over the course of its time on the tracks, it's been repainted several times, often appearing in wartime black, and is one of 6 A4 class locomotives to be preserved. After being purchased for preservation in 1966, it continued on the rails in several liveries, eventually being moved to the National Railway Museum in York in 1996. Over the years, it's been rebuilt, repaired and overhauled several times, and after its last extensive overhaul in April 2022, it's now operating a passenger carrying service on the Severn Valley Railway. What a history! Well, with that time lapse and then a whole bunch of time fiddling with it afterwards, I think I'm happy at least with the engine. I've had to have a little bit of artistic license to change things here and there because even though I've got all of these frame blocks, it's still very different to get that really interesting shape of the original train. But I don't think I've done too much of a bad job. I really like the big wheels, I like the shape, I like the arches, and this little cab at the back. I've just added in here a blast furnace for no particular reason, a little whistle on the inside, some valves, a lever, some train controls, and a nice seat to sit down. And this is open at the back because obviously we need to have the tender here full of coal, and then we need to have a whole bunch of carriages. So I'm going to just quickly whip together a tender. I'll be back with you when I've done that. And there we go, a nice simple little tender to try and match the one in the picture. I've added some coal on the inside, and at the front here is where you would stand and scoop it out of that there and shove it into the blast furnace there. So I think that's come out okay. Now I guess I probably need to get it working, but the other thing I'm going to need here is some wagons to carry all of our goods. The problem is though, this is so big. I was expecting to have a train plus 2 or 3 carriages behind it, or trucks, or whatever you want to call them. Cars. Yeah, train cars to carry all of the items, but it's a bit big. Anyway, I want to test it. I done use Sir Nigel Gresley. Now, will it drive? There's only one way to find out. I am now controlling Sir Nigel Gresley. Everything's attached. This is very good news. Oh, geez, the corners. It's not really ideal for these Tycoon. Oh my goodness, drifting. I'm drifting the train into the station. Amazing. Hang on, wait, stop. Oh, now can't get out. I can't get out. Let's just shift this stupid thing out of the way. And let's take this for a proper drive around our area. Here we go. We're going to drift around this corner here. Amazing, what a drift. Oh my goodness. It works perfectly. Shut up. Right, now we've got to get down here without crashing into the other train. And this thing is massive, but I want to make sure it fits through the tunnels, which it does. I can't even see the front of it, it's so long. Well, aside from its interesting cornering system, oh geez, here comes the other train. Stop. It fits through the tunnels. It's the right width for the stations, but I like it. I think this is going to be a wonderful goods train. It doesn't look ridiculous at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Drifting around there. Amazing. We made it, guys. What an epic adventure. Wasn't really an adventure. You didn't go anywhere. Yeah, but shut up. It's fine. Okay, I'm going to disassemble it. And the first thing I'm going to do is move the seat and the controls because they're incredibly annoying being in the middle here. So if I break that seat and break those controls, if I put the controls to the side there and the seat there, I shouldn't have a problem getting in and out now. So that's good. Now I need a couple of wagons. I don't know if I'm going to fit 2 on here. Jeez. I'm going to see what I can do. Well, these might not look like too much, but I've tried to make containers on these little dollies, or I guess carriages, and I've used some grab rails and andesite steps and things like that to try and decorate them a little bit. They've all got little bumpers on using the valves, and inside there's a couple of little things going on. Each one has a portable storage interface as well as 2 toolboxes, and these toolboxes are basically going to be set with the items that we're going to be collecting from each thing. So the portable storage interfaces are facing upwards, which means we need to get get items in from the top into this one and this one. But I want this station to be able to put items into any train, providing they've got a portable storage interface at this height facing upwards in any position. And I've got a really good idea of how I'm going to achieve that. But before we get into that, I need to actually make sure this is all going to work. So I suppose I better get the glue back out and get these all stuck together. And with this last bit of glue here, that should be that one done as well. Okay, let's test it. And let's see if it's all going to go and we're going to leave anything behind. Doesn't look like we've left anything behind. Well, that's good. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Oh, geez. No. Reverse. It's working perfectly. Everything is going round. It doesn't look weird at all going around these corners. It looks perfectly normal. It's all rather good. Right. Now, before we get on with the train loader, I feel like this train's a little bit unbalanced. I feel like it needs another carriage, really, but I don't know how I'm going to squeeze that in. I can move the train forward a little bit, but then that's going to block this bit. So if we ever have two trains down here, that's going to be a problem. And the idea with this second bit of line here was that we'd be able to use this as a train building area, but realistically, I'd rather have one big long train in here that actually fits. So I think I'm just going to move this station up slightly, extend the train a little bit and get rid of that bit of track. There we go. We have one more carriage at the back now. I believe it's all glued together, which makes our train look a whole lot more normal, I think, maybe. But now I feel like it needs another one. But I'm not making another one. Right, okay. This station loader, it's going to be big. I'm going to start with a whole bunch of girders. I'm at a point where I'm in two minds how to move forward with this. I've got a basic structure in place. We've got a little building here and we've got another container being held by these chains on this contraption that's running below this gantry shaft. But that wasn't my original plan. Now, my idea was to have a container, but the idea was it wasn't going to be running on a gantry shaft. It was going to be running on something like this, which would be a platform that would go down both sides and the whole thing would move up and down, moving the container with it. And the advantage of that is if I link this underground, I can actually link that entire thing directly up with these storage drawers and get the right items out in the right quantities. And that's kind of what I want to do because it makes life nice and simple for the storage. That said, without this beastie contraption thing going over either side, this gantry system actually looks really nice and neat, and I think visually it'll all just look a whole lot better. Problem is, in order to get the items into this container, I would have to have a storage interface going into this building. I would then have to find a way of pumping all of those items into this building and sorting them out so we don't get the wrong items in the wrong places. And that's a lot more complicated than what I originally planned, but I think that's what I want to go for. So I guess I better rip out all of this rubbish and start coming up with a new plan. So the best way to get items in there without affecting our track or anything would probably to be coming up with a chute round about here somewhere, and that'll kind of look like a drain from the building anyway. So let's say we had a bunch of chutes coming up here. No, I don't like it. I really don't like that at all. No, forget that idea. We need to find a better way of getting the items up into there and then across to there. Oh, geez. This is why I wanted to do it underground. It would have been loads easier. How weird would this look if I had these coming down either side of that? Almost like it was steady in the container. Does that work? Doesn't look too awful. Yeah, that kind of works. Okay, we're going with this. Okay, I've made it a little bit wider so it's not going to interfere with the sides of the train as it comes through, and now that all fits in there quite nicely. So the way I'm going to get this underground is quite simple, really. Literally just dig through the floor, a couple of blocks, extend it down with any old block really, but I'll use girders since I've got them on me, and then I can just feed this across here to some sort of collection point that's going to grab all of these items. That's loads easier. So back down underground where we've got our little gantry system coming in here, we can just put the toolboxes on here. As long as it's all connected to the same system, this will work absolutely fine. And then we need to decide what we're going to have in each of our rail cars, and it really doesn't matter because they're all going to go go to the same place and they're all going to distribute the items into the same bit. So we'll just do it in order, I guess. So our first toolbox is going to have those items. The second toolbox is going to have those items. Third toolbox will have those items. The fourth with those. The fifth with those. And I'm going to double up andesite there because we've got extra of that. So the last one can just be sand. Wonderful. Right. So nothing else can go in any of these and they'll remember what's in them when you take the items out, which is fantastic. So all I got to do now is get the items from these into these. And that's easy too. Conveyors. Absolutely loads of conveyors. Right. Okay. That's all the conveyors in. Good. Now each one of these is going to have a brass funnel on the front, but I'm not putting them on yet because all the items will fall out. And I'm going to put a storage interface on each one of these as well. And on the back of these storage interfaces, oh geez, I can't get on. I'm going to have funnels if I can reach. This is going to be awkward. I can't get in. Just need a slab. There we go. Now I should be able to creep in. There we go. Okay, so they've all got funnels on. Imagine those have all got brass funnels on. Using imagination, Pete, it's good for you. Then all we need at this point here is another portable storage interface there, and that'll connect with those. And because that's attached to our system, all of the items will go into there. They'll go into these toolboxes, and then they'll go into the train. That's my little plan. I'm hoping it's going to work. I can't see it why it won't, but it's going to have to move quite a long way in order to pick up all of these items. So I'm going to do something a little bit silly now. Like normal then? Yeah, pretty much like normal. See, portable storage interfaces are cheap. In fact, I just made 64 of them. I didn't mean to make 64, but that's fine. So I can just have a whole bunch of them all the way along this gantry shaft like this, and then they can all connect at the same time. Nice. It just needs gluing together and a bit of power. Glue, mini glue, lots of glue, so much glue, ridiculous amounts of glue, quite possibly too much glue. However, I'm going to make another minor change. You see, we've got this gantry shaft running along here, and it is possible to power it from this point here in the top of our building, but then we would need to lead power into this building. We don't need any of that anymore. Get rid of that. Then we would need to run power into this building in order to get that all powered up. But there is another way we can do this, and that's to actually have the other gantry down here and have the one at the top as a fake one. But should I? It works so well up there. Now if I just stick that on there, that's now all connected to our system. And what I'd like to do at the top now, although I don't know if it's going to be possible, is to get rid of this gantry shaft and grab some monorail. That looks a lot more of a sturdier construction than that gantry shaft, but I don't know if it's going to let me add a bogie to this and then have that part of a contraption as well. So we'll find out in a second. There we go. Oh yes, that looks very fancy. It's not going to let me assemble it, but can I break it and it stays? It does. Now will that remain part of the contraption? I don't know. If I glue it together, maybe. There's only one way to find out. Stick a gearbox on there, come this way, run out of shaft. Jeez, make some more shaft, bring it all the way down here. Then we want to send the gantry so many meters, and then we want it to come back again so many meters, but I don't know how many meters. I've no idea. Go. Oh, it's going the right way. This is good. Is the whole thing moving? Kind of. Oh, it's linked with the... Oh, now it's coming back again. The interface is linked. That's good. It didn't go 5 meters and it didn't take that bogey with it. Okay, let's tell it to go 15 meters. Go. So it'll get to there. It'll link the interfaces just like I wanted it to. That's good, but it should keep going after that. And it's also doing absolutely nothing with this train. But now it's gone... It didn't carry on. So let's connect that, and now let's see if it'll take the bogey with it when I apply some power. Which way is it going to go? It's going that way. It is. The bogey was going with it. That's good. Right, let's stick a normal gear shift on. Stick a lever on that so we can reverse the direction. Attach that again and see if we can get it moving a bit further than it was. It'll come back, but it won't go further than that. Is that because there's blocks in the way? In that case, if I break a few more of these, will it go further? It will. Oh no, it's the blocks that are... Oh geez. In that case, we're going to have a trench. I don't want to have a trench. The other thing I could do is make this a train rather than a gantry system, and I could set up a couple of stations. I could tell it to come back to here to fill the items up, and then I could tell it to go all the way down here and come back again. But then it's not going to interface just naturally with these containers without separate stations for each one. I mean, the idea is that it looks like it's going to drop another container onto the train, but it's obviously not because it's already got the containers, but the container's got the items in that's transferring the items. It's a good idea. I don't want a trench. Okay, well, let's just make a trench for now and make sure it's all going to work. Jeez, what a stupid trench. Okay, I have dug a trench, even though I really don't want one. That should move down. I do like it, and I love the speed that it's going at. And hopefully once it's got items in, each one of those containers will connect, and they will all fill up with items. Here we go, and now it's going back. Fantastic. It's working. We just need to sort this trench problem out. But before we sort the trench problem out, I think it's about time we started getting some items in this thing and making sure that side of things is going to work. Okay, let's try it now with the items. If I click go, nothing. Why is my what's going on with my hotbar? Why has it gone orange? There we go. Should be picking up items. It is getting cobblestone, is it? Potentially. But is it going to deposit those items? Probably not, because I haven't set up the toolboxes inside the containers thinking about it. Toolbox to cobblestone. And we'll take those out, so it's only got 2 in there. All right, let's try that again. Has this actually got cobblestone in it now? That's the question. It has. It's got 2,000 cobblestone in it. Okay, go. And now it's not. What? Where did you back? You going without the contraption, mate? Right, you all going to go together this time? Yes, it is. It's moving. It's left the container. How do I do this? How do I do it every time? I've got to wait for it to go all the way down there and come back now. And let's try again. Press the button, and nothing's happened again. What's your problem now? Go. There we go. Is it going to connect? No. Why didn't it connect? Why didn't you connect? Oh, it has. It's got cobblestone in the train. It did it. It was just very quick. Does that mean this has got no cobblestone in? Yes, it worked. Okay, right. Let's get the rest of these items connected then. Get the toolboxes in the train set up, and then we'll be good to go. Well, this is wonderful. It didn't work. This is Foxy from the future editing this video, and it looked like it worked, but it didn't work. It didn't work in the way I expected it to, but it looked like it worked, but it didn't. Okay, trust me, it didn't work. Okay, all of the funnels are in place for our output. All of the toolboxes are set up on here. I've replaced the last one with sticks rather than sand just because we don't need it. And inside every single train carriage, all of the toolboxes have been set up to match the other ones. So now when I click go, this should go along, fill up absolutely everything, and it should be fantastic. So let's click go. We should see all of these connect. That's great. Items are going into those. That's perfect. The toolbox are filling up with as many as they can. And now we should see any second now these trains start to get items in, potentially, or not. They're not. Why are they not connecting? Why are you not connecting to my train? Huh. Okay. Well, now I'm just all sorts of confused. Well, it appears I'm a moron. Contraptions cannot fill up trains, and the reason for that is that when it gets to where it's going, i.e. here, it becomes a structure again. So this isn't going to work. However, I do have an idea, and that idea involves tearing all of this gantry system to pieces. Stupid gantry system don't work with my stupid train. And my idea is, instead of using the gantry system, we're going to use the monorail system instead with a bunch of stations. I need a schedule and a driver. I have no idea if this will work or not, but it's worth a try, because the other idea I've got is it's not very good at all. Where's all the villagers gone? Oh, here's one. Hello, sir. Dawn. I'm not a sir. Sorry about that, Dawn. You are now my train driver. Right, let me stick you some more controls in. There you go. You can go both ways now. Aren't you lucky? Fill. Container 1, container 2, container 3. Excellent. Right, Dawn. Please make this work. Go. No, you won't take the schedule. You're a rubbish driver. Right, you're fired. You can go back in your little house. There you go, Dawn. Right, I need a driver. Where did all the monkeys go? Ah, a fly. You'll do. Come here, fly. Can I catch it? Come here. No, not the flowers, the fly. No, not the grass, the fly. Come here. Stop moving. Here we go. Okay, schedule for the fly. I got to make it a train, haven't I? Oh, that's probably why I couldn't give the villager a schedule. Oh, well, not to worry. We've got a fly now. Go. Is it going to work? Probably not. No, in my luck. Going to container 2. No, it's not. I don't know where it's going. Oh, no. Now where are you going? Okay. Ah, this station's in the wrong place. No, get back. No, stop it. No, try again. Right, it's at fill. Good. It should be filling up with items, although it's already got them all. So, no station matches container. It's right here. How can it not match? Oh, maybe if I labeled it again, that would help. Okay, it is at oh, I've spelled it all wrong. Oh my goodness. Right, there you go. Now fill up my train, fly. I need it full. You're not connecting. Doesn't work at all. No. Fly, you're rubbish. Well, it seems to me that trains to trains and contraptions to trains just ain't gonna work. Oh man. Oh, that sucks. Why does nothing ever go the way I want it to? Right, I'll be back in a bit. So, sleeping on my problems, I've come up with one more idea which I think just might work. And I really hope it does, because I really don't want to have to tear everything out and come up with some janky solution. And my new plan means disassembling our train yet again, cracking our way back into our container wagons. And what I'm going to do is break that block there, grab our toolbox, stick it there, and put a chute going into it from our storage interface. And with a bit of luck, when I move this thing on, we'll find that toolbox actually ends up with something in it. Take the schedule, fly. With what? Okay, driving it to container 1. Is it going to connect? It is not. Connected before? Right, okay. Plan B then. Let's get rid of the stations. And let's put all of the gantry stuff back in again. Oh, geez. Let's click the button. And is it going to go this time? Is it going to connect? connect. Now, why have you just stopped there? Overstressed? Oh, not this again. Don't tell me we've run out of lava again. Of course we've run out of lava. Okay, I've stopped it in place. They have connected. Is it transferring items? Please tell me it is. Doesn't seem to be. No, but me plan. Why? It has shoot. What if I had a brass funnel going into there facing that way in that item interface, telling it to push items out? Did that do anything? No, this sucks. Disassemble train. Send it back the other way. Yeah, it's connected and items are going in now that this is a structure. But yeah, conclusive evidence. You can't fill up trains with a contraption. That sucks. But don't worry, peeps, because I've got a new plan. Okay, for this new plan, I want to know if you can get a comparator output from a portable storage interface when it's connected to something, and it seems like you can. If I disconnect these things, that goes off. If I connect them, it goes on. And the reason I want to know that is because I've got this setup over here, which has a whole bunch of portable storage interfaces on it, because I want this system to be able to fill up any train of any size. But if I can get a comparator output from only the ones that are connected, I can then send that signal down and block these funnels from actually sending items through if it's not connected. So I think this could work, potentially. Well, I'm doing an awful lot of work considering I've no idea if this will even work, but now I've got a crazy amount of redstone all coming down from comparators out of these portable storage interfaces. And this all goes down all individually without overlapping and comes down into all of these smart chutes, locking them. So if I break that chute on there, you can see that's locked. If the repeater turns on because that storage interface is connected to something, then it opens, allowing items in. But that does mean we're going to end up with a whole bunch of junk items on these belts that are not really doing anything, which is not ideal. You know what? This is all just getting way too much. It's getting way too silly and it's getting way too complicated. But realistically, I can't imagine I'm ever going to have more than one train down here collecting these items because they're going to a specific place. And it also doesn't matter which items are within each container because they're just going to be sorted when they get to the other end anyway. So as much as I really like this whole idea and I love the idea that this thing is what's distributing the items, realistically, I'm just going to have to keep it simple. Well, at least I'm going to have a whole bunch of resources now. Okay, here's my new plan, and it's quite complicated, as I'm sure you can expect, even though I'm trying to keep things simple. Underneath our storage drawers, we now have chutes, which are not fully connected. We have belts going into these funnels, which are going into our toolboxes, which are determining which items we're having in each one. And each toolbox will contain 2 sets of items and then some sticks just to fill up the slot so nothing else goes in there. And the reason for doing this is we need the perfect quantities in each train car. Each train car has 3 item vaults, and that means in order to get every single type of item in there, we need to be very specific about which type of items go into which train car. So these belts fill up these toolboxes. Those toolboxes then get emptied out into these item vaults, and those item vaults then go into the specific train car. But wait, there's more to it. We've got some redstone going on. We've got a redstone link here, which is taking a signal from our station. When the train is parked at the station, we will get a redstone output from the station to say that the train is there. And that's really important for this design because we don't want to overload too many items of each type going into the train. So how this works is when the train is there, this clutch will be locked, so none of these belts can go, so these toolboxes won't fill up. But when the train's gone, those toolboxes can fill up. But in order to stop those toolboxes emptying out into these vaults while the train is gone, this clutch is inverted, so these belts will stop when there's no train. These belts will only go emptying out these toolboxes when the train is there, which means the items will flow straight through these vaults and into the train cars, and hopefully the train will fill up and then it will go. So now if I attach this chain drive here, those belts should stay where they are, but these ones should go emptying out the toolboxes. Like I said, the items will go through there and hopefully they are actually going into the train. They are. The trains are filling up with those items. So now all of these toolboxes should be empty. They are 100% totally empty, which means our train can then go. And all I need to do now is move the train forward slightly so the station no longer has a signal. And now if we go back out and go down there, we should see that all of those items are now filling into the toolboxes, but they're not going anywhere. So the toolboxes are refilling. I don't know. Oh, we've got no cobblestone? How have we got no cobblestone? Well, forgetting the fact that we've got absolutely no cobblestone, let's not worry about that. Let's just marvel at how good this is and how well that worked with all of the other items that are now... Oh, we're not getting... What? Okay, I've dropped a couple of things on the belts here. That's fine. Get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. And there we go. Now this toolbox is filling up with all the right number of items. This is fantastic news. There we go. All of the toolboxes have refilled, and that means the next time the train comes into the station, it should all connect again and start again. So let's find out. All of those things should connect. Yes, I've just seen them connect. Let's quickly run down there and make sure it's doing what it should be doing. Yes, the items are going through there, but they're not filling into there. These are now all empty again. However, they're going to be full now because I didn't go and drop them off anywhere else. But the system works. It's a working system. This is absolutely fantastic. Finally, the only downside is that means this does absolutely nothing. But don't worry about that because I've got a plan for this. And for this plan, I need Dawn back. And it's going to work this time, I'm pretty sure. There we go. Dawn's in the chair. And now all I got to do is give Dawn a schedule that says if there's a train at the station, send the container to the other end and then come back again. And off she goes. So it doesn't really do anything now, but it looks quite good, I think. Oh, she's gone back again. There we go. But if I move the train away from the station, so we're not getting that redstone power, she shouldn't, after she goes back this time, she shouldn't come forward again. And now she should just stay there. Wonderful. It worked. Good job, Dawn. I would like you to go a bit slower though. Limit max speed. There we go. Let's just limit the speed to 5%. Off you go, Dawn. That's more like it. Yes, that's a much better speed. Oh, this looks good. Oh, it looks wonderful. I'm so happy it's all working at last. Now all I've got to do is tidy up this entire area, decorate everything, fix the holes in the floor and, well, everything. And there we go. We've got a fully filled up station area. We've got a whole bunch of containers. We've got a dumper truck that's not actually a train or anything. It's just there for looks. We've got a fork truck that's lifting up that container there. We've got a container here with the doors open that all sand's pouring out of. Over here, we've got a pile of cobblestone and more containers, piles of barrels everywhere. And I've used mechanical bearings to skew them all a little bit so they don't look too uniform and straight. And over here, I've done the similar sort of thing where I've stacked these. So again, they don't look too uniform and just very, very odd. And I think the whole thing's come out really well. It looks nice and full, but not too busy. There's still plenty of space to get around, and it looks like a fly has got in my train. Shoe fly. So let's just move this around here a little bit. Yeah, this looks fantastic. I'm really happy with it. I think it's absolutely great. And we've just done another 1,000 days in this world, so it must be time for a movie. Thanks for watching, peeps. Goodbye.